Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us here on this Monday, January 2nd. Happy New Year to you all. The time is just past the 7 o'clock hour here at Live Now from Fox, and we are taking a Live Now look from Brazil. Happening today, Brazilian football superstar Pelé lies in state at the football stadium where he played and inspired fans from across the globe. We'll bring you all inside of his memorial service in just a bit. And we're also following a few other top stories this morning. The latest in Washington, D.C. as Congress works to elect the next Speaker of the House. And we're also following the latest developments when it comes to the Idaho murders. We are learning more about the 28-year-old PhD student who has been charged in the death of 4 university students. These top stories and more throughout today's programming here at Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and begin with the latest from Capitol Hill. Congress returning to the Hill on Tuesday to elect the next Speaker of the House. And as Lucas Tomlinson reports from Washington, the outcome of this race is still not 100% certain.
When the 118th Congress convenes Tuesday, the first order of business in the new Republican-controlled House will be electing a new Speaker. Outgoing House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy won an initial leadership vote among House Republicans back in November, but the party is far from united behind him. 218 votes are required to become Speaker, and some Republicans say McCarthy remains dozens of votes short.
So he recognizes that he doesn't have the 218.
Others are more optimistic.
I think he absolutely gets the 218.
Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs says he plans to challenge McCarthy.
Right now, nobody has 218 votes, which is the magic number, and I don't believe we're going to see that until January 3rd, and it'll take maybe even take a few ballots to shake that out.
If there's no majority winner after the first ballot, the House will continue voting until a clear leader is declared. No Speaker vote has gone to a second ballot in 100 years. McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 votes. That means even embattled newly elected Congressman George Santos, accused of falsifying his resume, is needed by McCarthy.
They need George Santos's vote. Kevin McCarthy needs his vote in particular to become Speaker. It's a very narrow Republican majority.
When asked, outgoing House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she hopes Republican infighting will not slow down the voting process.
I'm just hoping that on January 3rd that they'll be expeditiously able to elect a Speaker so that we can get on with the work of the Congress.
Some might be surprised to know the Constitution does not require the House Speaker to be a member of Congress. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And the Biden administration is touting their 2022 achievements and promising a big year ahead. But the latest poll shows that most Americans are not as optimistic. Here's the latest from Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich. She's bringing us more from St. Croix.
Only 23% of Americans think 2022 was a good year for the country, according to a Fox News poll, but that's not how the White House sees it.
You got over 250 bills passed. They lowered prescription drug costs. They lowered health care premiums. They brought down your energy costs. They reformed gun laws for the first time in 30 years. A record number of manufacturing jobs, the most diverse set of federal judges in history.
And officials have high hopes for 2023. The press secretary tweeting, after building the most significant legislative record since LBJ, 2023 will be a big year delivering for the American people. But the White House is quietly signaling 2023 may not be a big legislative year for President Biden, despite his own statement that he wants continued bipartisan progress. Spokesman Andrew Bates not outlining any new priorities on the horizon, but saying in a year-end memo that Biden is, quote, poised to move into the new year implementing a raft of game-changing laws. Between the lines, a Wall Street Journal op-ed seeing a signal that, quote, 2023 will be focused on Mr. Biden's re-election rather than governing. But Republicans have a different assessment of the job Biden has done so far.
Inflation's still there. We see what's happening at the border. And so it's once again Joe Biden painting one America that he thinks exists and the American people living in the reality of more and more uncertainty.
The president said previously he'll firm up his re-election decision while on vacation with his family. But a new Suffolk University USA Today poll shows he doesn't exactly fit the mold for the voters' ideal candidate. Less than 1% want a President Biden's age for 2024. If Biden shifts to campaign mode in 2023, you'd think he might be rolling out some new legislative priorities right now. But we haven't heard any yet. Only blame toward Republicans for standing in the way of things like lifting Title 42 and canceling student debt. In St. Croix, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Border towns are seeing extra layers of security being put up between the United States and Mexico as federal and state law enforcement prepare for an influx of migrants. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has more on this near the border in El Paso, Texas.
Here in El Paso, the National Guard put up an extra barrier of fencing with razor wire along the border, which DPS says is helping for now, but you still see a bunch of man-made holes in border fencing across the city. And in parts of downtown El Paso, it's clear that thousands of migrants are crossing over daily with nowhere to go. Over in Eagle Pass, the National Guard put up shipping containers along the border with razor wire on top to help keep people from crossing over. DPS also confirms about 10 shipping containers were put up along the end of the border in El Paso. While the city opened up the convention center downtown for more shelter space for migrants, countless people who cross the border are still sleeping on the street. Even though these migrants are here illegally, DPS says they still do everything they can to make sure these people stay safe and healthy. It's not just adult migrants in this situation. There's dozens of small children and babies with their families in the streets. A lot of them have American Red Cross blankets and receive some bags of food, but they don't have much else. Roxana Prada came across the border with her husband and 3 little girls to escape the armed conflict in Colombia. She says her family received threats since her mother is a social leader there.
There's still family of mine in Colombia who are at risk. The idea is, how can we help them so that they can find it here safe, so to speak? And obviously, this is where a good future starts for my daughters. Because of this conflict, we have to be fleeing from one side to the other, and they are always with us.
Prada tells me she believes the people persecuting her in Colombia have contacts in Mexico, so she wants to try and get farther away from the border. She says she is not going to give up and hopes the U.S. thoroughly looks at her case. In El Paso, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Meanwhile, congressional lawmakers are weighing in after the Supreme Court blocks the Biden administration from ending Title 42. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson joins us from Washington, D.C. with more.
Many lawmakers are sounding relieved that Title 42 will stick around for the coming months in an effort to bar some migrants from entering the country. But new data shows its use has been declining since President Biden took office. For Republicans taking over the majority in the House of Representatives, one of their top priorities will be shoring up the southern border.
Tracy, you have to start by securing the border. And all this talk of immigration reform, I think that's great. But in my eyes, immigration reform starts with border security.
Encounters with migrants along the southern border is now 5 times greater than just 2 years ago. The Washington Post reports Title 42 was only used in roughly 30% of border arrests last month, the lowest rate since March 2020 at the start of the COVID pandemic. Under the Trump administration, the Border Patrol used Title 42 to expel more than 80% of border crossers. The rate began falling after President Biden took office.
Enforce the laws that are already on the books, remain in Mexico, return people back via repatriation flights. You turn those 2 programs back on, and this crisis gets cut in half nearly instantly.
The costs are going up as well. The city of El Paso alone spent nearly $10 million this year to handle the influx of migrants. Some Democrats from districts along the southern border want the Biden administration to do more.
So the administration just can't say, Congress, do the immigration reform. They have the power to do policy right now, but they just, quite honestly, I think the Homeland Security Department is struggling with some of the more progressive White House staffers, and I hope Homeland wins this particular fight.
Republican lawmakers have pledged to bring President Biden's DHS secretary to Capitol Hill for hearings on the southern border. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee publicly released former President Donald Trump's tax returns last Friday. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram is tracking the latest on this multi-year effort from Capitol Hill.
$750. That's how much former President Trump paid in taxes in 2016 and 2017. Nothing in 2020. No taxable income in 2015 through 2017 and 2020. The release is the culmination of a multi-year fight by House Democrats to get Mr. Trump's taxes and see if the IRS conducted a proper audit.
The president countered that the committee was not interested in whether the IRS is fully and fairly auditing the president, but rather the committee was interested in embarrassing the president.
Mr. Trump bucked a half-century custom of presidents and candidates voluntarily releasing their returns.
Or maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes.
That makes me smart. I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax returns.
Mr. Trump insisted his returns were, quote, extremely complex.
I don't mind releasing. I'm under a routine audit, and it'll be released. And as soon as the audit's finished, it'll be released.
But he never did. The committee report shows no audit of Mr. Trump until midway through his presidency. Democrats accuse the IRS of giving the former president a pass.
Americans should be greatly outraged by that and by the failure of the IRS under Trump to do its job to audit him.
Mr. Trump says Democrats weaponize the tax system. He warned, quote, this is a dangerous two-way street.
This will launch a dangerous new era.
Democrats say the fight underscores their argument that the wealthy get a pass and don't pay enough in taxes. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News. $750. That's how much former President Trump paid in taxes in 2016 and 2017. Nothing in 2020. No taxable income in 2015 through 2017 and 2020. The release is the culmination of a multi-year fight by House Democrats to get Mr. Trump's taxes and see if the IRS conducted a proper audit.
The president countered.
All right, that was the latest from Washington, D.C. But let's go ahead and switch gears for a story that we have been tracking all week. Right now, Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie is joining us live from Orlando's International Airport. Quite a different scene this morning, Amanda. It looks like travel has resumed for much of Southwest Airlines, right?
Oh, yes. Things are getting back to normal for Southwest, but this airport, the Orlando International Airport, is quite busy. In fact, it is their busiest travel day for the holiday season. You can see the TSA check behind me, and the wait is about 22 to 26 minutes, which has gone down in just the past half hour because it was quite long just a few moments ago. So this could just be a little bit of a lull, but a lot of folks here traveling. In fact, the airport officials say they expect 163,000 passengers to come through MCO today. And on top of the traditional travelers, people may have to make stops at the airport to pick up their luggage following a disastrous week of travel for Southwest customers. Bags have been lining airports across the country, and passengers say finding their luggage is like finding a needle in a haystack.
They told us, like, oh, don't worry, your bags will get to Dallas before you. And I was like, that don't really make sense. But when we got here, our bags wasn't here. So we've been here for 3 days with no clothes.
Now, if you are planning to fly today, remember that you cannot bring weapons in your carry-on luggage. You could face up to a $15,000 fine by the TSA. Allow yourself at least 3 hours of time before your flight to account for traffic, parking, lines at the ticket counter, and TSA screening. It's also important to check the status of your flight before leaving, just in case there is a delay. And taking a live look now here at the arrivals and departures board, we have about a dozen canceled flights out of Orlando on a variety of carriers, and several delays coming into Orlando, especially from the Northeast and Northwest. Now, if you are one of those folks who had issues with Southwest canceling your flight last week, well, the feds are threatening to issue fines if the airline fails to meet its obligations for for reimbursing passengers. There's information on their websites on how to submit for reimbursement. Reporting live from the Orlando International Airport, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie for joining us with that update. A lot of travelers are finally making their way back home, getting their luggage. Good news there. All right, let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because when we return, we'll bring you all the latest update on this story from New York. New York officials praising the work of some police officers who were doing their due diligence following that machete attack that took place on Saturday night near Times Square. We'll have this story and more in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Monday, January 2nd, 2023. The time is now 7:21 a.m. Eastern. Thank you all so much for starting your morning with us. Here's a look at the top stories that we're covering throughout the day, but let's go ahead and bring you all more on a story from New York. Officials in the area are still working to get all of the details following a machete attack that took place on Saturday night near Times Square. So officials say that 3 officers were injured by an individual wielding this machete. The attack on the officers happened several blocks north of a security zone that police had set up for protection of New Year's Eve celebrators in Times Square. Now, police believe the attacker may be a lone person, but wouldn't say if others could be involved due to the early nature of the investigation.
Tonight, 3 NYPD officers are recovering after they were attacked by a teenager armed with a machete near Times Square. Sources tell Fox News that suspect, 19-year-old Trevor Bickford of Maine, is a violent Islamic extremist who had been on the FBI's radar for weeks. On Saturday night, Bickford pulled out this machete-style knife and started swinging, cutting 3 officers. The targeted attack happened just blocks away from New Year's Eve celebrations in Times Square.
One officer, an 8-year veteran, suffered a laceration to the head. The second officer, who graduated the police academy on Friday, was also struck in the head, resulting in a skull fracture and large laceration.
We're also learning that the suspect's own family called police on him back in December, telling investigators that he was constantly online searching about the Taliban and was planning to travel to Afghanistan and, quote, wanted to die for his religion. New York Mayor Eric Adams, who spent more than 20 years in the NYPD, speaking about the attack.
These officers responded in an admirable, professional manner, and all the officers involved. And I must say that even after the incident took place, The responding officers made sure the scene was under control.
A labor union that serves active and retired NYPD detectives said in a tweet, quote, detectives and fellow cops face grave danger every day, and New Year's Eve is no different. They're courageously fighting violence across the city, including the NYPD officers. Right now, the suspect remains in custody and could face federal charges. Reporting in New York City, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
The Northwest still grappling with the news of an arrest in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. One man who knew the suspect says he cannot believe he might have been involved. Here's more.
Thank you to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us. This story has certainly captivated the attention of everyone nationwide, especially that small town of about 25,000 people. Moscow overwhelmed after this incident took place. Again, 4 students were murdered inside of their rental home on that November 13th day. Since that time, police have had very little when it comes to trying to name a suspect and even bring in the weapon that was used to do these murders. So what we want to do is talk a little bit more about this investigation now, especially since they do have someone in custody. We're bringing in here on Live Now from Fox, Tracy Walder. She's joining us here. You're a former CIA and FBI special agent, so we thank you for being here with us. What were some of your first initial thoughts when you finally heard the news that after weeks upon weeks, they have a suspect in custody?
You know, I was a little bit surprised, to be completely honest. Thank you for having me, Christy. But now, you know, we have the benefit of hindsight, right? And so, you know, in looking back, the fact that they held a press conference basically to say that they were going to start cleaning the crime scene and release it probably should have been an indicator that they were closing in on a suspect. But what's even more surprising to me, quite frankly, is I'm also an adjunct faculty of criminal justice at a college here where I'm located. And the fact that he is a criminal justice student or PhD candidate is quite surprising to me, to be honest.
Yeah, we've been trying to hear a bit more about the background of this person. Again, he was arrested just earlier this morning on Friday morning. It happened in Pennsylvania. You think about the distance between the 2 cities where these incidents took place. Again, the murders happening in Moscow, Idaho. Then he was found out in Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's a 2,500-mile difference. What other information have we been learning about this suspect? Again, his name is Brian Kohlberger. He's 28, and as you mentioned, a PhD student of the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, according to the WSU website.
Yes, so it's really interesting. It really, his criminal justice history is really what explains his connections to both of these cities. You know, first of all, his Philadelphia connection, it looks like that's where he obtained both his graduate and his master's degree in criminology and criminal justice, and then moved to Washington State University, which is obviously, it's about less than 10 miles really from Moscow, Idaho, as a PhD candidate. And I just find it very interesting, especially when you look at some of the things that he's done. He did a study that was sanctioned by his university. This is very common. A lot of my criminal justice students do this type of work. But his study was on obviously the criminal mind, because his degree is in criminology. But he was wanting to really dive deep into the feelings and emotions associated with criminals, and was asking them to anonymously fill out this survey. And, you know, some of the things that he was asking them was, you know, what steps did you take to prepare for the crime? Where did you locate your victims? Why did you choose the victims? Did you leave the scene? And I find those things to be very eerie, given what he's done or allegedly done.
Yeah, and I know that there's some people who may have seen the mugshot, the photo of him. I'm actually going to put it up on the screen for people who might not have gotten to see it yet. Again, this is Brian Kohlberger. He's 28 years old, has been arrested in connection to these murders. And you think about just passing this person by on the street. You might hear some people say he looks like a normal person, but when it comes to a mind like this, the mind of someone who's going to commit a crime like murder, especially one in this case where there was multiple murders, you can't really put a picture to that crime, because it could be anyone. They're just going through, you know, something more mentally unstable rather than it might be what their appearance looks like to be.
You know, you're 100% right? This is anyone. We can't really put a label on that, right? Look at Ted Bundy, you know, someone who fit into society. You know, he was, you know, studied law and those kinds of things. And I just find it very interesting that he was basically studying himself. Some interviews have come out where they've looked at some of the professors that either worked alongside him or taught him at some of the schools he was at, and they really just described him as sort of awkward and like to work alone. But I think that that could be all of us truly at any point in time. And so it sounds like there's nothing about him other than he was very interested in criminal justice from, somewhat of a young age, which is not unusual given, the pop culture that we have with TV and movies all related to it. So there's nothing about him, just in the information that's come out now, that really speaks to this being something that he would have done.
And let's just also go into some of the reports coming from today. We heard reports that he already made a court appearance. Of course, he's waiting to be extradited back to Idaho as well. Some people saying that he had a cold, distant look. And he also had asked a question, according to reports, asking about if there were any other suspects arrested. So what can we make of some of those things that we've seen today?
So, yes, I had heard about that. I think there's a couple reasons he could have asked that. Obviously, I'm not inside his mind. I wasn't there. I don't know. But at his initial appearance, which is where I'm assuming he asked that question, when he said, were there any other suspects arrested? I think he could be referring to one of two things or multiple things. I think perhaps he had an accomplice. Obviously, we don't know. It's interesting because they were cleaning out the rental home. They were supposed to start biohazard mitigation today, and then that kind of ground to a halt. So I don't know if that's in conjunction with this statement that he made. Or did people help him along the way, accomplices? Maybe they didn't help him in the crime itself, but maybe they helped him in terms of travel. Maybe they helped him in terms of concealing his identity. And so that could have been what he was referring to as well. So I think it's one of two things, or if not both.
Right. And we're obviously hoping to learn more details during a news conference. Everything up until that point could just be speculation. But let's go over some of the facts we do know. When police had brought in that cleaning crew earlier today, we had caught the video. There they were. I know that, as you said, they did put things to a halt, but they did say that once they cleaned out the home, they'll be turning this back over to the property manager, because they've already collected 4,000 photos. They've collected 113 pieces of evidence. Is that something common? Because I know you can obviously speak more to that. Is that common for a case like this when you're thinking about 4 people being murdered inside of a home?
Yes, I think that's right. Very common. I don't think that that's unusual at all. And I think the fact that they kept the crime scene intact for about 6 weeks' time is very common as well. Obviously, this is a very complicated crime scene. You have multiple victims. And this is a case that the prosecutor wants to get right. You want to ensure that you get a conviction. Otherwise, justice will never be served for these families. And so, I think that finally they've probably exhausted everything. We've seen people at various times in the news coming in and out of the property with different kinds of evidence bags, different kinds of biological material. And so this has clearly been an active crime scene. They clearly feel confident that they have been able to get what they need out of it. It may have come to a halt, one, because of that statement that he made. And the second reason could be perhaps he has an attorney who asked them to stop. We don't know at this point. It's all just speculation.
And you mentioned the families. I'm sure that they today, too, have finally breathed at least a small sigh of relief. It can't make up for losing the life of their loved one, but I'm sure that that's something that they've been questioning is how did it take so long to get to this point? And I think a big question, too, is what are they going to do from here on to continue on with this investigation?
Look, I'm a parent, and I cannot even begin to fathom what they are going through. However, on the law enforcement side, one thing I do want to say is it actually didn't take as long as I expected. Because when you have a crime scene like this, when you have 4 people who were murdered, when you have 4 young people who are probably using social media, cell phones, all of that, you are going to have this overabundance of evidence that's going to take a very, very, very long time to sift through. So I understand that the perception is that this is taking a long time. We're fighting against pop culture that, you just run DNA and you get it back in 3 minutes. And that's not how it works. Sometimes it's, 5 days, sometimes it's 12 days. It really just depends. However, I do think hopefully in a way that this is a bit of closure. I believe today is Maddie and Kaylee's celebration of life. And so I just think that that is sweet sense of perhaps vindication for their families, and perhaps they can, sort of begin their healing journey in this.
Well, and I'm glad that you pointed out, when you do have photo and video evidence, because police had detailed that timeline of the night before, saying, all of these different roommates and students, they were out the night before. They were trying to piece together video from a food truck, the Instagram posts, and then you think about all of those cell phone calls as well. And then they got in however many hundreds upon thousands of tips. It is a lot for a police department, especially the size of this one, to be able to sift through.
It's a tremendous amount, and I actually give a lot of credit to this police department for asking for help. I mean, they immediately went to the Idaho State Police, and then they went to the FBI. And so a lot of times you can get regional departments kind of circle their ranks and not want help. But this police department has actually been very open to asking for help, because I think that they realized that this far exceeded their capabilities and their abilities. And so I do think they should be credited with doing that. And I think it's kind of what helped process all of these leads, tips, and evidence in a much quicker fashion.
And hearing a bit more about the background too of this individual who's now being, in custody for this crime, saying that he does have that background of criminal justice, criminology. We've heard police and authorities say it before. They believe that this attack was targeted. Is that still something that you agree with here today?
So I do. I think I've always said that I do not think that this was someone who was in any of the victims' sort of inner circle, right? Boyfriends, things like that, things of that nature. I've never thought that. However, I think it is someone that they may have just briefly come into contact with at some point, whether it was at a bar, whether it was a party, and they made nothing of it. I mean, if you talk about the Uber driver, right, who gave Kaylee and Maddie a ride home, he said that their behavior didn't indicate that they were on alert in any way, shape, or form. And so I think that this is someone who came into contact with them and decided to target them. But I don't think it was someone who was in their, inner circle.
And I know you've kind of touched on it too, but I'm sure the prosecutors in this case obviously are probably thrilled about today's developments, but they know that there's a lot of work ahead. What are going to be some of the next steps we're going to be seeing coming from officials out of Idaho?
So the biggest thing, and I'll address the prosecutors in a second, but the biggest thing that we have to remember is this alleged perpetrator is a criminal justice major, is pursuing a PhD in this. He knows the criminal justice system and the legal system inside and out. So that is going to be a challenge, I think, for the prosecution. But the next step, obviously, is his extradition on Tuesday back to Idaho. I think one of the things that they're going to probably have to discuss is whether or not they're going to move forward with, is this a death penalty case or is this not a death penalty case? And I would imagine they'll use that in some sort of a bargaining chip to get what they want. We'll also see too, is he going to confess to this? I'll be interested. I do think he wants credit for this. Now, is that going to be an outright confession? I don't know. Does he want the theatrics of a trial? I don't know. Anything's possible at this point.
I'm glad that you pointed that out too, because there are a number of cases that we've seen when it comes to murdering in mass numbers. And, the number 4, that's no easy task for someone to go and do on their own, especially with how gruesome these attacks seem to have been. That can be something that is a pattern between some of those individuals who've committed these crimes, as they wanted the fame for it too.
I'm not sure that he wanted, the fame, in that he has had this obsession with death, with the criminal mind for a very, very long time. I believe it's something he's probably had since he was quite young. And I think that's what he is trying to fulfill. And I'm wondering if because of that, because he actually allegedly went and executed these victims, will he also want to see the criminal justice system fully play out in terms of a trial? And I think that will be interesting to see if he wants that.
Yeah, and then I think finally too, Tracy, something that we have to ask is, what are we going to get to hear from police? Because obviously some of their investigation they have to keep to themselves until this case does go into the courts. What kind of details do you think they are going to be able to give us here today?
So I understand that it might be frustrating because people want the details, and I understand that. You want to understand the why because it helps you sort of move forward. I don't think that we are going to get specifics because the reality is giving specifics that perhaps only the suspect will know compromises the case and then ultimately compromises prosecution and then a potential conviction. So we're not going to get that. We might get some details in terms of how this arrest occurred. I think we might find out some more information on the role that the Hyundai Elantra played because it's since come out that was also found at his residence. I also think maybe just in a very broad sense, we may get information on how he perhaps knew these victims, because that's what we all want is sort of that nexus, and we may get that today.
And I think that, too, is something that is a good point to be made there, as a lot of people, even if they weren't directly involved in this case, maybe they didn't personally know these victims, it really did captivate the attention of everyone nationwide. And almost all of us seem like we've been so invested and would like to hear some of those answers to those questions we've been having ever since November 13th.
Oh, absolutely. I teach college and my students were concerned, right? Because they identify with these students. They could truly be anyone. And that's, I think, what's so captivating and frustrating and hard about this case is that it truly could be anyone.
Any final points, Tracy, you think important to mention when it comes to this case and finally having a suspect in custody?
I think it's important to note that, yes, we have a suspect in custody, but I also think, and I said this sort of earlier on when this case happened, I think at the college level, and the University of Idaho was starting to do this, we really need to be teaching college students about just basic safety procedures, locking your door, locking your cars, those kinds of things, because you'd be shocked to learn how many of them don't think about those things. And it's hard because you don't want to alarm people and you don't want to create this idea that we live in such a dangerous world. But I think that's something that I would really like to see more college campuses doing moving forward.
Yeah, implementing that is just part of them getting acclimated to college life on their own as well. So that's a good idea. And of course, we just thank you for all of your insight into this case and especially into these most recent developments. Tracy Walder joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Tracy, along with other legal analysts, weighing in on what may come next when it comes to that criminal investigation. The time here, 7:41 a.m. We'll have a recap of your top stories in just 2 minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look from New York. Our next conversation is coming from our teammates over at Fox 5 New York. So we just rang in the new year, and the new year doesn't just bring about resolutions, it also brings new laws to the tri-state area. A number of laws going into effect, from gun control to wage increases. So joining us again, Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji, here to break it all down. Good morning, Reagan.
Good morning, Rain. Yeah, you'll eventually get the last name, and even I stumble at times. So up here in the Northeast, places like Connecticut, New York here, and New Jersey, there are other laws that are going into effect yesterday, all about the driver. So drivers here in New York, if you're starting to learn how to drive and earning your driver's license, there's something else you're going to have to learn. And those of us who drive in New Jersey, well, you're going to be paying more for car insurance. We begin in New York. Governor Kathy Hochul signing several new laws, a few already taking effect as of Sunday. The first requires those of you planning on getting your driver's license. You'll now be required to learn about pedestrian and bicyclist safety as part of the exam. This law is intended to reduce injuries and fatalities. Another law allows college athletes in New York to make money from endorsements without losing scholarships. And it's now illegal in New York State to make or sell cosmetics tested on animals. The change with perhaps the biggest impact on New Yorkers, the state minimum wage is going up $1 from $13.20 to $14.20 an hour, but only for workers outside of New York City, Long Island, and Westchester. Across the river in New Jersey, the state minimum wage is increasing to $14.13 an hour. Also, more than 1 million drivers will be paying about $125 more for their auto insurance after Governor Phil Murphy signed a law that increases the minimum amount of liability insurance drivers need to have. Another law restricts concealed carry guns, barring people from having the weapons in sensitive places, such as schools, courthouses, and bars. However, it's being challenged in court by some gun rights groups who claim it's unconstitutional. In addition, gun owners in Jersey are required to register firearms purchased out of state. Up in Connecticut, a truck tax goes into effect, imposed on certain heavy carriers, expected to generate about $90 million each year for transportation improvements in the state. Stay on the theme of driving in New Jersey, tolls. Yeah, so we have the first round of tolls going into effect yesterday. If you're driving on the Atlantic City Expressway, the New Jersey Turnpike, or the Garden State Parkway, your tolls have gone up anywhere between 5 to 15 cents. We're live here on the east side of Manhattan. Reagan Medji, Fox 5 News in New York. Right back to you.
Huge thank you to Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji. Moving right along with top stories, let's revisit a bit of international news this morning. Pope Benedict XVI has died at the age of 95. His funeral is slated for this Thursday. Here's a look back on the life and the legacy of the pontiff.
When John Paul II died after more than 25 years as Pope, and the cardinals met to elect a successor, it took them just 2 days to give the job to a 78-year-old German, a scholarly man who didn't particularly appear to want it.
The Lord Cardinals have elected me, a simple, humble worker in God's vineyard.
For decades, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger had been a key advisor to John Paul II on questions of Catholic doctrine, earning a reputation as a staunch conservative. As Pope Benedict XVI, he battled relativism, the idea that what's true for one person might not be true for someone else. Pope Benedict's 2008 visit to the United States would be remembered not only for his birthday celebration in the White House, a stop at Ground Zero, and Mass at Yankee Stadium, but also by the way in which he addressed the sex abuse crisis so directly.
Exclude pedophiles from the sacred ministry. This is absolutely incompatible, and who is really guilty and to be a pedophile cannot be priest.
Yet sex abuse would haunt his papacy as the scandal unfolded in Europe, and critics charged that Benedict's record on abuse was mixed. And there were other problems as well. Benedict offended Muslims with a speech suggesting Islam could be a violent religion, and sparked a global uproar when he lifted the excommunication for 4 renegade bishops, since one of them, Richard Williamson, turned out to be a Holocaust denier. Benedict wasn't a politician. The Pope was above all an intellectual and a priest, having discovered both vocations while growing up in southern Germany. Pope Benedict never expected to be much more than a priest and a university professor, but all that changed when he became Pope. Benedict made several international trips, including Germany, Australia, and Portugal, and was surprisingly well received by the crowds. Pope Benedict made the first state visit ever of a pontiff to the United Kingdom in 2010, with all the pomp that goes with it, including a meeting with the Queen. The Pope addressed dignitaries and politicians in Westminster Hall, a significant meeting in a significant location, the very place where, almost 500 years earlier, the Catholic St. Thomas More was condemned to death. Although he was nearly 85 at the time and had just begun to use a cane in public, in March 2012, Pope Benedict also traveled to Mexico, one of the largest Catholic countries in the world, and to Cuba. The Church's activity has been severely curtailed in the island nation, and the Pope asked that Catholics at least be allowed to run their own schools there. In one of the most important decisions of his papacy, Benedict XVI put John Paul II on the fast track to sainthood, deciding that his predecessor should be declared blessed, the last step before he officially becomes a saint. It was his age and frail health that prompted a decision in 2013 for Benedict to step down as the leader of the worldwide Catholic Church, a move that shocked the Catholic faithful around the world, as Pope Benedict XVI was the first head of the Roman Catholic Church to resign in almost 600 years. Greg Palcock, Fox News.
Back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Pope Emeritus Benedict passed away at the age of 95. The Vatican announcing his death Saturday at his home in the Vatican. Benedict, as you know, resigned from his role as Pope about a decade ago in 2013. Ulrich Lehner is the William K. Warner Theology Professor at University of Notre Dame, and he joins us live right now to talk more about Pope Benedict and, of course, his legacy. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for the invitation, Josh.
Of course. So first off, tell me about the Pope's legacy. How is Benedict going to be remembered?
I think for decades, if not centuries to come, he will be remembered as one of the most important theologians of the 20th century. With lucid prose, he was able to teach what the core of Catholicism, the core of Christianity is. He insisted that it's not an ethical choice, not a set of rules, but really the encounter with a person, with the person of Christ. And in countless writings, he really showed how to think about Christianity and how to live it. And I think this will be a legacy for, as I said, for decades to come.
One thing I thought was interesting, I don't know much about how this would work because I know he was the first pope to resign in centuries. He still lived there on the property, I guess, of the Vatican. How does that work?
Well, in the Vatican, you have this small monastery with a religious community that took care of him, where he lived more or less as a hermit, as a recluse, living a life of prayer, sometimes visiting or receiving visitors, cardinals, bishops, old friends. But, you know, a Pope Emeritus also poses an enormous problem for the Vatican or for any diocese. Would he live anywhere else in regards to security and things like that? So that was a good decision that he stayed within the Vatican walls.
Let's take a step back about a decade here. When the Pope did announce that he was going to resign, was that a surprise?
It surprised the whole world. It surprised, I think, also his own secretary. But I think that will also be a legacy for generations and centuries to come, because with that, he actually made clear to the world, here is a pope, I'm vulnerable, I'm old, I'm getting weaker, I don't have the strength to go on. He showed us a theology of vulnerability. We are talking about being vulnerable. He actually showed it to us. And, we are taking this seriously as Catholics, that you don't have to be a super-powered leader in order to, be pope, or you don't have to have all the strength in the world. You can be vulnerable. And I think this is also something that reaches out to priests and bishops all around the world. I don't know if you followed the news. Sometimes now bishops, take a semester or a year off because of admitting they have a burnt out syndrome, or priests. Honestly talking about, shortcomings, lack of strength. And I think that is something very serious. He didn't put up a facade, but he was very honest about it.
This is obviously a different situation. We don't know too much about how his funeral will look, but we're talking about a pope who is no longer serving as pope, passed away. How could the funeral service differ from, let's say, Pope John Paul II?
I wonder how many cardinals and bishops will be present. I bet many will come to Rome for the funeral, although they're obviously not required to do so. But many bishops were friends with him, were appointed by him, or read his books as university students. So they have a deep connection to him. He really shaped a whole generation of theologians, not just Catholics, but Protestants and Orthodox in the same way. They will come to Rome and put him to rest. In the biography with Peter Sewald, he mentioned that he would like to be buried in the place where St. John Paul II, his closest friend and predecessor, was originally buried before he was canonized and brought to the Basilica of St. Peter's. So very close to the original burial place of St. Peter himself.
Will it be Pope Francis who decides how this funeral looks and what exactly happens?
I'm certain that Pope Francis and Pope Benedict sat together already years ago and made already a plan on how the whole liturgy will be played out. First of all, Benedict liked to settle his affairs and to have everything ready. But also, Francis was known to constantly visit him. And certainly they were never shy to talk about death and about their final days and how a liturgy like that should look like. A theologian like Joseph Ratzinger, Pope Benedict, certainly had his ideas, and I'm sure that Pope Francis respects them and that they agreed on a common plan for what is going to happen.
So the criticism, obviously, of Pope Benedict, do you think part of that, at least a small part, was related to the fact that Pope John Paul II was kind of a different personality? He was known by so many people. He was social. It was just a different person that went to become Pope after John Paul II. Is that part of the criticism about Benedict?
I don't think that is a criticism. Every personality is different, and he said already, I think in his first public speech, don't compare me to my predecessor. John Paul II was a professional actor. He actually took acting lessons, was on stage, loved to act, and was, as you said, an extrovert. Ratzinger was always an introvert, somebody who didn't want to be on stage, somebody who avoided the public arena, avoided flashy appearances, and loud noises. And suddenly he was pushed onto the stage of world history with becoming Pope. And he accepted it, I think in humility, also with a lot of joy, as you can see from those images, and did the best he could do. I think it's a beautiful coincidence, or divine providence, however you want to call it, that he died in the Christmas octave, in the 8 days of Christmas that Catholics celebrate. We not only celebrate one day, but 8 days. And I think it's providential because his baptismal name is Joseph.
you know, Pope Benedict's legacy, as we talked about a bit earlier, do you think that in centuries from now, people will still remember Pope Benedict and talk about him?
Absolutely. I think his writings that now span, I think, about 20 volumes, his collected works, will be remembered as milestones in theology. They are read in many languages, they are translated in many languages, they are finding readers, not just among Catholics, but among Lutheran, Methodist, evangelical theologians, who all appreciate his clarity of insight and the ability to bring reason and faith together. And with a clarity that nobody else really had, I think, in comparison, he also built bridges to secular thinkers, Jürgen Habermas, the Marxist philosopher, for example, other atheist thinkers, trying to find common ground, trying to build a culture of life in a world that has gone mad with all kinds of ideologies and conflicts, and tries to rediscover, eternal values, and especially the person of Jesus Christ.
So there have been rumors, of course, as there were with Benedict, that Pope Francis would resign as well. Do you think there's any truth to that?
It's possible. Right now, he seems to have a lot of strength, but I think he probably waited until Benedict passed. Nothing would be worse than having two retired popes in the Vatican, and the reigning pope as a third one on the throne. Whenever the church had three popes, it was usually a little bit of an uncomfortable time in church history.
So what is the future for the Vatican and the Catholic faith?
Well, no new pope will be elected because Pope Francis is the one and only vicar of Christ and on the chair of St. Peter. But should Pope Francis resign, then a conclave would be called together where cardinals then elect a new pope. It's going to be interesting where Pope Benedict or Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI will be buried. Also, how the liturgy will be celebrated. As I said, I think the faithful out of many areas of the world will flock to Rome. You haven't seen too many people outside the Vatican praying for him in comparison to the death of John Paul II, but of course, he's already, as you said, 10 years retired. Many of the younger generation don't really know him, have grown up with Pope Francis, and so that's understandable. But the outpouring of sympathy and love for, and in his last hours, to have a good hour of death, I think was beautiful.
And one thing that was interesting, kind of similar to how everything played out with Queen Elizabeth when she passed away, you did have information that was released by the Vatican a few days ago where they said that his health was worsening, and then a couple days later they came out and said he's stable, he's doing a little bit better, and then of course earlier today he passed away. So it's kind of similar to what happened, I guess you could say, with Queen Elizabeth, where they came out and said, you know, she's not doing well, and then suddenly she passed away. Was that surprising when he did pass away earlier on today, or was it really expected based on his health and his age?
I expected it to happen in the next couple of days. It very often happens that you stabilize right before you make a turn for the worse. It's also providential. Today is the 75th birthday of one of Pope Benedict's closest friends, Cardinal Müller, and the one celebrates his birthday, the other one celebrates his birthday in heaven. It's almost divine irony that is at play here. God couldn't have chosen a better day, so to say. And it's also the feast day of Pope Sylvester I, one of the first saintly popes of the third century. So a lot of things come together on this day.
We talked a little bit about this, but what do we expect that funeral to look like? Will it be public? Will it be televised? What can we expect?
It's probably going to be televised from St. Peter's Basilica. I assume so, at least. It could be also in the Lateran's Basilica, but most, I would think probably from St. Peter's. Afterwards, he will probably be buried in the place where St. John Paul II was buried. It's going to be interesting to see the reactions from his home state, Bavaria. I share with him the roots of being Bavarian. As he once said, you can't get Bavaria out of your soul, and that's certainly true. He was in Rome, I'm at Notre Dame. We shared that love of our home, and I'm sure you'll see people in traditional clothes at the funeral with white and blue flags. He was an honorary member of some of the folklore militia that's existing in Bavaria, and so you definitely see a number of Bavarian native clothing and customs at the funeral, I bet.
All right, Ulrich Lehner, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
I think all he wanted to be was a faithful servant, and I think when he was in his last hour, Christ met him and said that to him.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
The time is now 8:05. We're taking a live now look from Brazil, where Brazilian football superstar Pelé lies in state at the football stadium where he played and inspired fans from across the world. He played almost his entire career with Santos, and here at this very location, his body will remain at midfield for 24 hours until tomorrow morning, and that is to allow exactly what you see here, a throng of mourners filing in to pay their respects. So then Pelé's coffin will be transported through the streets of Santos to a private memorial. He died of colon cancer on Thursday. So as you can see, the world of soccer really mourning the loss of a legend who died at the age of 82, the Brazilian superstar being remembered for his extraordinary career. Time is now 8:06. We'll bring you all up to speed on more top stories in just 2 minutes. You're streaming live now from Fox. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us. We are your source for top stories and breaking news. The time is now 8:09. Let's go ahead and revisit this story from New York City because New York officials are praising the work of some police officers doing their duty following a machete attack that took place on Saturday night near Times Square. Here's more.
Tonight, 3 NYPD officers are recovering after they were attacked by a teenager armed with a machete near Times Square. Sources tell Fox News that suspect, 19-year-old Trevor Bickford of Maine, is a violent Islamic extremist who had been on the FBI's radar for weeks. On Saturday night, Bickford pulled out this machete-style knife and started swinging, cutting 3 officers. The targeted attack happened just blocks away from New Year's Eve celebrations in Times Square.
One officer, an 8-year veteran, suffered a laceration to the head. The second officer, who graduated the police academy on Friday, was also struck in the head, resulting in a skull fracture and large laceration.
We're also learning that the suspect's own family called police on him back in December, telling investigators that he was constantly online searching about the Taliban and was planning to travel to Afghanistan and, quote, wanted to die for his religion. New York Mayor Eric Adams, who spent more than 20 years in the NYPD, speaking about the attack.
These officers responded in an admirable, professional manner, and all the officers involved. And I must say that even after the incident took place, the responding officers made sure the scene was under control.
A labor union that serves active and retired NYPD detectives said in a tweet, quote, detectives and fellow cops face grave danger every day, and New Year's Eve is no different. They're courageously fighting violence across the city, including the NYPD officers. Right now, the suspect remains in custody and could face federal charges. Reporting in New York City, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And the effects of a winter storm in western New York are causing a shortage of some supplies, especially food. Local news from Buffalo, New York, reporting that grocery stores are unable to keep up such food stocked on their shelves. So heavy demand is keeping some basic supplies low, like fresh produce, lunch meat, eggs, bread, and even baby formula. Another report cites inequities in poorer communities that are leading to an additional lack of groceries and supplies. So far, at least 39 people are reported dead from this storm, which includes 31 from Buffalo, a majority of which were people who were found outside or trapped in their cars. In other news, we're also tracking a critical shortage of 911 dispatchers. Here's more.
240 million calls are made to 911 each year, according to the National Emergency Number Association. But keeping those phone lines staffed has been a growing and dangerous problem. In Kansas City, Missouri, the 911 center is short-staffed by almost a third. In some cases, people calling for help are left listening to a voicemail and delayed police response times. Kansas City's mayor is now hoping to offer a $5,000 signing bonus, plus better and more flexible hours in hopes of attracting call center employees.
And the concern isn't just from calls that are coming in now, but deterring people from calling 911 when they have an emergency. It's something that we do not want to do, and it's why we think that dire measures are needed to address this very important issue.
Kansas City's problem is not an isolated one. It's estimated there is a 30% shortage of 911 dispatchers across the country. A spokesperson for the National Emergency Number Association blames it on stress, low pay, poor benefits, and burnout. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average pay for a 911 dispatcher is about $47,000 a year. A former Chicago dispatcher says he stepped down because of crime and policing policies in his city.
I could not hear more screaming voices in my ear and telling individuals that police were coming when I knew that they were not coming.
Kansas City's mayor said they're also looking to poach dispatchers from other areas because there simply are not enough qualified applicants. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Tonight, our college communities on the loose, still in shock over the arrest of 28-year-old grad student Brian Koberger.
His personality does not match whatever the incident happened.
Neighbors around his Pullman apartment still trying to understand the motive.
He would talk about he wants to know why people commit crime, why what is the key reason behind crimes and how people think while committing them.
And now a public defender in Monroe County, Pennsylvania says Kohberger plans to waive his extradition hearing, meaning Kohberger could be in the state of Idaho in a matter of days, facing 4 counts of murder. Police in Moscow say his DNA places him at the scene of the crime. They also revealed that he's only been the focus of this weeks-long investigation for just the last few days. Moscow police adding they believe Kohberger worked alone. And we've also learned since the November 13th murders, Kohberger remained in the area. Students telling us they saw him continue taking his graduate-level courses and work as a teacher's assistant in an undergraduate criminal justice course. WSU's criminology department releasing a statement that says, in part, the department is aggrieved by the alleged horrendous acts of one of its graduate students. We are relieved that justice will be carried out. Our hearts are with the victims' families. And Idaho prosecutor Bill Thompson says the affidavit for his charges will remain sealed until he arrives in the state of Idaho. Zach Anders, Fox 13 News.
All right, moving right along with other related topics. An Atlanta Falcons practice squad player is facing several charges after a DUI, fight, and a police chase. Police say that Cameron Batson faces charges for assault, battery, and driving to flee a police officer. Batson will go before a Fulton County judge later this morning. So joining us now live is Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner from outside of the Fulton County Jail with more information. Good morning, Brooke.
Yeah, good morning to you, Rain. And he is currently being held here at the Fulton County Jail, as you mentioned, going before a judge here for his first court appearance in less than 3 hours or so. So all of this happened early Saturday morning when police say they were attempting to arrest him, and that's when things quickly escalated. This is the mugshot for 27-year-old Cameron Batson. The Atlanta Falcons wide receiver sits behind bars at the Fulton County Jail for driving under the influence, assault, and other charges. Atlanta police says one of its officers pulled Batson over around 2 in the morning on Saturday for speeding and failing to maintain on I-75 North at the Northside Drive exit. The officer who responded says Batson was intoxicated, and that's when he attempted to arrest him. The arrest led to a fight. Atlanta police saying Batson violently resisted. At some point during that fight, the responding officer fired his gun, but no one was hit. That's when police say Batson left the scene and crashed his truck a short distance away. After crashing, they say Batson got out and ran away. Multiple officers joined in on the search and found the Falcons player hiding. Batson now sits behind bars awaiting his first appearance.
Brooke, and when exactly do we expect Batson to make his first appearance in court?
He's going to be in court around 11 o'clock this morning, and again facing several charges here, including aggravated assault, battery, and a charge for eluding police officer. We'll keep you posted on exactly what comes out of that first appearance, Rain.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox 5 Atlanta team. The time is now 8:17. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we'll catch you all up with other top stories right after this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Authorities in Idaho have arrested a 28-year-old suspect accused of murdering 4 college students. Now, legal analysts are weighing in on what could possibly come next in the investigation.
Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Yo, hey, thanks for having me. It's a busy day. I think you'd agree with that.
Oh, for sure. Well, first off, tell me your thoughts on that news conference, because it left us still with so many questions. We know the name of the suspect here, but we don't know a motive or really any other information.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't know if I completely agree with that, because they gave us more than you might expect. First off, we do have confirmation that there's someone in custody. They were taken into custody in Pennsylvania. I don't know. I can't do the math off the top of my head. A couple of thousand miles away from the crime scene. We know that there's a car, and that the car was apparently found not too far away from where this guy was taken into custody. That's pretty big. And one very interesting point of order here is the fact that in the press conference, the chief, if I remember correctly, and I'm paraphrasing, it seemed as though he said, "We've had many sleepless nights leading up to this," as if they were preparing for this to go down, which is quite telling. I think that potentially the suspect has been on their radar for a while. The fact that we've been able to confirm that they've apparently found some type of biological evidence, perhaps that is a tie back to this individual, and the scene, which is massive, means that this is not some kind of, it wasn't some kind of Perry Mason moment where people burst into the courtroom and says, I have evidence here. Now, that's not what happened. They've been working this for a while. This guy's been on their radar. It's been meticulous. It's been painstaking. You and I have previously spoken. This material, from an evidentiary standpoint, to say it's dense is an understatement. Just the quantity that they're having to go through because of all of the outliers. So kudos to them. They really vested their cards, if you will, very close to the chest, and kind of threw us all off. Last we knew, they were getting ready to clean that crime scene up and turn it back over to the management company. But now, that's all bets are off. Now they've backed off on that and locked it back down again. So we're at a very interesting position.
For sure. And the big question now that we wait to find out is a motive and the relationship between the suspect and any of those victims, if there is one. There's just a lot left to figure out at this point, right?
Yeah, there is. And, I've made comment about this, and I appreciate you having me on here because we have a chance to kind of talk about this a little bit. And we're not under a lot of pressure here. As an academic, as somebody that works at a university, this is what I do know. This suspect, this individual that they have named, that they have arrested, that they currently have in jail in Pennsylvania, we do know that he is a student and that he has his sights set on attaining apparently a PhD in criminology, criminal justice, one of the two, at Washington State. The thing about it is this, and it's very fascinating from an academic standpoint, is that, we talk a lot about digital signatures, electronic signatures, and how you're kind of tracked nowadays with phones and everything. This is, in academia, there will be such a paper trail with this guy because it will go back. The goal in graduate school is to do research. Let that sink in just for a second. And this area that he's doing the framework within which he is doing this research. You want to publish, you want to get papers out there. You want to send out questionnaires. You're sitting at the feet of scholars who've already attained a certain level of proficiency. You're learning from them. And so the way you prove yourself in that environment is to write. Okay. We think about text messages and all that, but in this case is very special in this sense, because you're going to be able to track this guy and his movements from what we think is probably DeSales University in Pennsylvania, where I believe it's being reported he got an undergraduate and recently finished a master's, to the point where he's been accepted into a doctoral program in Pullman at Washington State University, which, by the way, is what I heard somebody say is 18 minutes away from Moscow, from the campus in Moscow. I mean, it's literally, you could walk it. That's going to be a fascinating piece to this. What is he studying? What is he studying in his PhD studies, his graduate studies? We're going to learn a lot about this guy from that sense, in addition to all of the physical evidence that ties back, things like DNA and trace evidence and all that stuff that was created at the scene. So it's a very interesting intersection. I don't ever recall, Josh, any case that's quite like this in my memory that I have covered.
And that's what's interesting, is you have so many people paying super close attention to this case. Every moment of every day, you have a new development. Somebody's posting a video on, let's say, TikTok, Instagram. It is all over social media. Do you think now that an arrest has been made and a suspect has been identified, that people are going to stop paying close attention? They're going to say it's solved, quote unquote, even though it hasn't gone to trial yet, and just say, we're done with this now?
I guess I'm asking this almost rhetorically to you. Do you remember Eliza Fletcher? That was a big story earlier in the year. The poor lady that was jogging in Memphis and she was slaughtered. Her name's not in the news any longer. We had Parkland. That's not in the news any longer. It's important, I think, from an investigative standpoint, and the police, I do truly believe in my heart of hearts that they appreciate the story being kept alive. But there will be another story, unfortunately, and it will capture the imagination. I think that they will do a deep dive and attempt to find out more about this fellow, but there will be another case that will arise. That's the nature of the world that we live in, particularly now. One thing I've been fascinated by relative to the police is that the work that we do in investigations, and that I did for many years as an investigator and now teach it, is that it's akin to particularly in forensics, it's akin to being a watchmaker, where you have a watch that's completely blown apart and you're trying to put it back together. Very delicate, intricate work. Any misstep can make the whole thing malfunction. Imagine doing that and then having the 50-piece band of social media blaring at you the entire time you're doing it. That's why it's so important to surround your investigators, which I think probably the chief has done a good job, with people that are going to, kind of provide a buffer for those investigators so they can solely focus on what they have to focus on. That's been key here, and they've apparently done their job in this area. Because in social media time, this case seems like it's taken an eternity. No, it hasn't. We're in the 6th week. We're heading into the 7th. Are you kidding me? People want answers now, and so that stimulus is going to be removed now. I would argue, and I think logically you can follow that thread out. Now that this stimulus is removed and they know who it is, they'll focus for a while on this guy's background, and there'll be deep dives done into it. They love to use that term. We'll find out more about him, and then it'll lead up to to the trial eventually. And so that's kind of the world that we're in. I hope that people really remain focused on it, because there's no one to speak for the dead in this case. They'll be doing a lot of talking about the alleged perpetrator here, but right now the prosecution, the investigator is going to have to come together and kind of really put a voice to these poor college kids that were butchered by this person. And that's going to be very important to keep them in the forefront of this and to keep the momentum going till they can see this thing to a conclusion.
And I think something that a lot of people don't realize is we are talking about 4 college students. We're talking about human beings who were murdered. There are families that are grieving. People see this as, let's say, a news story or something to talk about on social media. throw out names of people that they believe did it, talk poorly about these victims as if they knew them. People just don't seem to be focused on the fact that these are 4 humans that are involved that have been murdered, or as you said, slaughtered.
Yeah, and that's very easy to do. You know, when you get into this kind of sealed environment of social media and whatnot, you're really cut off from the true, that animating force that's within every human being that makes us human. These millstones that we carry around our necks, you know, dehumanize people to a great degree. These are living, breathing human beings. They suffered, they bled at the hands of a monster. Don't know if this is the guy, but they've hooked somebody up on charges at this point. So police apparently believe that happened. And it's real easy to kind of disconnect from that. And, you know, that's a thread that unfortunately runs through a lot of what we do, you know, it's hard to breathe life into those that have suffered and really help them remember, because everybody's cut off from it greatly. You know, they can sit in their car or sit at home on their couch and drink coffee and, you know, go back and forth on social media and all that. But these are real people, and the investigators are real people, and they bore witness to something that most people that live 10 lifetimes could not even begin to fathom. What these investigators bore witness to out there at that scene is something that will live with them forever and ever.
Do you think, and we talked about this about a month ago, do you think that social media can actually hinder or could have hindered this investigation and tracking down the suspect? Could it have been a problem as you had all of this information posted all over different social media? We know, of course, a professor was wrongfully accused of doing this by someone on TikTok. Can that actually hinder the investigation itself?
Yeah, it can. And listen, I don't want to misspeak here because even back in the analog days, back before the days of social media, there were always red herrings that would be thrown in. Somebody that was on the periphery that just wanted to be involved, and you've heard that. You know, people have heard stories of that for a long, long time, and it can take you off track. But you take the good with the bad, okay? And that's why, you know, the chief was very clear, I thought, and did a very good job of putting forth the information that it is essential that the tips keep rolling in, because they even have to make sure that they're seeing everything, and they have every jot and tittle, if you will, of data that's out there collected, and they'll sift through it eventually. There are bad actors in every area of life, and the problem with a case like this is it's so high profile that you can have more bad actors than normal. And let me give you a for instance, and this is a little bit different, but one of the things that was most chilling about this case to me, Josh, these cases, was that TikTok video that those young ladies did in that home. And it struck me as a college professor and as father of college-age children, that bad actors could potentially get a peek into their lives. And it wasn't just their faces, it was the fact that you could see their living space. You could see them talking about the personalities of each one. Now, if somebody had bad intentions, I think that'd be very important. If you identify somebody as docile, or maybe somebody that's more robust in this video that they put together, all in good fun. But anybody that's out there that's watching this thing gets a view inside of that little world that they were living in little old Moscow, you know, Idaho, up there in, let's face it, in a very isolated area of America. And it wasn't just the people of Idaho that saw that in Washington State, it was worldwide, and had a lot of eyes on that. So you don't know who was out there watching. So yeah, I think that in that sense, back to the social media piece, I think that can give you an insight into who can be out there. I think that one of the things that a lot of us talked about, and my colleagues that I work with, that I teach with, and that sort of thing, we were wondering how well was the information being protected, that if the perpetrator was out there, were they watching all of this? Were they ingesting all of this? And going back to the arrest that's been made, one of the fascinating things for me in this case is the idea that this car was recovered, and this individual had not divested themselves of this vehicle. And from what we understand, vehicles found not too far away from where he was arrested. And, I think a lot of us that work in forensics, you think about if somebody is leaving a scene, particularly such a violent scene, they're taking away bits of evidence with them from that scene. They might not even be aware of it. And then they're contaminating the cabin of that vehicle. There would still be stuff there, contained therein that he might think that he had gotten rid of, but you never get rid of everything. And the fact that he still had possession, control over that vehicle, it says a lot. It says a lot about what the cops have at this point, I think.
And when you think about it, it's obviously a long distance from Moscow, Idaho, over to Pennsylvania. So the question then becomes, where did he stop? Where did he go? So I guess it's about putting that together to figure out where he was and what evidence possibly he dumped in certain other locations.
Yeah, man, Josh, you hit the nail on the head with that, because you've got such a vast, I've never driven that drive before. I can only imagine what that's like. I'm sure it's very beautiful, but there's so much ground to cover. There's so much area that you would cover in that west to east drive that is so isolated. I can't even take the measure of it, how you would go about looking for anything. I think the key here, though, is going to be electronic data. And I'm very curious, because we don't know yet. This is all speculative. We don't know yet. We don't know if the vehicle, first off, was used as a conveyance leaving that the site of the crime. And did this individual drive that car back to Pullman, which is just a few minutes away, stay in Pullman with that vehicle and then get in that conveyance and then drive eastward? Or did they bounce out of the scene directly headed eastbound? So electronics are going to tell us a lot about that. If he had, the millstone I referred to earlier, the cell phone with him, that's something that would be pinged along the way. We've got CCTV. You got to gas up at some point in time. So they're going to be kind of really following this route and the potential routes that could have been taken along this, this way. And trust me, they made it. Do you remember a few weeks back, they made a big deal about tracking the Elantra in this kind of circle? I think they said people were saying, well, they went, it was a 24-mile circuit that the police went and gathered all the CCTV footage from these various, stores that had it and everything. Man, that is the tip of the iceberg. If you're talking about this, you're talking about collecting potential CCTV footage from multiple states along this continuum, driving. And again, I don't know the numbers, well in excess of 1,000 miles headed eastbound. How many places are you going to pass? How many gas stations are you going to stop at, top off your car along the way? How many burger joints are you going to go to? So there's a chance that you're going to have screen captures of this individual, license plate readers, all these little things that come together that tell a bigger picture.
And one thing that sticks out to me, and you definitely touched on this a bit earlier, is the fact that he is studying criminology. So wouldn't he know certain tactics and things of that nature that, your average, I guess, I hate to say your average murderer, wouldn't know?
Yeah, and a lot of that depends, and keep in mind it's criminology, it's not forensics. And you get a dose of forensics in that, but in very broad strokes. From a criminology standpoint, that's more of a behavioral study, and that's the interesting point, isn't it? You're trying to determine where his interests lay in his research. Now, I would assume that if he, he's obviously at least intelligent enough to make it into a PhD program. With that said, would he have been bright enough and self-aware enough to try to cover his tracks in some way? To go back and clean up. Is it is it a matter of control that he held onto the car? Was it a matter of arrogance that he held onto the car? Or did he just not have any other options? I think all of that stuff has to be weighed in the balance, because that car is a crime scene on four wheels. I mean, that's the reality of it. The rub, I think, in this case is the fact that he's had it post-crime for these many weeks. So there's a lot of stuff that can be compromised in that period of time, kind of layering stuff that goes on from a trace evidence standpoint. I think that's going to be something that will have to be considered. One other thing I think is, you begin to think about cleaning this vehicle. Well, is there CCTV of him running it through a car wash, or going to a car wash that has vacuum cleaners, where you can vacuum a car out? Or did he get the car detailed, or any of those little things along the way? Does somebody have a remembrance of that? And, any kind of clothing he may have had. Was this guy a trophy seeker? They've got a warrant for the place over in Pullman now, and they're working that. I think even as we speak right now, there were, vehicles outside of that home, that apartment complex in Pullman. Did he hang on to anything inside of that residence, something that, he found of value, or did he take it with him? I don't know. You just don't know how sophisticated this guy might be, this suspect, and he is a suspect. We just don't know, but it's certainly something that I think brighter people than certainly me are going to be doing a deep dive into, to try to pick this apart from a psychological standpoint, not so much from psychology, but from an investigative standpoint. Let's put it that way. The psychology part that's another piece to it, that people can, dissect this individual, psychologically all they want down the tracks. But right now it's about putting all the pieces together to try to figure out, how all of this came together.
And that's what we're left to figure out for, people in the public here. We know they said 19,000 tips.
Yeah.
That is a lot of tips. I know I've heard, thousands of tips coming in, but we're talking 19,000 for one case.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? And again, wheat from the chaff here. You're appreciative of the fact that you're getting these tips coming in, but my Lord, I cannot even begin to imagine how you would process these things. What kind of the volume of data that would be rolling in, because with every one of those tips, you're talking about at least one phone call. And from there, that one phone call might, you might wind up making 10 or 20 phone calls just to try to confirm this, just to see. And not just that, but internet searches and all that other stuff that's connected with one tip. You talk about exponential growth. Begin to think about that. For people that have a mathematical mind, you begin to think about your starting number is 19,000 roughly. Okay. You begin to think about that, and think about this tiny little police department. And granted, they've got help from the state. They've got help from the feds. They're all on board on this thing. And so you bring that force to bear. But when you think about that in that context, it is an overwhelming number.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, I feel like I could talk to you about this case forever, but, I will let you go here in a second. Is there anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
Yeah, I urge everybody to continue to be patient. I think this is a really good day. It's a good day in the sense that it's a beginning. You'll hear that over and over again, and it truly is a beginning. They've just gotten it to this point. We're at the starting line right now, of this whole process, and that's where we are right now. The flag's gone up and they're off at this point, and they haven't even made the first lap yet, because there's so much more to come. I think that it's going to be important to watch these hearings that are going to be coming up. I think he's got one. I don't want to misspeak, and maybe we can confirm this, but
Tuesday,
I think it's next,
I believe.
Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah. Next Tuesday. I don't know how much we'll get out of that. There will be another hearing and that's going to be in Pennsylvania. There'll be another hearing when he gets back to Idaho. and there'll be the official charging and all of that sort of thing, and we'll learn more at that time. I urge everybody, please be patient, and be mindful of what you say and what you do relative to the investigators and the families as well. You've got people that are going, they're right in the middle of the holidays, that have lost their babies at this point in time. There's no getting them back. There's no amount of joy, that we can put on this thing at this point in time to heal that. There's no way. But if we're mindful and we're thoughtful about what we say and what we do, and trying to support the police and the prosecutors in their efforts, I think that's going to make this as easy as it can be.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
You bet, Josh. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
And moving right along with other top stories this morning, this New Year's Eve was a busy night for law enforcement agencies in Houston, Texas. A 12-year-old girl was grazed in the neck by a bullet shot in what police think was celebratory gunfire. Joining us now live with more is Fox 26 Houston Shelby Rose with another close case in the area. Shelby, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning. It's situations exactly like those two are what police were trying to avoid this New Year's. Last week, Crime Stoppers announced that they were having a $5,000 reward for anyone with any information that led to an arrest for celebratory gunfire. And Houston police say that they did make 5 arrests for illegally discharging a firearm this New Year's, and they're hoping to make 1 more after that 12-year-old girl was grazed in the neck by a bullet from celebratory gunfire around 12:30 Sunday morning on West Belfort near Fondren in southwest Houston. The girl was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay, but anyone with information, if you're in the Houston area, you can call Crime Stoppers. That number for you is 713-222-TIPS. And another Houston area family had a very close call of their own just after they rang in the new year. A bullet nearly killed their 3-year-old daughter. It came flying through the backyard fence. It whisked past people dancing on the patio and then crashed into a bedroom window, hitting the wall directly above the girl's head as she was sleeping. The family tells Fox 26 they believe it was divine intervention. No one was hurt because just before midnight they said a New Year's prayer. And as you said, Rain, it was a very, very busy New Year's for all law enforcement agencies here in the Houston area. The Harris County Sheriff's Office say they fielded 4,500 calls that night, and aside from those 5 people arrested for celebratory gunfire, Houston police say they made nearly 50 arrests for drunk driving. Rain?
All right, Shelby, a huge thank you to you. Thank you so much for joining us with that update. All right, we're taking a live now look from the city of Atlanta, Georgia. The time here, 8:47. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us here on this Monday, January 2nd. Happy New Year to you all. So many people consider the new year to be a time to set resolutions or to set new intentions. So if you do need help with your goal setting, Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson has you covered.
It is upon us now, and many people start off the new year with some new goals and new intentions. And of course, it can be hard to think about what you might want as we all ring in the new year, but let's have a little bit of help. I have brought in here with us artist Nicole Ray. She's with Art of Daily Practice. And Nicole, so many people always like to call them New Year's Eve goals. They call them intentions. No matter what, I think it's important to also remember that we have to say goodbye to the past year as well.
Very true, Christy. Thank you for having me back. This is a very special time of year as we close out a year and head into the new year. I think some of us have already said things like, wow, I can't believe it's going to be 2023, or it is 2023. This 2022 went so fast. And there's kind of some excitement that comes with that. There's excitement into a new year, but it also can come with some of those feelings and emotions. The last couple of years for all of us have been a lot, and I think 2022 was a year where we kind of tried to hold on and embrace some of the changes that have taken place, and things, are different. And with that, I think some of us had that pressure of trying to catch up on things and kind of create what we most need, and that can, come with its own feels. And so before we step into, hey, let's just get into 2023, I'm completely over 2022, let's stop and reflect. And I have some tools in my Art of Daily Practice toolbox that I want to share with you on how you can reflect on 2022.
Well, and something that I pointed out before to you when we were talking was also, you look back at the past year, you sometimes go through that negative list of things that you wish you would have done, goals and intentions you may have set at the beginning of the year that never happened. So it is important to also highlight some of the good, but also reflect on, oh, I didn't do that very well. How can I set myself up for success the next year? So walk us through the practice that you've brought to us today.
So I have a practice called #wins. I understand that nobody actually says hashtag. It is the symbol. So think of the symbol when you hear me say hashtag, but it's called #wins, and we keep wins all capital. And it is a way to shine light on the small and big things that have taken place throughout the year. And so as we begin a new year, we can get discouraged by wanting to kind of go forth on some of those things that we set out in 2022. Those can bring up some feels. And so we start small. Maybe you woke up early because you need more time in your morning practice, in your morning routine. And maybe that happened 5 out of the 365 days. That's a win. It's a win that you made it through the year. It's a win that you ate healthy a couple of times, or that you moved your body. It is going to bring up those feels of, hey, I didn't follow through with that fitness routine. Hey, I didn't lose that weight I wanted to lose. Or, hey, that plan that I had to take that trip or travel, that got changed. But it's a win that you set an intention to go towards it. So we're really documenting down tiny little things that took place. At the same time, I know some of you were like, how am I supposed to reflect on 2022 when I can hardly remember what I did yesterday, let alone a week ago, and you want me to remember 365 days? Go ahead and take time to reflect on different dates of the year. Maybe there was a birthday, an anniversary or special occasion. Maybe there was a change. Maybe you moved. Maybe you started a new job. Maybe you took that trip. And go ahead and use some of those things that happened that were positive to you and document that down as a win. So you just grab a pen and a journal or a piece of paper. It doesn't have to be a journal, and go ahead and just write 2022, the hashtag symbol wins. Then for everything that you list down, because I know we have some good list makers here, go ahead and write the hashtag symbol and then list the things that went well. That can bring up some feels, though, like I said, because as we reflect back on the year, it is much easier for our minds to think about the heavy stuff. And I know all of us have
a list of those things that have took place this year, because again, there's still a lot of transition happening. And so that is then going to require a tool that I have in the Art of Daily Practice toolbox called Forgive and Release. And Christy, I know you are familiar with that.
Yeah, it's one that I've used a lot in my daily life, just because you do sometimes hold a lot of guilt, and instead of holding that and letting it kind of put pressure on yourself, you say it out loud, and it's almost like releasing it. And something that we've talked about a lot on air, no matter where we've been together, but it is one that definitely could be used when you're looking back at 2022 before you move into 2023.
So yes, if you're finding it hard to see, capital S-E, to see with that light anything positive, don't worry. That's 100% normal. It's okay. Forgive and release is a tool that can be done out loud, like Christy was saying. It can be done mindfully if you're somewhere where you can't say it out loud, or it can be written down. And I know for many of us, that word forgive carries a lot of kind of emotions and energy and feelings. I want you to see it as two separate words, F-O-R-G-I-V-E. It carries the word give. And so when we use this affirmation, I forgive and release, we're saying I'm choosing to give love, to give light, truth, faith, positivity, a way into whatever it is that I'm carrying, such as a heavy thought, feeling, emotion, belief, to help you see it different. The beautiful thing about this is we do not need to be concerned on what is on the other side. When we use this practice, you will feel a shift in the way that you see it, think about it, feel. You'll gain more understanding, more clarity. And so really the only way to see how this works is to do it. So I've given some examples here as you document your win list for 2022. You might need to clear some space. So for example, I forgive and release the entire year of 2022. Just give love away into the whole thing. Okay, I forgive and release not accomplishing a certain intention. Forgive and release not following through or being hard on myself. I forgive and release feeling overwhelmed, anxiety, depression throughout the year. I forgive and release trying to keep it all together. Anything that comes up, I forgive and release the transitions and changes. I forgive and release heavy emotions. You might be experiencing loss or changes that have just been hard to process. Go ahead and use this affirmation. It isn't easy. Definitely it is not easy. It may sound like I think it's easy, but it's not. But it's also not hard. It's just a practice. And when we start to practice, we go towards the love, we go towards all of those good things within us, and you'll see how it works. So try it on a regular basis. If you're stuck in traffic and you're annoyed, try saying, I forgive and release the traffic out loud, and see if you can find some peace in that. You're also going to need it to go into the year of 2023.
And that's just the thing is, like you said, you have to kind of go through the entire process of looking at what was successful, forgiving what wasn't, clearing that space to then move forward into the new year. So let's talk about that, because a lot of people like to do New Year's goals. And then, of course, so we hear how many people drop them after a month or two. So that's kind of something that we need to not put so much pressure on, I think, when we move forward.
Yes, and many of us are saying, well, how do we not put that pressure on ourselves? It's everywhere. It's in our, in our advertisements, it's in our minds, it's just all around us, the hustle and bustle of all the things of, hey, you need to do this, that, and all of this to begin the year. The first thing, again, is use the F word, use the word of forgive. And forgive resolutions, forgive goals. I forgive and release those things. I forgive and release the new year. I forgive and release the pressures I'm putting on myself. I forgive and release that I didn't lose weight last year. I forgive and release that I have a gym membership and I haven't used it in a year. Look at where you are kind of holding some of that stuff and use this practice, and you will feel relief. It doesn't make these things go away, but it helps you see them differently. And so as we step into the new year, you just need to clear a little bit of space. And then that's where you may find that vision comes in. And I would love to share, Christy, with you a little bit about a vision practice and how we can do that.
Yeah, because as you said, you know, we really need to kind of look ahead and to not just set goals for ourselves, but really look ahead to how do I see myself in this next year? How do I want to feel in this next year? Because there's so many people out there who try to set these unrealistic goals, and really it can just be something so small that can make a huge difference in your life.
You said it very well. I call vision the desires of our hearts. And so when we kind of clear some space with forgive and release, it's just natural for us to desire things, to desire to have things, to experience things, to do things, as well as we do have desired feelings. If we're feeling anxious, we have that desire to want to have peace. If we love to just experience new things, you want to take that trip. And so I call that your vision. Now, once again, vision is something that kind of comes and goes. And so just keep that in mind. It's not something that you can force, but you can stay open to it. And so as we approach a new year, vision is inspired by a new year. It likes beginnings. And so that's where, again, we keep our F word close to us to keep clearing some of those thoughts that come up. And we try to tuck into what is it that we want to have, experience, and how do we want to feel? That is so important, because for some of us, we can go have what we want, we can go get those experiences, but we often forget, wait a second, we need to tuck into our feelings. And so this is another journaling practice. It's another list practice. If you don't like the word journal, go ahead and forgive and release that. And this is also, like I said, where your forgive practice is going to need to come in, because you are going to need to forgive those thoughts that say, I don't have the means to make this happen. I don't believe good things can happen. I didn't follow through with a healthy eating plan last year. I don't have what it takes this year. Forgive and release those thoughts, and grab that pen and paper and go ahead and write 2023 vision on the top of it. Just like you make a to-do list, go ahead and just ask yourself, what do I want to feel? How do I want to feel? And just jot it down. It doesn't have to be long sentences. Just jot it down and allow yourself to see, capital S-E-E, beyond what is in front of you. If you want to take that trip overseas, write it down. If you don't know where you want to go, that's okay. If you know where you want to go, write that down too. This is very similar to a vision board that many of us are familiar with, where we cut things out of magazines of the things that we want to have, experience, and so on. This is just a convenient way where you don't have to have a stack of magazines. You can just have a piece of paper and a pen and start documenting it down. It is not something that happens in 1 hour, 1 day, or even a week. I invite my students, when we are practicing this, is to take that entire month of January or into February and start aligning your thoughts with those desires of your heart and what you want. And then you'll start to see that, hey, if you have that intention to eat healthy or move your body, you'll start to do it because you feel it within yourself.
Well, and I really like that you're pointing that out too, because some people might go into a new year with these great intentions and say, I'm going to start doing this or that. And then they get in a month or two and they haven't even started it yet. They just figure, well, that's the loss. I'm not going to do it. It doesn't have to begin at the beginning of the year. As you said, you can start to think about it, maybe start to visualize what you want for that next year. And maybe you don't even make that list until March. Who knows?
I would say that, if anything, you said it perfectly, Christy. I give any of you who are listening full permission to not have anything started or do anything for at least the entire month of January. As you tuck into the spring, that's often a time where, for people who are in cold weather, you're able to get outside, you're able to kind of move through some of those things. And so just give yourself this 30 to 90 days to just kind of go into the year slowly, because we have 365 days to live. And so create that space. Now, some of you are my doers. You want that to-do list. You are ready. I invite you, if you are feeling some of that energy or the lack of motivation, but you want to have it, I invite you to try an intention list. It's very similar to a vision list, but if you're struggling to see some things, you might find that the affirmation, I carry the intention to, can be really helpful. As an analogy, I say that intentions are like the fuel and vision is like your vehicle. So if you need a little bit of gas, grab some intentions and go ahead and write down things like, I carry the intention to get more rest. I carry the intention to eat healthy. I carry the intention to work on some personal growth. I carry the intention to be more patient with my kids. I carry the intention to be more patient with my partner. And so if that is something that helps you, go ahead and have another piece of paper. I love using paper, as you can see, and write your 2023 vision and intentions and just document it. When those feelings come up about, hey, I can't have this, I can't do this, go ahead and practice your forgive and release out loud, mindfully, or by writing it down. And then as you're doing this, you may find that as you're reflecting on 2022 with your win list, clearing some space, you'll start to see that vision and intentions come in, and it just gives you something to do and have, and it's small, but it's a practice, and that has helped me so much, and I just am passionate about giving you tools to help you tuck into the new year.
Well, and that's the best thing is really you're there to help kind of guide us through that. There's no right or wrong way to do it. And I think an important thing to mention too, Nicole, something you've taught me is that list can always change. You might have things unexpectedly pop up in your life and you decide, you know what, I'm going to cross this off the list because now I see it in a whole different light because you've created that space and because you've just changed the way you see things.
That's a great addition, Christy. I'm going to add that into my toolboxes. Yes, your vision list and the desires of your heart, they change. They change like seasons. And so, yes, it's good for us to document them down, but it's also important that we stay open to new things and doors opening and doors closing, and really just allowing ourselves to kind of navigate on our path and be gentle with ourselves. So it is something that I do in one of my online courses that I offer called Cultivate 365, is where I take and break down the year into months. And so I do an intentions list for the month of January, February, March, and so on. I also do the end of each month is where I document my wins. And that was something for the first time, all of 2022, I did this monthly practice. And so as I was shifting and going through life, I was able to tuck in kind of the first week of every month saying, okay, I still want to go towards this idea, or, hey, I no longer want to do this project I was thinking about. I have a new idea for this. And so if that is something that excites you, try that as well. And I have more resources available at artofdailypractice.com. And maybe you'll find that that's also a way to help yourself be accountable and just have some tools that you're using.
Yeah, I mean, we're always looking for new ideas and ways to hold ourselves a little bit more accountable on reaching these goals. And these goals really aren't there to try to look successful to other people. It's really working on yourself inward, and then you're going to see it reflected outward as well. So we appreciate all the help that you've given us, Nicole. Anything else you want to just mention as we look into this next year? We're forgiving the past and we're looking forward to the future.
Just be gentle with yourself. Again, as we step into practicing, it can come with a lot of feels. Think about a practice you've done in your life, or if you have kids that are in, soccer practice or piano practice, or if you did some of those things when you were younger, there's times you don't want to do it. And there's times that you want to kind of kick and scream and your attitude is kind of low or negative. I invite you, in the midst of all of that, just show up. Just like you take your kids to practice, regardless if they want to go or not. Usually the way they begin is not the way they finish. And so when you are feeling some of that stuff, that resistance, which is very common, I invite you to go towards. Just remember, artist Nicole Ray said that resistance is a really good thing. It's a positive thing. It's not something that I need to wait to have it go away. I don't need to be upset at myself that I don't want to do something. I'm just going to grab that pen. I'm going to grab that piece of paper or that blank journal that's been sitting on your shelf for many years, or maybe you got a new one for the holiday. Go ahead and sit down and start your I forgive and release. And just snuggle under that cozy blanket, have your favorite beverage, and see where it takes you. You don't need to be in a special room at a special table wearing anything special. It can be 2 minutes, it can be 30 minutes, it can be an hour. You are practicing when you open up that journal and document those things down. And you're practicing when you say it out loud. You're practicing when you think about your desires. So thinking about them, speaking out loud, and writing them are all ways that are part of the practice.
And we certainly love this practice, and do want to say thank you, Nicole, for sharing it with us so that we can all head into the new year with some really great intentions. Artist Nicole Ray, again, you can visit her at artofdailypractice.com. We appreciate your help here today.
Thank you, Christy. Happy New Year.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson. And we are getting these very emotional live images into our desk. We're taking a look at the public wake that is being held in Brazil for famed soccer star Pelé. We're taking a look as fans and family members file in to pay their final respects. Now, his body will remain at midfield for 24 hours until tomorrow morning. This is going to allow people to mourn and say their final goodbyes. And then on Tuesday, Pelé's coffin will then be transported throughout the streets of Santos to a private memorial. So again, the world really mourning the loss of a soccer legend. Pelé passed away Thursday at the age of 82. The Brazilian superstar really being remembered for his extraordinary career. The time is now 9:11 a.m. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
When the 118th Congress convenes Tuesday, the first order of business in the new Republican-controlled House will be electing a new speaker.
Outgoing House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy won an initial leadership vote among House Republicans back in November, but the party is far from united behind him. 218 votes are required to become Speaker, and some Republicans say McCarthy remains dozens of votes short.
So he recognizes that he doesn't have the 218.
Others are more optimistic.
I think he absolutely gets the 218.
Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs says he plans to challenge McCarthy.
Right now, nobody has 218 votes, which is the magic number, and I don't believe we're going to see that until January 3rd, and it'll take maybe even take a few ballots to shake that out.
If there's no majority winner after the first ballot, the House will continue voting until a clear leader is declared. No Speaker vote has gone to a second ballot in 100 years. McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 votes. That means even embattled newly elected Congressman George Santos, accused of falsifying his resume, is needed by McCarthy.
They need George Santos's vote. Kevin McCarthy needs his vote in particular to become Speaker. It's a very narrow Republican majority.
When asked, outgoing House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she hopes Republican infighting will not slow down the voting process.
I'm just hoping that on January 3rd that they'll be expeditiously able to elect a Speaker so that we can get on with the work of the Congress.
Some might be surprised to know the Constitution does not require the House Speaker to be a member of Congress. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, that was the latest from Capitol Hill. At this time, let's go ahead and switch gears because we have Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez joining us now live. Mario, we are just a few hours away from the Rose Bowl. Tell us all about it.
Hi, Rain. That's right. The annual parade here in downtown Pasadena, a 5.5-mile route parade. And you can see some of the buses making their way through. We saw a lot of the tow trucks for the early morning preparations. We can tell you security is tight here, and it's going to be quite the spectacle. We're going to see 34 floats, equestrian groups, and marching bands from across the country, and there are people lined up. There will be hundreds of thousands within the next 2 hours, but there have been a lot of people that have been camped out here since late last night. These kids here, 4 and 6 years old, it's their first time at the Rose Parade, so they're very excited. And I also want to show you if you can see any of the people up here in their office space. We've got some condos lining the street here, so we've got some pretty good views for people who are looking forward to this annual parade. And it's cold. I know other parts of the country are dealing with some brutally cold temperatures. It's only in the 40s here in Pasadena, but it's pretty cold for Californians and Angelinos who are not used to these frigid temps. Hey, do you guys mind if we talk here? The Rose Parade, it's coming up here. Are you guys excited, looking forward to anything in particular?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's my first time, so.
Oh, your first time. Okay, so have you seen it on TV before?
Yes, yes.
That you'll be able to see it up close and personal. Do you know anything about the floats?
No.
And that's the thing. Some people, they don't know how these floats are made, but we can tell you that every single float, every inch of every float has to be covered in flowers or other natural material like seeds or bark. There will be 34 floats here along the 5.5-mile parade route, and it starts in about 2 hours, maybe an hour and 40 minutes. It'll be about 2 hours, and lots of excitement here for this parade in downtown Pasadena. Rain, back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. Moving right along with other top stories, we know that the year 2022 was quite the year for entertainment. So our very own LiveNOW from Fox's Josh Breslow had a conversation with Fox Entertainment's Ashley Dvorkin about everything we saw when it comes to entertainment this past year.
And we bring in entertainment reporter Ashley Dvorkin. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, and a lot to talk about. So I hope you have another 2 hours booked here because, we're going to talk about it all. We're going to talk about 2022, award season, and 2023. There were so many great movies this year.
So many great movies and so many big movies. So we can start with the biggest movie to round out the year, which is Avatar: The Way of Water, James Cameron's 3D epic film, the sequel. 13 years later after the top grossing film of all time. And that movie crossed the $1 billion mark within the first 2 weeks of release. So it's the third movie this year to achieve that feat, to surpass $1 billion. There was also Jurassic World Dominion and Top Gun Maverick. So as we remember, Top Gun Maverick, huge hit at the box office, a film that's going into awards season. Some people are seeing it more than once now that it's streaming on Paramount Plus. They're watching it at home as well as in the theaters. So that's an exciting one. And it actually, when it premiered on Paramount Plus over the holiday, it became the #1 most watched film globally on the streamer. So it just keeps achieving these feats as it goes.
Yeah, no surprise there. I mean, when I was guessing what the #1 movie was going to be throughout the year, I was thinking Top Gun, because that's a movie that I feel like you can watch time and time again. You don't even really need to have seen the first one to watch this one.
You don't have to, especially because of the action sequences. It's very exciting. It has a brand new story. But I think it also does tap into that nostalgia. And I think that those who loved the first movie are going to appreciate that aspect of it. And the new generations that are seeing it now, new audiences, are going to love how it kind of takes it in another direction.
So, underperforming movies of this past year, there were a few of them, nothing that really sticks out to me. So were there any major flops that you know of from the past year?
So I think that there's always films that don't meet the expectations. And what I like to think is that, you know, you always have the critical acclaim and then the audience score. So it depends on, you know, there are the box office flops because there are these big budget movies that just don't live up to the box office expectation. But especially now that you have streaming, some people will catch up and watch those movies at home. So we definitely had a lot of both this year.
And it's interesting because this is really the year when everyone started going back to the theater. We know over the past few years it was, you know, COVID. There were restrictions. Movie theaters, for the most part, weren't seeing a lot of people come in. They were closed for a while. So this is the year that people have started to return to those theaters. And there was a question as to whether people would actually go back to the movies or just wait for it to stream. And it seems like people have chosen to go back to the theater.
Yes, and I think that very much is thanks to some of the movies that came out because they're just so meant to be seen on the big screen. Like Avatar: The Way of Water in 3D, and Top Gun Maverick, and Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. These are the films that they're made at this blockbuster level, and people want to go and have that experience in the theater, and you saw that.
All right, so the big question, which of these films, which of the actors, actresses, do we think are going to be nominated for awards? Obviously, we think about this all year round. A movie can come out and we think instantly, oh, this is going to win an award.
Yes, well, and obviously in the technical achievements, you're going to see the Avatar, Top Guns talked about. And then we also have Everything Everywhere All at Once, that multiverse drama, and that was a hit. As soon as it came out and people were talking about it, and it's so interesting because it came out a long time ago, it feels like, but it really carried into awards season. The Banshees of Inisherin with Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell is definitely one of the front runners for Best Actor, as well as Brendan Fraser for The Whale. That drama, a lot of people are now seeing. It has expanded to more theaters nationwide. You also have The Fabelmans, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, which is streaming now, and there are just so many. We've got The Woman King. We have Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery, which is also streaming, and I feel like that is getting some buzz. So there's a lot of films. There's a lot of films that people love for the performances. They love for the big action. They love for the best picture category. So as we go into award season, it's very exciting. And you'll see different award shows, you know, honoring a variety of films. So we have the Golden Globes coming up. We have the Critics' Choice Awards. We obviously have the Oscars in March. So we have a little bit of time.
Yeah, and I believe the Oscar nominations should be announced in about a month.
Yes. So, and we'll look for those. We'll definitely, you're going to see so many of these award season contenders that we've been talking about in the build-up to award season.
Of course. What do you think about Top Gun as far as that goes? Could Tom Cruise be best actor material?
So I think that Tom Cruise, in terms of the movie overall and in terms of the action sequences, I think that that's where that film would be nominated more. I think that the best actor category is going to be a tough one to break into when it comes to the acting side for the movie. Obviously, this was a huge movie. It was an enjoyable movie. It was a blockbuster film. But I think on the acting side, as far as an Oscar nomination, we may not see that, but we're going to see it in terms of other recognition for the film. That's my opinion.
I was going to say, it's getting recognized everywhere, so it makes sense, though, that it might not happen, it might happen. Everything's always up in the air. I would say it's surprising to see the number of Netflix, Hulu, just any streaming service, movies and TV shows that do get nominated for awards, because it used to be so dominated by things that were in the theater and were on, major 4 networks. And now all of a sudden you have everything. It's just so many different TV shows and movies.
Yeah, there are so many choices. And I will say that, and I think that if you want, you watch it in the theater, you can watch it at home as well. And that's kind of what I do, because you take it in the theater, you take it in the first time, and then you watch it again. There's so many movies this year that were some of my favorites of the year that I have now seen a couple of times. Nope is one of those films. Nope was one of my absolute favorite films of the year, Jordan Peele's latest. And I've watched that several times now. So I feel like if you're like me, you'll just rewatch.
Talking about 2023, what are we looking forward to?
Okay, so we have so many movies coming up in 2023, and we have a lot of franchise returns. So let's start with, we've got Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, James Gunn, that signature humor, that intergalactic group, that music, so that returns. You've got Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. That has Miles Morales reunited with Gwen Stacy and meeting a team of spider people, and they clash on how to protect the multiverse. Speaking of the multiverse, we've got Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and that has those heroes venturing to a new realm. And they face Jonathan Majors' Kang the Conqueror. Now, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania kicks off Phase 5 of the MCU. So you've got the Marvel Cinematic Universe, fans excited for that. And then we talk Jonathan Majors. He also co-stars with Michael B. Jordan in Creed 3. So Michael B. Jordan directs Creed 3. It's the first sports movie shot on IMAX cameras. We've got Adonis Creed back in the ring. He's now squaring off with a former childhood friend. So that's a part 3. And then we've got Keanu Reeves is back in action with John Wick Chapter 4. We also have Harrison Ford reprising his iconic role in Indiana Jones 5, The Dial of Destiny. And I spoke with Harrison Ford, actually, and I talked to him for 1923, which is the Yellowstone spinoff that he's starring in, but I asked him about Indiana Jones, and he said that he's hoping that people will be excited to see him back, and he was really ambitious to do one more film and to see him at this time in his life. Because he thinks that it could present opportunities to round out the character and add a degree of complexity to it and tell another great story, which he said he thinks they do. So I keep going because we've got so many more franchises next year. We've got Ghostface, Scream. Scream is back for Scream 6, and this one is set in the Big Apple. This is a New York City set installment. Tom Cruise again. Tom Cruise led Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. And then we have Channing Tatum and Salma Hayek return to the stage, Magic Mike's Last Dance. And Barbie, Margot Robbie, and Ryan Gosling. I don't know if you saw that teaser. That was a really fun teaser. And then Ariel's Adventure in the Little Mermaid live action remake with Halle Bailey. We've got Game to Screen, the Super Mario Brothers movie. The Hunger Games is back. Fast and Furious is back with Part 10. Oppenheimer with Cillian Murphy as J. Robert Oppenheimer in Christopher Nolan's thriller about the creation of the atomic bomb. That is a very highly anticipated film as well, of course, with Christopher Nolan. We have Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and as we've discussed, Dune Part 2. So Timothée Chalamet had posted a photo from set showing that they had wrapped Part 2. And so that's coming out next year as well. Those are just some. There's so many movies, and we could talk horror films next, but.
Well, I mean, there are so many. You just went through that list, and there's a lot of sequels, and I mean, you have so many films that are coming back. Talking about Indiana Jones, for instance, Guardians of the Galaxy has another chapter coming out here, and we talked about this earlier between us, but Dune 1, the first part there, was pretty much just, I almost say, a teaser for what we're going to get in the second one.
It was a big, it set it up. It set it all up in a very epic way, in a sci-fi epic way. It was fun. It was a fun adventure. But it just, I agree with you. It was building and building and building. And that's why I'm so excited for part 2, because I feel like it left you with that. It left you kind of in that moment. So yeah, definitely excited for the follow-up.
And I did see the teaser for Barbie, and I know it's probably going to be underestimated at the box office, but I feel like it's actually going to do really well and be one of the top movies of the year. That's just my prediction. I'm not the expert, but I kind of think it will.
Yeah, well, look at all the buzz surrounding it. I mean, you have a couple photos from set that surface, and everybody's so excited about it. And I think that there's also this curiosity factor of how are they doing a Barbie movie? What is it about? You know, what is the plot? Where's it going to go? And I think that curiosity factor is big when it comes to the box office and people who are just like, all right, why not? Let's check it out. But it looks, and Greta Gerwig, listen, you put it in her hands. I'm excited to see it for that. I want to know what she's doing with this and where she's taking a Barbie movie. So I agree with you. I think it's going to be a big hit.
And my last question for you here, we know that this year people started to return to the movie theaters. They felt more comfortable going there. Many of them reopened. Do you think we're just going to see even more people show up to the theater next year, or are more people going to say, let's just go stream it at home?
I think because of the movies that are coming out, we're going to see more people at the theaters. These franchises, these huge, giant movies that are rolling out, I think people will go to see those because they're so excellent on the big screen. So I do see that, especially when you look at the movies and horror movies, as we're going to possibly discuss before. Horror movies do so well, and sometimes they have such a smaller budget, and then they do so well at the box office. And we have Megan kicking off the year January 6th, and that's an AI doll horror thriller, and it's James Wan and Jason Blum. And if you're a horror fan, you know that having those two behind a movie is huge. And I just think that horror movies are going to do well. M. Night Shyamalan has a new movie, Knock at the Cabin. But then these franchises, these sequels, these part 3, 4, 5, you've got, and long awaited, and a new Indiana Jones. I mean, I think that'll bring people back to the theater.
And that trailer for Megan, I feel like it's been out for like half a year, and I can't believe the movie itself hasn't come out. But now that we're, a week away or so from it coming out, I'm pretty excited because I will be there in line at the theater. I have to see it.
Yes. Well, I think that, again, because you hear who's behind it. Allison Williams stars in it. Also, that trailer it was great, and it went viral, and as soon as people saw it, they love this character, and they haven't even really met her yet. So I think there are others that will join you to go and check it out. But it's fun. It's, it has like that horror, scary element. You could tell, especially with some of the scenes in the trailer, that it has a little campy element going on too. So it'll be fun.
I mean, I was about to start doing the dance from the trailer, but I don't think anyone wants to see that. But it, it went viral. So, all right. So, Ashley Dvorkin, anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go? I feel like I've taken up all your time talking entertainment.
No, I will continue to talk entertainment. I will just say that, as you mentioned, there are so many options in the theater, at home, on streaming. There's a lot of series that are returning for, on TV. I think that the element of streaming series, they've really raised the bar on some of these shows. So whether you go to the theater for films or keep an eye out for some of those streaming shows, because there's a lot coming back next year too.
For sure. All right, I feel like I could talk to you about this forever. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Happy New Year.
Happy New
All right, a huge thank you to Fox's Ashley Dvorkin joining us here talking the latest entertainment headlines. The time is now 9:34 a.m. Let's go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll bring you all up to speed in just 2 minutes on our top stories and major headlines that we're paying very close attention to. So we'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here, 9:36 a.m. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday, December 2nd. Happy New Year to you all. The time is now 9:36. Again, we're looking from Washington, D.C. We are getting this live event to our desk. The mayor of Washington, D.C., Mayor Bowser, is going to be sworn in just a moment. So let's go ahead and watch live, raw, and unfiltered.
Of the colors by the Metropolitan Police Department Honor Guard.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous
Thank you very much, Sergeant Alexia Austin Love. And thank you very much to the Metropolitan Police Department Honor Guard.
And now,
while you are still standing, on many of these occasions in the past, the Master of Ceremonies was Channel 9's Bruce Johnson. Bruce, who served this community for so long, who reported in this community for so long, is no longer with us in the flesh. And even though Tom and I are poor replacements for him, we stand nevertheless in the shadow of Bruce Johnson. So I'd like to ask you all to observe a moment of silence in memory of Bruce Johnson. Thank you.
thank you. Bruce and I were competitors, but we were not enemies. It was a great time to spend time with him, and we honor his memory today. We also want to recognize, I think you may be seated. We want to recognize the former council members and mayors in attendance. We'll ask them to stand and be recognized. The list I have is Brandon Todd, Councilmember Brandon Todd, Councilmember Jack. Wait, hold the applause, please, because it's a long list. Councilmember Jack Evans, former Chairman Kwame Brown, Kathy Patterson, and now the auditor, Councilmember Alyssa Silverman, Councilmember Sandy Allen, and Councilmember Bill Lightfoot. If there are any others I missed, I apologize. Let's have one round of applause. Oh, and Yvette Alexander's already shouting down in front here. You know, we did ask people to respond in advance, so since you're lucky you got in the door. Okay.
You have a list of the other elected officials over there.
Oh, we have another list.
That's right.
We have some honored people from not the District of Columbia, so I'm not sure why we're mentioning them, but go ahead, Kojo.
The ambassador from El Salvador to the U.S., Milena Mayorga.
You know, again, hold your applause. We have a long list.
The U.K. ambassador to the U.S., Dame Karen Pierce. Congressman-elect Glenn Ivey. Maryland State Delegate Julian Ivey. Mayor of Tacoma Park, Talissa Searcy. Chairman of Loudoun County, Phyllis Randall. Supervisor of Prince William County, Andrea Bailey, Regional Vice President for the NAACP, Reverend Cozy Bailey, and the Vice Mayor of the City of Falls Church, David Snyder.
Thank you all for coming, and don't forget our statehood effort.
And now it's time for the invocation. We can call on Reverend Dr. Kendrick E. Curry.
Good morning. Please pray with me as I pray. According to my faith tradition, let us pray together. Eternal and all-wise God, the benevolent and merciful, in whom we all live, move, and have our being, we know that all things were created by you, and there is no authority except you, and the authorities that exist are appointed by you. So today we are gathered, and we thank you for this day that you've made, and we are here at the great historic proceedings of the inauguration of Mayor Muriel Bowser and the swearing in of Council Chair Phil Mendelson and Council Members Bonds, McDuffie, Nadeau, Fruman, Parker, Allen, and Attorney General Swab. We ask that you bless them and keep them in the discharge of their duties as assigned, that you make your face to shine upon them and be gracious unto them as they represent the best interests of the residents of the District of Columbia among the myriad of challenges in our city, including housing affordability, opioid abuse, and the senseless violence in our streets. That you lift up your countenance upon them and give them peace as they work together, so that all families in all 8 wards have the resources and the retail, the educational opportunities to thrive and not merely survive. We ask, oh God, that you grant them the faith for them to lead fearlessly and courageously, the wisdom to discern and make the right decisions on our behalf, the humility to see all residents have worth, dignity, and deserve to be heard, and the compassion to generously give of themselves as they give for the greater good of public service, so that now one DC can prosper together. Almighty God, we ask that you help these leaders and every single resident in our nation's capital. Where there's confusion, please bring clarity. Where there's division, bring unity. Where there's unforgiveness, bring understanding. Where there's fear, bring faith. Where there's selfishness, bring selflessness. Where there's injustice, bring justice. So that ultimately the District of Columbia, or should I say the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth, is one people gathered in one place, one time, on one accord, and we will be able to come for the common good by God's Spirit. We ask that you bless the families and the homes of those who have been elected, and where they've been elected to serve, be with them in every capacity. Bless and keep every single resident who lives, works, and plays and worships in the District of Columbia. I humbly ask this in the name of the one who taught me to love the Lord thy God with all my heart, mind, soul, and strength, and to love my neighbors as myself, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
This is the part where the clock really starts ticking.
Yes, we're about to have a member of Congress come up.
Let the record show that so far we're on time.
And we've checked her resume. Everything in her resume checks out.
Please give a warm welcome to Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton.
For brief remarks.
Members, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and congratulate all our elected officials on your swearing in. In the 118th Congress, which starts tomorrow, the District of Columbia will have opportunities to advance statehood. But we will also face threats to home rule. In the 117th Congress, D.C. continued its historic progress on our march to statehood. The House passed our D.C. statehood bill, which was only the second time in history that a chamber had passed the bill. The first was when the House passed it in the 116th Congress. The Senate held its second ever hearing on the bill, and the bill had a record number of Senate co-sponsors, led by our champion, Senator Tom Carper. The Biden administration strongly endorsed the bill. In the 118th Congress, I will continue to urge the Senate to hold its first ever floor vote on the bill. That vote will help bring national attention to the disenfranchisement of D.C. residents. We also made historic progress on home rule in the 117th Congress. For example, the House twice passed our bill to give the mayor control over the D.C. National Guard, and the House Committee on Oversight and Oversight and Reform passed our bill to give D.C. exclusive control over prosecutions and clemency for D.C. crimes, and to repeal the congressional review period for D.C. legislation. As we mark the 50th anniversary this year of the D.C. Home Rule Act, we will likely face the greatest threats in the Congress to home rule since the 1990s. Republicans may try to further restrict D.C.'s limited home rule or even try to eliminate home rule altogether, as several House Republicans have said they will try to do. We will defeat any such attempts. House and Senate Republicans will likely introduce many bills to block or repeal D.C. laws or impose laws on D.C. In fact, House Republican leadership has announced that one of the first 10 bills they will bring to the floor for a vote will permanently prohibit D.C. from spending local funds on abortion. In the 117th Congress, the House and Senate Republicans introduced more than 30 standalone and anti-home rule bills and amendments. We defeated all of them, though the Senate Republicans were able to use the threat of a filibuster to airdrop the abortion and marijuana riders into the final D.C. appropriations bills. We will fight to defeat each and every anti-home rule bill, amendment, and rider. D.C. will not be fighting alone. We will have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic president. However, that is not a guarantee against the enactment of anti-home rule legislation, especially through riders on must-pass bills. As many of you will recall, the abortion rider was reimposed in 2011, and the marijuana rider was imposed in 2014, despite Democrats controlling the Senate and the presidency at the time. Moreover, to my great disappointment, the Biden administration has not always supported home rule. I look forward to working with D.C. elected officials, especially those that will come forward today, D.C. residents and our allies in Congress and across the country, to advance D.C. statehood and to defend D.C. home rule in the 118th Congress. We should not despair. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton. We will now begin the process of swearing in.
I think that's the reason we're here.
Did they have to have a co-host? We will begin with the swearing in for the Attorney General-elect Brian Schwab. The oath will be administered by the Honorable Robert L. Wilkins, United States District Judge, United States Court of Appeals. And now we will call on them to all approach the stage. And how much time do they have?
Well, he gets a couple of minutes to get up here, and he gets 3 minutes to speak, and not Ms. Norton's 3 minutes. Okay.
Brian Schwab.
We have a moment for family and friends to come up and join them for this historic moment.
All right, please repeat after me. I, Brian Lawrence Schwab,
I, Brian Lawrence Schwab,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the laws of the United States of America and of the District of Columbia,
the laws of the United States of America and the District of Columbia,
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the United States,
and will faithfully discharge the duties of the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia,
the duties of the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia,
on which I am about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I think you can go down. We're following directions. Good morning and Happy New Year. The new year is a time for reflection and recommitment. In the coming year, what are we going to commit to doing in order to live our best lives? Elections are also an opportunity for reflection and recommitment. In casting their votes, DC residents express what they expect their elected leaders to do to help them live their best lives. I'm humbled by the trust district residents have placed in me to represent them, to advocate for them, and to use the law to help them make their lives better and safer. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian. My mother, Estelle, grew up here, as did her father, my grandfather, Sam. My wife, Mickey Simon, and I have been blessed to live, work, and raise three amazing daughters here. In my unbiased view, there is no better place in the world to live than the nation's capital. We enjoy an abundance of resources: environmental beauty, cultural treasure, financial stability. We grow, attract, and retain extraordinary human talent. We are awash in resources that fuel growth, innovation, and prosperity. But we face persistent inequities. Far too often, our abundant resources and the opportunities that those resources create are not shared equally. And as a result, some, but not all, Washingtonians are sharing in our prosperity. How do we close widening gaps in income, in home ownership, in business ownership, and access to health care? How do we make sure that hardworking people that built our city and that make it run every day can afford to live here? We also face violence and trauma. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their neighborhood, walking their dog, shopping for groceries, going to school. How do we protect our neighbors from gun violence and traffic violence? How do we ensure that parents see their children grow up healthy? And we face threats to our democratic values. How do we preserve fundamental rights, rights to reproductive freedom, to love who we choose, to be free from racism, bigotry, and hate? As I reflect on these questions and where we look for answers regarding equity, safety, and democracy, I think about advice my father gave me. Today, January 2nd, would have been my dad's 87th birthday. When he left the Justice Department in the mid-60s, many of the firms in this city would not hire him because he was Jewish. I can only imagine how he'd feel seeing his son standing on this stage taking the oath of office as Attorney General. Dad's advice was simple. God gives us two ears and one mouth for a reason. We have to listen twice as much as we talk. As your independently elected Attorney General, I will listen to everyone. And I will collaborate with anyone who has our city's best interests at heart. But I will be beholden to no one. Strengthening the independence of the Attorney General is one way we fight for equity. It's how we ensure our seniors, our workers, our tenants, our consumers, and our environment are protected from powerful forces that would seek to profit by taking unfair advantage. An independent Attorney General is also essential as we strive toward fuller representative democracy, expanded home rule, and statehood. On this note, a message to Capitol Hill. Regardless of party, I pledge to be a partner with you in good faith. We don't have to agree on everything before we work together on anything. But make no mistake, Washingtonians have put their trust in me to stand up for our rights, our autonomy, and our values, and I will not let them down. District residents have repeatedly told me that in addition to being an independent advocate for equity, democracy, they expect the Office of Attorney General to focus on accountability, especially our collective obligation to improve public safety. In D.C., the Office of Attorney General is responsible for prosecuting juvenile crime. Under my leadership, we will prosecute crimes fairly and with integrity and when we have the evidence to do so. But prosecution happens after the fact. To make our communities safer, we must stop crime before it happens. Now, we know that access to stable housing, healthy food, mental health, counseling, and structured and safe places during and out of school are all critical in making sure young people grow up healthy and hopeful about their futures. And hopeful kids are safer to themselves and to everyone around them. Locking up young people does not make us safer. We need to elevate, we need to celebrate, and we need to cultivate young people. Kids are biologically hardwired to take risks and make mistakes, but too many young people in Washington, D.C. don't have the privilege of learning from their mistakes without risking their liberty or their lives. We do have to hold people accountable, and we will. But accountability is a two-way street. As government officials and community leaders, we also need to hold ourselves accountable. We are all accountable to hold and invest wisely in the future of our kids. After all, their future is our future. As elected Attorney General, I am a temporary steward of this office. I will strive every day to leave it in better shape than I find it, and I find it in pretty darn good shape. We should be proud of the Office of Attorney General. It is independent, it is effective, it is a law office full of the talent and smarts and diversity and grit that a city like Washington, D.C., full of talent, smart, diverse, and gritty people deserves. It has a legacy of excellence that I pledge to carry forward because I believe the law in the hands of smart, hardworking, committed professionals is the single greatest tool we have to make the district the place, indeed the state, we deserve it to be. So with this new year, let us commit to collaborating, to holding ourselves accountable, and to listening. Because if we do, we'll realize the promise of this great city. We'll build a community where prosperity is shared, where democratic rights are secured, and where everyone in every neighborhood is safe. Thank you.
And now on to the legislature.
We will now begin the oath of office for each council member who is receiving the oath of office today, beginning with the Honorable Brianne K. Nadeau, the council member of Ward 1. The oath is being administered by the Honorable Julie R. Breslow, Magistrate Judge, Superior Court of the District of Columbia, and Tom and I have received new instructions about where they have to stand.
Yes, the judge stands on that side.
That side.
You're the judge and I'm the swearing.
Exactly.
Do I get 5 minutes to speak?
No.
Anyway, all the supporters of Councilmember Nadeau, please come up. We're going to try to keep on schedule. And if you feel Coach O and me walking up behind you, there's a time code right here. See the time codes? Timekeeper. He's timekeeper. Wave that so everybody sees. There's a timekeeper right there. He's going to enforce whatever.
Okay. Swearing, you've got to be on this side.
Oh, we're still?
Yes, you're on this side, the judge is on this.
Okay.
It's just Cannon and the judge here.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Change the rules. Spread all the way.
There's an X. There, X marks the spot, and when she's there, it makes a difference on the TV.
Sure.
And you're on the X.
Zoe, can you hold on to it? No? Okay. Her choice. Ready?
All right. I, Brianne Nadeau,
I, Brianne Nadeau,
Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute
do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute
the laws of the United States and of the District of Columbia,
the laws of the United States and the District of Columbia,
and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of the member of the Council of the District of Columbia, on which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Good morning. I'm grateful to stand here today with the partnership and support of our community in Ward 1 and beyond. I'm here with my council and campaign staff, past and present, and my beloved family, my mother, Davida, my husband, Jason, and my daughters, Zoe and Madeline. Thank you all for your love, encouragement, and support. You've undoubtedly heard me call Ward 1 the most diverse ward in the district, and that's something I fight to preserve every day. And though the boundaries of our ward have not changed for many years, what happens within our boundaries is dynamic and ever-changing. This afternoon, I'll be making history by swearing in the commissioners of ANC 1E and ensuring that the eastern part of Ward 1 will have its own representation at our most local level. I could give you a long list of things we've accomplished together over the past 8 years, but instead, I want to focus on several collaborative efforts that illustrate the complexity and beauty of this work. If Ward 1 is the heart of DC, then Columbia Heights is the heart of Ward 1. It's our melting pot, that's right. 2 decades ago, hundreds of people came together to design the public space in Columbia Heights. And even today, dozens of those folks are still engaged in helping it meet its full potential. As council member, I started out early convening residents, business leaders, and government offices to address ongoing maintenance issues and human services needs. With seemingly no hope of the formation of a bid, I established a Main Street program now run by District Bridges. Residents volunteered their time, ANCs pitched in, but several years ago it became clear that the issues we face needed still more resources. By establishing a grant for a plaza manager, we now have a dedicated person at District Bridges engaging those suffering from substance use disorder, and it's working. In the first month of the program, a handful of men made the choice to go to rehab. Then there were more. One day this summer, there were 38 men who approached our plaza manager wanting to get sober and healthy. Through this work, we are also now able to do more public programming. Whether it's exercise programs or holiday festivals, we're starting to see our public spaces in Columbia Heights live up to that vision laid out nearly 20 years ago. And that's one of the things I love most about Ward 1. We have big plans. Folks are willing to pitch in to make them come together, and we never give up. And we're doing this work in all the neighborhoods across the ward, not just Columbia Heights. Ward 1 is also a place where we have not only a significant number of vulnerable residents, but also many residents who care very deeply about helping others. That's why I sought out the chairmanship of the Committee on Human Services, and it's why I persevered in advancing the piece of legislation for which I am most proud, the Homes and Hearts Amendment. For years, I heard from those who work directly with our homeless residents about the need for more housing, the only true solution for homelessness. Each year, I added millions of dollars to the budget and helped house hundreds more people, but it never seemed like it was enough. In such a wealthy city, surely we could come together to end homelessness. So that's what I aim to do. Thank you. By raising taxes on wealthy Washingtonians, the council was able to fund $65 million annually, ending homelessness for thousands of people. Thousands of people who will have their own place to call home after living on the streets for sometimes decades, who will get the health care and supports they need and live the dignified lives that all Washingtonians deserve. Thank you to all who worked for the passage of Homes and Hearts. It is an accomplishment for which we should all be proud. I'm thrilled that I'll now be moving on to chair the Committee on Public Works and Operations. The Department of Public Works touches many aspects of daily living and the quality of life in the district and in our ward. We know how dedicated the DPW workforce is and how hard their work has been throughout the pandemic. I'm committed to working with them to reduce waste, keep our streets and neighborhood clean, and address parking challenges across the city. And I look forward to working with a new director to lift up this agency for all our residents. The committee will also have oversight of other agencies that protect consumers and provide basic and necessary services for our residents, and I'm excited to get started. There's work ahead of us to make our ward and our city vibrant, livable, and equitable, to keep our streets and communities safe for all, and the difficult but attainable work of preserving and protecting affordable housing everywhere across the district. The past several years have brought incredible challenges that many would have found insurmountable, but in the District of Columbia, we are practiced at coming together to triumph over these threats. That's how we've managed through a global pandemic, through the Capitol insurrection, the reversal of Roe, and through constant threats to our autonomy, even as we get closer and closer to statehood. We are tough. We are strong, but we are also collaborative and caring, and that's what makes me most proud to serve as your Ward 1 council member. When I stood here 8 years ago, I pledged I would do this work in partnership with residents, and that's what I've done. Whether you've sent me an email or a DM, attended my monthly community office hours, or offered testimony on a bill, I've brought your ideas, input, and experiences to life through my efforts on the council. Thank you for your trust and belief in me. I'm so excited to get back to work.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 10:10, and we are taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. Any moment now, we do expect the mayor of D.C., Mayor Muriel Bowser. You can see her there sitting there in all black on the stage. She is going to be sworn in for her third term, becoming the only city's second elected official and the first woman to earn 3 consecutive terms. So again, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We will revisit this event in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are currently watching live, raw, and unfiltered the swearing in of the mayor of DC, Muriel Bowser. Let's go ahead and revisit this live event.
This one certainly does, with the dual challenges coming in part from the aftershocks of COVID. First, economic growth is not what it once was. COVID only made more acute the competition we face from smaller cities around the country and new dynamic hubs in the region. Our central core and tax base are vulnerable in ways that we have not seen in decades. We must ensure our downtown and economic base return to an upward trajectory and our tax base is resilient. But second, One need not be a social scientist to see and feel the trauma flowing through our communities in the wake of COVID, particularly in those in which hope already was in short supply. And a place with many thousands of people with little hope cannot be a place of justice or safety. These are different challenges, arguably pulling in different directions, but we must tackle them both. Doing so will require focused creativity, eschewing ideology, and an ability to work together. Happily, all exist in abundance in our city leadership with a broad cross-section of earnest and talented voices. Your two new council members are a young, charismatic, gay, African-American man and an old white grandfather. I'll let you guess which one I am. We have a ton in common, but we bring very different life experiences to the council table, and there's something beautiful about that. I've had the privilege to work with and get to know all of my now colleagues, from our skilled and deeply committed mayor, chair, and incoming attorney general, to my extraordinary colleagues on the council. As I set out on the important project of working with them, I will think about what brought me to this moment and the responsibility that comes with it. As I got in this race, I felt confidence that I would get to this day. The one question was whether my grassroots base could weather the Washington Post and an onslaught of outside money. I expected $250,000 to be spent to block me getting onto the council. It ended up being $500,000, and it was never close. As I traveled the community every day, someone seeing me in my t-shirt said something like, "Oh, Fruman, I'm for Fruman." And I got to say, "I am Fruman." And invariably, they said that some friends of theirs had talked to them about me and vouched for me and said, based on personal experience with me or with my wife, that they were supporting me, and that's where my support came from. As those serving in elected office know, with those conversations between voters that we're not a part of comes responsibility. We owe our chance to make a difference to those who vouched for us and invested confidence in us. I'm also humbled that I fill big shoes. Mary Cheh was an extraordinary council member, ably serving the ward and city and pressing the district to be a global leader on the environment, animal rights, and fighting hunger. Over 150 years ago, the great abolitionist Senator Charles Sumner, in a different time when it was a good thing that radical Republicans had power, said of Washington, D.C. and the issues of social justice that Washington should be a leader, an example for all the land. Our ambition should be no less today. My pledge today is that I will do all I can, draw on all my skill and all my life experience to work with others to make the city a more just, prosperous, green place and a great place to live, learn, work, raise a family, and age in place. And while we're at it, let's make the Douglas Commonwealth the 51st state and change the trajectory of the history of this country. Thank you for this opportunity to serve and make a positive difference.
And now another new guy.
How was that on time?
That was on time.
That was on time? Well, let's hope we keep it that way. Next up is
the timekeeper has to stay awake, though.
The timekeeper fell asleep?
No, I'm not accusing him of anything.
Well, he's sitting next to Jack
It was
Evans.
just a warning shot.
Next up is the Honorable Zachary Parker, Council Member of Ward 5. The oath will be administered by the Honorable Anna Blackburn Rigsby, Chief Judge of the District of Columbia Court of Appeals.
Are you ready to take the oath of office?
I am. I'm being told to wait a second.
Are you ready to take the oath?
I am ready. I am ready.
Would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I state your name.
I, Zachary Parker,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear,
that I will faithfully execute
will faithfully execute
the laws of the United States of America
the laws of the United States of America
and of the District of Columbia,
and the laws of the District of Columbia,
and I will defend the Constitution of the United States of America
and I will defend the Constitution of the United States of America
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of member of the Council of the District of Columbia,
of member of the Council of the District of Columbia,
on which I am about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. And good morning, DC. I want to first start by extending congratulations to our mayor, Muriel Bowser, on a historic swearing in that is yet to come, to Chairman Mendelson and council members Bonds, McDuffie, Nadeau, and Allen on your re-elections. I also want to give a special congratulations to the other freshman council member up here, Matt Fruman. It will be great to have another educator, or education advocate rather, on the council. I, for one, first and foremost, will always be an educator. It's always an honor to share the stage with our warrior on the Hill, Congresswoman Norton. Congratulations to you, as well as to our newly minted Attorney General, Brian Schwab. Thanks to the judges who have joined us to officiate today's swearing-in ceremonies, particularly Chief Judge Anna Blackburn-Rigsby. And thanks to my family and friends who've traveled near and far to be here today. And every member of Team Zachary, you know who you are. Your unwavering commitment and support means the world to me. When I was here 4 years ago giving remarks after being sworn in to the State Board of Education, I referenced the classic line from Charles Dickens's A Tale of Two Cities. It is the best of times, it is the worst of times. And I referenced that line to describe the disparities that exist within DC and within our schools, where for many, it is the best of time and they're flush with resources, but for many more, it is the worst of times, and people are holding on for dear life. And I stand here knowing that despite the disparities that persist, Washington, D.C. is the greatest city in the world, and one day will become the 51st state of the United States of America. So keeping with that tradition, I started at my swearing in 4 years ago. Today I want to call on another literary work, this time by the brilliant James Baldwin, The Fire Next Time. One can give nothing, whatever, without giving oneself. That is to say, risking oneself, Baldwin writes. He says, if one cannot risk oneself, then one is simply incapable of giving. I stand here today knowing that what I can give to Ward 5 neighbors and district residents is directly related to what I am willing to risk. Neighbors have cast their votes, their sacred votes, for me to risk standing alone for those things that are right and what's good for the greater good. Neighbors have cast their votes for me taking on the darts and arrows that are commonplace in this business to fight for their interests. And you know, and I agree, that we cannot mistake absolutism for principle or continue to put profit over people or bastardize words like equity while upholding systems that disadvantage black folks and brown folks and poor folks. Baldwin also teaches us that change is renewal and that nothing is constant. I'm humbled that my election represents needed change in Ward 5 and on the DC Council as the district emerges from a global pandemic. By one of the widest margins seen this election cycle, Ward 5 and neighbors elected an educator born on the south side of Chicago, with a simple vision that all district residents deserve good and an accountable government. That means we must serve as responsible stewards of the district's resources, examining how we spend taxpayer money, while also making sure that we extend support to those in greatest need. It also means making government more accessible and accountable to you, the people. What's more, for the first time since 2015, there will be an out gay member on the council, and for the first time ever, that council member will be Black. With this honor comes the responsibility to address the ridiculously high rates of queer youth homelessness, fight to protect federal protections that are under assault just by officials just down the street, and ensure that we're investing more in the people and organizations fighting every day for our LGBTQIA+ neighbors. So today, and I'm wrapping, if you are feeling the same calling for renewal in the district that I do, where all neighbors have a shared quality of life and can live in safe and healthy communities, and where natives and residents who have long lived in the district can benefit from this city's growing prosperity. If you feel the same responsibility that I do to give voice to communities that are often overlooked and to prioritize getting things done versus scoring political points, then I invite you to join me on this journey. For when times change, so must we, and the time has found us to chart a new path for the district's renewal. Thank you again, Ward 5. It is the honor of my life to represent this community that I love. Thank you.
We've finally gotten to my ward.
Well, earlier you recognized some of the former members of the council who are here, and someone just whispered to me on stage, did you see Tommy just snuck in? Who is the Tommy to whom that person was referring? Former at-large council member Tommy Wells.
Tommy Wells. Who gave you his name, Tommy?
No.
Did he sneak up here?
No, it was the next guy who was coming up here who gave me his name. And that would be the Honorable Charles Allen, council member of Ward 6. The oath will be administered by the Honorable Nicole Hopkins, administrative law judge in the District of Columbia, Office of Administrative Hearings. And I know you have previously warned Council Member Allen that you are likely to
He was
cut him off.
unopposed for election, so instead of getting 5 minutes, I told him he should get 3. But we'll see if he follows that. Councilmember Allen and Judge Hopkins.
Please state your name. I, please state your name.
I, Charles Allen,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the laws of the United States of America
oh goodness, that was a long one, that I will faithfully execute the laws of the United States of America
and the District of Columbia,
and the District of Columbia,
and will,
to
the best of my ability,
the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and will faithfully discharge
the
duties of the office
of
member of the Council of the District of Columbia,
member of the Council of the District of Columbia,
on which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
It's a really big book. If you believe it, our son told us he was really nervous last night and he wasn't sure he was going to come up on stage. So, good job. Good job. Thank you all very much, and good morning, D.C. First, let me thank my dear friend, the Honorable Nicole Hopkins, for administering my oath of office. Judge Hopkins and I met about a decade ago outside a polling location in Ward 6 as she was running to serve our city as an ANC commissioner. Not only did she win that election and serve her community as a commissioner, she ended up helping me win my election a couple of years later. She came on to become an invaluable member of my team, a close and trusted friend, and now she serves her city again as an administrative law judge. I am very proud of you, Nicole, and thank you for doing me the honor of swearing me today. And of course, the most important people that I need to thank are the three other people that were on the stage moments ago. First and foremost, to my wife, Jordy. She is my best friend. She is the first person to say yes to my good ideas and the person who can tell me no to my bad ideas like no one else on this earth. And to our kids. When I was first elected 8 years ago, Cora was just 2 years old. I held her in my arms as I took my oath. And then 4 years later, our family grew, and Everett was 2 years old. And I held him in my arms when I took my oath that day. Today, they are 10 and 6 years old. They are a little too big for me to hold and get sworn in at the exact same time, but I simply could not do this job and serve in this role without my family's support, their patience, their love, and their grace. I've missed a lot of dinners and bedtimes, and I'm so grateful to all three of you for this journey that we're on together, so thank you. Today marks a new beginning, not just a new year with new resolutions or a new term of office with new colleagues at our side, but a time when we should pause to measure what we've done, see the challenges ahead, and commit ourselves to chart a course together to meet them. And in doing so, we can't just nibble at the edges of a problem, but rather we must look to do big, bold things. And I know we can because we've done it before. Together, as one government, as one District of Columbia, we can, we have, and we must do big, bold things. As I reflect back to standing on this stage 4 years ago, I remember talking in my comments about the collective will we have to show in the face of some very daunting challenges. I referenced the well-known quote by Dr. King, that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And I noted that it doesn't simply bend on its own, but rather by the shared effort and force that we will apply together to shape that arc toward a more just and fair world. 4 years, a single elected term, can feel short, but it can also be monumentally consequential for countless lives and even generations to follow. 4 years ago on this stage, we were still a year away from a global pandemic that would reshape our lives and our futures. We had to come together from the leadership of our mayor, to innovative actions by our council, to the resiliency and resolve of DC government workers to meet this unexpected challenge, and we did big things. 4 years ago, some members in Congress, they wanted to come gunning for our autonomy and self-governance, but with our warrior on the Hill, Congresswoman Norton, she stared them down at every turn, and let me tell you, she does not blink first. 4 years ago, we didn't think that a petulant and desperate president...
All right, you are streaming live now from Fox. The time here, 10:33, and we are taking this live now look from Washington, D.C. We are witnessing many elected officials in the D.C. area be sworn in. And any moment now, we do expect Mayor Muriel Bowser to be sworn in for her third term, becoming the city's only elected official and first woman to earn 3 consecutive terms. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We will revisit this live event right after this commercial.
Transportation and the Environment Committee this new session to focus on the big, bold ideas that we can accomplish together to build a more connected, a more resilient, and a more equitable city for all. I'm excited to partner with the mayor in her third term, leading our city to tackle these big ideas and big challenges. I'm excited about partnering with all of my council colleagues to achieve bold ideas for our residents. These are things that we can do. We've done big things in times of chaos and adversity, and that's what gives me the confidence to know how we will meet our future. Our city looks to us to lead, our residents depend on bold actions, and the moment we face demands nothing less. I'm incredibly grateful to the residents of Ward 6 and this city for giving me their trust and confidence to serve another term on the council. I'm excited to share this stage with my colleagues, and I'm ready to deliver on the big, bold ideas you expect of us. So let's all get back to work. Thank you very much.
You know, David Catania, I think, holds the longest speech, 5 minutes, which I think was 15. He'll correct me, I'm sure. At least he didn't get that far.
He was headed there, though. Next up is the Honorable Anita D. Bonds, Council Member at Large.
What about, technically speaking?
My list says Anita Bonds is up next.
Anita Bonds will be next. I think we were supposed to do McDuff. I was going by this order.
No, that's the wrong order. This is the right order. This is the last one.
It doesn't matter?
Well, let's do both. No.
Ms. Bonds asked if we wanted her up here. We always want you up here.
Honorable Anita D. Bonds, Council Member at Large, oath administered by the Honorable John P. Howard III, Associate Judge, District of Columbia Court of Appeals.
Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Anita D. Bonds,
I, Anita D. Bonds,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the laws of the United States of America
the laws of the United States of America
and of the District of Columbia,
and of the District of Columbia,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of member of the Council of the District of Columbia,
on
which I am about to enter.
Again.
Congratulations, Council
Thank
Member.
you. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. And to our Congresswoman, I want to give a special shout out because she continues to be here with us again and again, and hopefully is going to bring about statehood for the District of Columbia. Every day she works for that. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. To Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, council colleagues, Attorney General, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioners, I know you're here, our judges, families, friends, I'm honored to be here with you and incredibly excited to begin a new council term and continue my lifelong commitment to public service. I want to give a special thanks to my family that just left the dais, and friends and supporters who have been there for me more than I could ever ask. Also, I want to thank you, DC, for trusting, all right, to serve, for trusting me to serve as one of your elected officials as our city moves into the future. I'm proud to represent and support the needs and hopes of residents across all 8 wards. I want to say this loudly, and I know that you believe this too. DC voters rock. My special gratitude to the many seniors that have never given up on DC. Thanks for your strong participation in daily life, and especially thanks for your very strong participation in the recent election cycles. Give yourselves a big round of applause. And let me take a moment to recognize Judge Howard. He just swore me in as one of the DC Appeals Court's justices ever. He's one of the youngest ever. I see in him the same eagerness to serve the city as I felt years ago when I began my service. Thank you, Judge Howard. Thank you for standing with me. It is significant that today's ceremony is an opportunity to remind of the breadth of our city, a diversity of many races, ages, lifestyles, beliefs, and practices working for a more just and responsive society where everyone is appreciated for their talents, histories, and contributions to making a quality community that welcomes all. Much of my work at the Council has focused on assuring that housing matters loom very large throughout the city, and you know it, including providing and passing meaningful legislation to protect residents and increase access to affordable rental housing and new opportunities for home ownership across the city. In fact, frequently I've been reminded that one of my main focuses was protecting the more than $1 billion annual housing budgets. With pride, I listen, I respond, I get answers, bring change and new solutions. I envision a government that enhances the lives of our residents, businesses, and workers while delivering essential services and opportunities for success even in today's unsettled economy. And let me just take a moment to speak to where I think we're going. That is to protect our seniors, advance our economy and small businesses and workers, continue protecting affordable housing, expanding gun violence prevention initiatives and public safety services, and protect the environment, improving our infrastructure, air quality, and green space, and improving public education outcomes with intentional investments in our youth, our adult learners, educators, and our learning environments. Eagerly, I look forward to a new council assignment and continuing to tackle the challenges head on. Working with my council colleagues, we'll put our heads together on how to effectively fight for every resident, business, and worker. And we will continue to work making statehood for DC a reality in our lifetime. And so to the DC residents that have built their lives here, know that your needs will continue to be my focus. In conclusion, thank you again for having confidence in me. During my next 4 years, I'm committed to responding to the concerns of our city, examining programs for best practices, pursuing equity and justice and peace, and making good DC trouble. Thank you.
We're on the same page now.
How come we're never asked to administer the oath? Is that because we're not judges?
Well, we're part of the media, so we can't be trusted.
Next up is the Honorable Kenyon R. McDuffie, Council Member at Large. Oath administered by the Honorable Eric P. Christian, Associate Judge, Superior Court of the District of Columbia, the Honorable Kenyon R. McDuffie, and the posse.
Each council member, each member was told they could bring 10 people. I hope they're more careful with the budget.
But I'm the only one from Stronghold, Mr. Tom. That's how DC natives do it. It takes a village, Tom Sherwood.
Are you ready to take the oath?
I am ready.
I state your name.
I, Kenyon R. McDuffie,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the laws of the United States of America
the laws of the United States of America
and of the District of Columbia,
and of the District of Columbia,
and will,
to
the best of my ability,
the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act,
and will faithfully discharge
the
duties of the office
of
member of the Council of the District of Columbia,
member of the Council of the District of Columbia,
on which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Councilman.
Judge. My daughters told me to keep it brief. Madam Mayor Muriel Bowser, Mr. Attorney General, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, Chairman and members of the Council, members of the State Board of Education, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioners, Chief Judges Blacksburn Rigsby and Josie Herring and Judge Christian, and distinguished guests, and all my fellow Washingtonians. I want to thank my outgoing colleagues for their contributions to the District of Columbia during their distinguished tenures on the DC Council, and recognize my former colleagues as well. Today is a new day in Washington, D.C. The occasion calls for celebration, no doubt, especially given what we've experienced since we last assembled here 4 years ago. We faced an historic global pandemic, and yet we've come together as a city. We witnessed residents and small business owners persevere through extraordinary grief and suffering, thousands of lives lost, countless businesses shuttered. So we certainly should celebrate today, but simply not just our individual election victories. Rather, we must celebrate our collective resilience and all that we've accomplished in spite of the challenges that we face. It's your resilience that reminds me of what I was surrounded by growing up in a small, close-knit neighborhood called Stronghold. It's the resilience of 4 generations of my family that came before me and have given me the strength to fight, even when I felt like the odds were stacked against me. So please, take a moment, Tom, Kojo, and help me recognize the McDuffies that are here today, and all those people who are the reason that I am here standing before you as the next at-large council member. Now, I'm not going to name all the McDuffies individually, I promise. I want to especially recognize and thank my mom, Eileen. I want to recognize my two beautiful daughters, Casey and Josie, and I want to recognize my phenomenal wife, Princess. I love you all. They are my entire world, and I could not have done it without their support, encouragement, and of course, their patience throughout this journey. Today calls for a renewed commitment to making our city an even greater place to live, work, and raise a family. In 2023 and beyond, we must address the challenges that we're facing as a city. We have made some progress, we've taken bold action, but let me be clear, there is far more work to be done. We have an economy that has demonstrated resilience, consistent surpluses, AAA bond rating, fully funded pensions, and a strong rainy day fund, Jack Evans. Every day, more businesses are removing the boards from their windows as a sign that DC is proudly open for business. Students have returned to school. Our recreation centers and libraries and parks are breathing life back into our youth and our families and our seniors. But not everyone in our city has enjoyed the prosperity experienced in the leading up to the pandemic. In fact, there are those who were left out even before the pandemic started, despite weathering the toughest times, only to bear an even greater burden the last couple of years. And tragically, many of the lives lost over the last few years were not due to COVID-19. Gun violence continues to be a scourge on our city, just as it is in cities across the country. Together, it proves that we're connected by similar hopes and shared values, regardless of which neighborhood you call home. My vision for our city is for every resident to have housing that they can actually afford. In safe neighborhoods with healthy food options nearby, where parents can walk their kids to school, where people who want to work can earn a living wage, and where aspiring entrepreneurs can invest in their dreams of starting a small business. In short,
you're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. Coming up on a new hour, and we've been giving you some of the coverage in D.C. as soon the mayor there, Mayor Bowser, will be sworn in once again as the mayor. When that happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here on this first Monday of the new year. We hope everyone is having a great day. Maybe some of you, most of you are off today. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We do have some breaking news that we want to get to right now. We are taking you out to Charlotte, North Carolina, where unfortunately there was a construction accident. 3 people were killed and 2 others transported to an area hospital following an industrial accident by a Dilworth construction site. You could see crews there on the scene. If we get any more information, of course, we'll bring that live to you right here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. But I do want to go out to Senator Blumenthal, representing Connecticut. He's talking all about the fiasco and troubles with Southwest and their passengers trying to get on a flight.
We've seen this picture again and again and again with airlines in America. Southwest itself experienced the same kind of massive failure in 2007. The cancellations and delays on Memorial Day, on other holidays just this year portended this disaster. It was not the first. It was not unforeseeable because it was the result of bad management, airline malpractice. The airlines do it because they can. They have monopolies on routes that force travelers to their airlines, no matter how poor their performance, and no matter how they nickel and dime passengers with high charges and baggage fees and all kinds of painful and harmful charges and fees that cost more money. The kind of disaster that we saw with Southwest simply dramatizes an ongoing failure by the airlines to respect basic passenger rights, the minimum kind of performance that passengers need and deserve. And that's why we need an airline passenger Bill of Rights that would provide ironclad, enforceable rights to consumers. If a flight is canceled, money back, compensation, not some voucher, cash back in consumer pockets. If there are delays or cancellations and alternative flights are available, airlines should put their passengers on the flights of other airlines. Southwest refused to do it. If there are any kind of loss of bags or even partial delays in delivery of those bags, passengers should receive money for the costs, and in cases of delays or cancellations, rental cars, hotel, meals, no questions asked, money back. Right now, Southwest has an obligation to provide some refunds, but so far it has refused to declare unequivocally that it will compensate travelers fully and fairly. And the Department of Transportation ought to be compelling Southwest, but also any other airline that has these kinds of cancellations and delays to do right by consumers. The airlines say that they're not to blame. It's weather. It's air traffic control. It's the lack of sufficient pilots or flight attendants or ground crews. Well, weather is no worse than it was pre-pandemic, but the numbers of cancellations and delays has risen by 63%. 1 out of every 4 flights in America in 2022, 1 out of every 4 was canceled or delayed. They are hitting rock bottom performance levels. And there are no excuses in weather or air traffic control, and they are to blame for the lack of pilots and flight attendants and ground crews because taxpayers shelled out tens of billions of dollars during the pandemic so they could keep those people on payroll. They failed to do it. The airlines are giving travelers some of the worst performance in recent history, and they're charging more for it than ever. And that's why an airline passenger Bill of Rights is now more timely and necessary than ever before. It's basic rights, ironclad guarantees, cash back if they don't fulfill their end of the bargain, and refunds and compensation if they cause additional costs to air travelers. These basic rights ought to be enforceable by individuals through private rights of action, and individuals ought to be able to band together in class actions. State AGs should have the rights to go into court and protect their consumers, and the U.S. Department of Transportation ought to be watching like a hawk and enforcing these rights by imposing penalties, stiff penalties, when airlines fail to do their part. So an airline passenger Bill of Rights will be introduced in the beginning days of this session, as early as possibly tomorrow. I will be sworn in tomorrow for my 3rd term, and if there's an opportunity to do so, we'll introduce it tomorrow. If not then, sometime in February. Happy to answer any questions.
Secretary Buttigieg has said what he plans to do, if anything?
I spoke to Secretary Buttigieg on Thursday at some length. I'm going to be hopefully seeing him as well on Wednesday. We had a long conversation about this issue, and he pledged that he would be imposing stiff penalties on Southwest and that he would require them to make full refunds and compensation for any money lost. Connecticut consumers ought to know they are entitled to these refunds and compensation under the orders that Secretary Buttigieg will be issuing to these airlines. And I think he will be taking additional steps. I'm not going to disclose exactly what they are.
Any insight to what went wrong with Southwest? Is there other changes we can make to kind of prevent that from happening other than stick with penalties?
Great question. You know, if I were a shareholder of Southwest, I'd be demanding an immediate house clean at the top. This mismanagement caused a failure to update IT systems. Its information technology was literally decades old. Its point-to-point scheduling, rather than using a hub, was in part responsible, but very simply, it failed to have enough people available to fly the airplanes, do the ground crew operations, and serve as flight attendants. So what Southwest did was really reprehensible in trying to penny pinch and save money on essential components of running an airline. Information technology, scheduling, personnel available. Southwest utterly and completely failed. And the kind of structural and performance issues that we saw were the result of trying to cut corners and save money.
Up until now, passengers have really been at the mercy of airline carriers. Do you expect this to kind of restore a little bit of the balance of power between customers and airlines?
Exactly right. Part of the reason that the balance of power has shifted in favor of the airlines is there have been repeated consolidations, mergers, acquisitions. There are fewer airlines now than ever before at the national level. There may be some smaller airlines that compete with the big guys, but overall, airline mergers and acquisitions have put consumers at the mercy of fewer airlines. 5 of them now dominate more than 80% of the routes. And at certain hubs, they have a stranglehold on new airlines entering the market because there simply aren't enough slots there. It is an industry that's rife with monopolistic and predatory practices. And the reason they can do it is because they dominate, and the balance of power has shifted in favor of the airlines, with fewer and fewer of them controlling more of the routes, putting passengers more at their mercy. And that's why they can raise fares in an instant, literally. You've seen it when you go to the internet. You look at the flight price at 10:30 this morning, and it could be different an hour or two later. They can do it because they have that dominance.
Sounds like there's a second piece of legislation there.
There is a second piece of legislation or action by the Department of Justice to protect consumers against a seeming monopoly on certain routes, or the FAA taking action to compel more slots to open. I think the whole airline industry is due for a radical makeover using antitrust laws and consumer protection statutes, new legislation, as well as enforcement of existing laws to protect consumers. They need it and deserve it.
What can airlines do to increase staffing levels in which maybe some employees they lost during the pandemic from vaccine mandates and things like that?
The airlines knew, and they know now, that they are short-staffed. They have complained about it, attributing it to all kinds of extraneous causes, but they ought to look in the mirror, because taxpayers, you and I, provided them tens of billions of dollars to pay pilots, flight attendants, ground crews during the pandemic, even when they couldn't work because no one was flying. And their complaints now about insufficient staffing are completely incredulous.
Have you had any conversations with your colleagues on the idea if the Bill of Rights idea has any support on your side?
A number of my colleagues, I think, will join me. I've spoken to a number on the Democratic side, to be very blunt. I hope that Republicans will join as well, because frankly, there's nothing Republican or Democrat about a canceled flight or a stranded passenger sleeping overnight on the floor of an airport. It happened in blue states, it happened in red states. Passengers didn't care about party when they were sleeping on floors in airports or deprived of the opportunity to visit their loved ones. And let's be very blunt, a lot of people travel for work, but the travel for vacation or family is equally entitled to respect. People spend good money to see their families or go on vacation, and when they miss a day, it can cascade into a week, as we saw, because people miss connecting flights and they are deprived of the opportunity to see their families, or sometimes family emergencies.
You used a number earlier, I think it was 1/4 of all flights are canceled.
In 2022, canceled or delayed.
Where's that number come from?
That number, we can get you a source, or Katie can.
Is there anything else on the docket that you want to preview?
Well, I hope that we're going to have as productive a Congress this time as we did last. This last Congress was immensely productive, perhaps unpredictably so. I think that we can attack the rising costs of food and fuel, provide people with more aid for heat during the winter, reduce costs in the American economy, but still keep people on the job at work by bringing back more manufacturing to this country. We began with semiconductors through the CHIPS and Science Act. One of my major points of focus will be to bring back more manufacturing, provide those kinds of jobs to people in Connecticut, and reduce the costs of health care, which people desperately need. Again, we've made a start through the Inflation Reduction Act. The cost of insulin, the cost of other drugs will be brought down, but it has to be extended and enlarged. Reducing the cost of health care, I think, should be a priority. And kids' online safety, when kids go to the internet right now, a lot of toxic content is driven at them. We need to give them tools and safeguards, and their parents, to protect themselves. And companies like TikTok, that are a danger to our national security, have to be overseen and scrutinized as well. As a chairman of the Consumer Protection Committee, I look forward to action to protect against loss of privacy, but also loss of vital information to companies that are owned by the Chinese and can harvest information from them. And finally, on national security, we've got a lot of work to do on submarines, as well as the Joint Strike Fighter. I'm going to be supporting Sikorsky in its challenge to the recent award to Bell of the latest Seahawk, Black Hawk replacement. And strong national defense continues to be a major focus. And of course, Ukraine, I've been a strong supporter there. I'm going to continue. I just talked to one of my Republican colleagues about initiatives that we're going to be beginning on more military assistance to Ukraine in the coming months. So, and I'm getting on a flight this afternoon.
More like goes.
Who are you taking?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but it's not Southwest. Okay.
Senator Blumenthal there from Connecticut talking about the troubles with Southwest and demanding more transparency for passengers and ways of getting more back on their fares. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're going to take our first quick 2-minute break here of this hour. We're taking a live look right now still in Charlotte, North Carolina. Unfortunately, 3 construction workers killed in a morning accident. If we get any more details or a news conference, of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you top stories, breaking news when it happens, all right here on Live Now. We're actually going to go out to Mount Dora, Florida right now, where police are giving an update on a very sad situation that happened on New Year's Eve there, where a elderly couple was found murdered inside of their retirement community home, and now officials are updating on the situation right now, right here on Live Now.
This is a continuation of a sad week, as we need to always keep in mind and think about the family and friends of the two fine citizens that we lost that are not able to be here at this community meeting. We need to have more of them. You need to see my face a little more often. I agree. For those that have not received a briefing from me, I'll start from the beginning and give you some facts. On December 31st at about 4:06 p.m., members of the Mount Dora Police Department responded to the Waterman Village in reference to a suspicious incident. At the residence, we found an 83-year-old male and an 80-year-old female. They were both deceased. They were husband and wife. The circumstances around the death were suspicious. In fact, this is an active homicide investigation. Members of the Lake County Sheriff's Office Forensic Unit, the Mount Dora Police Department Criminal Investigations Section, and the great Florida Department of Law Enforcement responded to the scene, and they're actively engaged as we speak. At this point in the investigation is active. It is an active homicide investigation. So there are things that, as yesterday, I'm not going to speak about. And the big question is why? Well, how many veterans do we have in here? We have a couple. There's this thing we call in the military security, operational security. There are things we just don't want folks to know what we're doing. And and if you've never been involved in that kind of operation, we do it so we can move freely and get our job done. So we're not going to release a good bit of information only because we're in the middle of an active homicide investigation. With that said, I always want to plug this. I want to plug Crime Line. Crime Line is involved. You'll probably start seeing them at some of our briefings. Hopefully we won't have many more. But remember, if anybody in here, anyone out there has any information, there is a reward. I'm going to hold on the amount, but I will tell you this. The mayor and the city manager have doubled the amount of award that through the city's contribution. So that will make a little more public as to the amount as we move on. But remember, 1-800-423-TIPS, 1-800-423-TIPS. If anyone has any information that may lead to a successful investigation and prosecution of this heinous crime, please let us know. With that said, I'm going to give, this is a law enforcement briefing. However, it is fair and reasonable and necessary for me to call the mayor up and let the mayor say a few things, and then we'll get to some questions. Mayor?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chrissy Stile, Mayor of the City of Mount Dora. I apologize for my throat. I do just want to reiterate, just like I said yesterday, really speaking to the residents mostly, that there really is no need to feel unsafe in our city. There is no need to feel like you have to watch your back. You're as safe as you were 2-3 days ago, 2 weeks ago. This is, as we met with the folks at Waterman Village this morning, this is something that doesn't normally happen in our city. So we are still safe. Our police department does a fantastic job protecting our citizens, working for our citizens day in and day out. And there is really no need for alarm. The other thing I will say is any of you that follow our police department's Facebook page, you see most times it's a crime of opportunity because we left our car door unlocked or we leave our homes unlocked. it's not these days. It's not something we can take for granted anymore. We need to be careful. We need to watch out for our neighbors, watch out for our friends, and continue to just be on top of things. Be aware. We're a small, wonderful, fantastic, quaint little city, but there are still bad people in the world, and they will take that opportunity to take advantage of all of us, particularly older people. So just use your head. Be smart. Times are changing. If you see anything, as Chief said, to please call the 1-800-423-TIPS or reach out to our police department at 352-735-7130. Anything that you see or might know that could help with this case would be greatly appreciated. And I'm always available if you ever need anything. Reach out, or most of you know where to find me if you need me for anything at all. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, moving forward. So we have been very active through the night. Those that maybe don't have a real clear understanding of how law enforcement operates, we go into an all hands on deck. No one goes home. We maybe get a shower or two in between, and we eat a lot of hamburgers. So we are moving. This case is fast moving. I feel very confident that we're going to have a successful conclusion. With that said, I'm here to answer any questions you might have, but keep in mind, if we get into the details of the investigation, remember my opening, there are things that we're just not going to speak about. And hopefully, any amount of luck, Vashon will put out an email in the next few hours, and we'll be able to talk a little more. But for now, if anyone has any questions, I'm here for you. Ask away.
Chief Jerry Aston, United States. Who are these people? You mentioned 83-year-old, 80-year-old.
Yeah.
Can you release their names? Are they from the community? Who are these people?
Okay, they're residents. I understand they're Mount Dora residents that were Mount Dora residents, and they've recently moved into Waterman. I'm meeting with the children of the victims at 1 o'clock, and out of just courtesy, out of pure courtesy, I'm going to meet with them, and at the next gathering that we have, I'll release their names.
What time would that be?
1 o'clock. We're meeting at 1 o'clock.
And you'll release their names at 1 o'clock?
Well, it may be a little after. It may be a little after, but that'll be a topic. I'll let them know that we're going to release the names. So, yes, sir.
Chief, you telling everybody to feel safe and all that sort of thing, but you don't have anybody arrested yet. You haven't told us anything about the circumstances. So how is it that you can feel safe if you don't let us know what's going on?
Fair question, but I got to stick by the guns and let you know that this is a fast-moving, fast-breaking investigation, and there are things that we just are not going to release. And as I said yesterday, those of you that have known me over the last nearly 35 years, you know it's all about the case. It's all about the investigation, and I'll hold things tight. And the very minute, I'm the most transparent person you'll meet, the very minute I can release information, I will. In terms of security, safety of the residents here in the city of Mount Dora, they should feel, and they are safe. They are safe. I can confidently say they are safe. They should have no fear. This is a terrible tragedy, no doubt. But it's a once in a lifetime for many of you. Sadly, we see it on a either through our friends and other agencies, or we have. I always point towards Kevin Brubaker, been in this business for 40 years locally, and big league stuff. So we've seen this stuff over and over and over again. But for many citizens, this is a once in a lifetime event, and you have my assurances that we got all hands on deck here at the Mount Dora Police Department, and you should and are safe.
Chief, without really trying to go too deeply into information you don't want to release, can you say whether or not you developed any suspects in this?
It's a fast-moving with all hands on deck from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, all hands on deck from the Mount Dora Police Department, and it's a fast-moving.
Something that was obvious once your personnel entered that room?
I'll go as far as to say it was a homicide investigation, end of story.
Homicide for both victims?
It's a homicide investigation.
For both victims?
It's a purely a homicide investigation.
What can people living in Mount Dora do to help you all? Is there anything they need to be on the lookout for? How can they assist?
Sure. Well, a lot of folks may have seen or heard something that could be that they thought was odd over the last couple of days, and they can absolutely call the Mount Dora Police Department or call Crime Line with any of that information. Always, if you see something, say something. That's something I learned from a great sheriff down the street, and that was his coined phrase: see something, say something. Always.
When you say something odd, do you mean people walking around who don't?
Anything. Most insignificant piece of information that someone may have seen over the last couple of days. The most insignificant piece of information may be a primary, it may be the center point in a wheel, right? It may be the thing that holds the wheel together. So anything that anyone may have that they just thought was odd, and they want to pass on, we will log it, we will look into it.
Chief, how long do you believe the couple was dead?
Again, it's part of the investigation that I'm not going to release. I will soon.
Can you tell us how recently the couple had moved into the complex?
Not to the day. I can tell you that whole complex is pretty new. I'm going to do a reach and say certainly within the past several months, but I don't know the date.
You said they're from Mount Dora, were they
I understand they're from Mount Dora. That's correct.
Their profession, were they retired, were they?
Well, they were 80 and 83. I can't tell you what they did for a living.
Chief, was there any sign of forced entry in the unit where they resided? Was there anything in disarray inside that unit?
So those, again, details were not discussed yet, but hold the question, and maybe in the next few hours or tomorrow.
Chief, there were reports of the neighbors saying that there were people or women knocking on the door, asking to use the restroom, all that kind of weird stuff. Have you guys checked that out? Is that valid, or is that just something that?
Well, without going into the details of the case, we're all hands on deck. If we have information, as I just mentioned, if you have any information, if we have any information about any activity over the past few days in particular, that has been looked into.
What credentials do you need to get access into that complex?
Say that one more time.
To gain entry into the complex, do you need a code? Do you need a
They have quite a few security personnel and with gates, so you're checking in and checking out.
Does that couple live alone?
Husband and wife, yes, sir.
And out of all respect, we're just trying to get more information.
Absolutely.
We're giving us today. The community is here. I'm sure they have questions. Why can't you tell us what happened?
Right. It's an active criminal investigation. There's just details that we're just not going to talk about right now. Just not going to do it. And when we're done, and we will be done, then you'll understand.
Are you worried those details may point to the suspect or suspects involved?
Say that one more time.
Are you worried that those details you're talking about may point to the suspect or suspect involved?
Well, this is an active investigation. It's fast moving. I want to put no roadblocks up in front of the detectives that are out working this case. They're going to do their job, and they're not going to have me. I have to be your speaking person. I have to be the person that keeps you informed as much as I can inform you. And I'm not going to do anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Are you confident you'll find whoever did this?
I've said it yesterday. I've already said it today. We will get to a successful conclusion in this case.
And forgive me if it was answered a little bit earlier. Have you released the names yet? And if not,
Sure. Well, okay, we have not released the names yet. I'm meeting with the Sun at 1 o'clock this afternoon out of just courtesy and respect for them. I made the decision to not release the names until after I speak with them and let them know, here's the process, here's what's going to happen.
But the son was already notified, right?
I'm sorry? Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yes. And we spoke to a daughter also, a son and a daughter.
Did the son and daughter just not want to be here, or did they want to?
They live out, they do not live here.
What is the reward now?
Well, I didn't want to exactly put it out. At this moment, it's $10,000. At this moment, it's $10,000 reward for information that'll lead to the location, arrest, conviction of the perpetrators.
What's your message to the people sitting here?
Sure, absolutely. Mount Dora, and I told this story yesterday. I came from an area where I watched the news last night too, where after they played our events in Mount Dora, they started going through the stuff in our neighboring county and the number of bad things that are going on. So when I came on, and that's where I retired from originally. So when I came here, I was just amazed of the security and the safety of Mount Dora. Now, but things do happen. Things do happen. We do live in a world where things happen. But the city of Mount Dora is by far one of the safest, most secure communities I have ever seen anywhere in the whole United States. And I have been in about every major city in the country. Certainly any that would involve any kind of law enforcement, teaching, and so on. So the city of Mount Dora is a safe and secure community. Will it be perfect 100% of the time? Absolutely not. But we are a safe community that you can walk your dogs. There's no place here that I wouldn't feel comfortable living. And Mount Dora is safe. It is secure. You got a professional law enforcement agency. We have unparalleled support from the city staff. There has been not once have I gone to my city manager, not once have I had conversations with the city council where they have done anything other than full support of law enforcement in assets and in anything we need. So we have the support from the community, we have the support from the city manager, and we absolutely have the support of the city council. I mean, what a wonderful place to live, to have that kind of relationship.
Chief, apologies if you addressed this earlier. Can you tell us, do you have any persons of interest in mind, any suspects? Are you looking for one person, multiple people? Can you tell us anything like that?
Right. So I'll tell you this. No, I won't. This is a fast-moving, fast-breaking investigation. And we're now moving towards the 40th hour, and there's been very little sleep. Very little sleep. They're very active and very engaged, every detective. And there's 7 of them, 7 professional criminal investigators, along with the civilian staff, the analytical staff, and so on. Not to include the forensic staff that our great Lee Massey, the SAC of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, opened up today. They were closed, it's a holiday. Opened up, his fully staffed forensic team is in there working this case. We may have 20 people actively working right now as we speak.
We only have time for a few more questions, but I want to make sure that we get questions from our actual residents.
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple of questions, please. So at Waterman Village, there's multi-unit complex like assisted living and independent living. Was this in the assisted or was it in an independent living like individual units?
It was the multi-family duplex, so independent living.
Okay, so were there staffing involved? Because having run assisted living, I mean, usually when there's a disruption, I haven't been involved with a murder, but when there's disruption with the residents, it's usually either domestic, be it family, or I guess homicide, suicide, or it's staffing. So I would imagine
Well, so without going into, again, any details of the investigation, I was shocked at the number of staff they had on duty. So they're fully staffed with not only management level folks, but they're security management folks. So they have plenty of staffing. In terms of the details leading to a suspect, it's just something that we're not going to discuss right now.
What about security cameras around the building?
They have done a good job. It's a brand new facility, so good for us. Good for us. When they build the new facility, they do include the security apparatus for the new facility.
And staff are being investigated, I would imagine?
Well, I wouldn't go there because, but right now I'm not going to go into the details of the investigation. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Recognizing that you're not going to go into details of this one, can you share, and it might be something that we need to address with Waterman, what opportunities are they going to take to evaluate their current setup for security, and anything that is found to need to be improvement, what solutions are they going to have, and when are we as a community going to find out about this?
Sure. So two angles. I am aware that they're bringing in their private security folks to do a review tomorrow, and so that's one angle. Second angle, Lieutenant Starkowski runs our community relations outfit, and two of them are SEPTED certified. So Lieutenant Starkowski and his SEPTED personnel will be in that facility probably starting this afternoon, and we're going to go through with a fine-tooth comb, and we're going to identify any openings, anything that may need to be improved, and it's an invitation from them. So we're going to spend a good bit of time going through, from the law enforcement angle, identifying any opportunities for improvement, and they're on board. As I talked to the CEO, I said, I don't want a person that can't make decisions. I need a person that can make a decision. When they see something that can be improved, I make the decision, that they make the correction. So they're on board, and so from the private sector, they've got their security folks coming in, and then of course from the law enforcement side, we're all in. So all hands on deck on this one. Barry, help me with that one. SEPTED.
Oh, it's crime prevention through environmental design.
Crime protection by environmental design. I actually knew it, I just forgot it. So. I'm sorry?
If you allow me,
absolutely.
Can you tell me, you are a long-time resident of Mandora? Can you tell me what is the ratio between the population of downtown area, which oversees by the officers of downtown? What is the ratio between the population of Mandora and police officers? 1 to 1,000, 1 to 2,000?
Oh, I got it. So we have 18,300 people, right? Something like that. And we have 45 police officers, but we're short, like every agency in the United States. We're in a crisis for hiring. So we have 36 sworn people on duty right now. So it's about 2 per 1,000, about 2 per 1,000 police officers. Without going into the old school of thought, there's the figuring out how many police officers you need for the population is not as simple as it was back in the 40s, 50s, and even 60s, whereas population lived and worked and shopped all in one town. There wasn't a lot of cross-population. When you went to Orlando, you went there for a special day, for a special store, for a special reason. And so when you developed your plan for the number of police officers, you really followed a formula for your population. Way different now. We got folks that live in Mount Dora that work in Orlando, people that work in Orlando or live in Orlando that work in Mount Dora, and then you got same thing with Tavares and Eustis and Umatilla. You got all this cross-through population. In addition, we're Mount Dora. We're a destination city, not just local. We're a worldwide destination city. So those are things that we're already discussing. Not that we have a shortage, but it's something as your chief, I always have to keep the mayor and the city manager up to speed on where are we on the number of policemen. Do we need more? I'll never say less, but where are we? So it's an active conversation that I'm engaged in all the time. Yes, ma'am.
Is there closed circuit television or video monitoring in the common areas at Waterman Village, particularly in the area where this happened, but in general, is that something they have?
They do. They do inside the primary guard shack.
But I'm saying common areas of the community, as in anywhere on the street, anywhere on the hallways of the larger buildings or the access ways.
So you're asking about, well, they do have monitoring inside the guard shack.
And they're monitoring a series of cameras?
They're monitoring a series of cameras. They're monitoring a series of cameras. Yes, ma'am.
I do know that you had indicated 4 o'clock in the afternoon there was a suspicious activity or you were alerted. Do they have an idea? Did it happen during the night? Did it happen early in the afternoon? Just asking if there's any information on that.
The investigation has honed in on the time, but that, again, that's a detail that we're just not going to discuss at this moment.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah. Is there any sign of forced entry or how they were coming Pelé to the home?
Again, that's a detail, hopefully soon, that we're just not going to discuss today, at this moment, I should say. And remember my opening, there are things that we're just not going to speak about. And
That was officials there giving an update on a horrible tragedy that happened on New Year's Eve there as an investigation continues. There's going to be another update later this afternoon, and we will know the names there of the couple that was murdered in their home there in Mount Dora. All right, everyone, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Watching Live Now from Fox. Everyone taking out to Washington, D.C., where Mayor Bowser being sworn in once again as mayor.
District of Columbia, the third time to you, Mayor Bowser. Thank you. Thank you. you, Mayor. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you.
Well, good morning, D.C. I want to thank you, Chief Judge Blackburn-Rigsby. I want to thank you for swearing me in today and swearing me in the first time in 2007. Congresswoman Norton, Chairman Mendelson, Attorney General Schwab, members of the council, family and friends from all 8 wards, friends from around our region and indeed from around our world, good morning. I am Muriel Bowser. I am Joan and Joe Bowser's daughter. I am Miranda Bowser's mother. I am an ANC commissioner, a ward council member, and I am your mayor. I am standing here today honored to have taken this oath of office for the 3rd time. And you know what they say about 3rd times. They're a charm. But truly, a 3rd time and a 3rd term is a special opportunity because we have a mandate. We have a mandate from the people to be bold, to think big, to push the envelope, and above all else, to win for Washington, D.C. Now is the time to be bold and to set a course to win the tough fights ahead. Since the last time we were here in 2019, a lot has happened. Our lives were upended by a pandemic that isolated us from our friends and family, shut down our schools, and created new levels of uncertainty that we've never experienced before about our health, our lives, and our future. In the midst of the COVID pandemic, a racial reckoning brought protests and demonstrations to our streets. Americans of all backgrounds and beliefs took to the streets to demand accountability and justice. Black Americans demanded that our humanity be recognized and that Black Lives Matter be more than a mantra, but a collective commitment to justice. Here in D.C., we embraced that movement. We made a mural, and we've turned it into a monument. We stood shoulder to shoulder in defense of our values, enduring one of the most dangerous attacks on American democracy. It was D.C. that took back the Capitol and ensured our democracy prevailed. From the pandemic to protests to an insurrection, we've stood together. We made it through together. And now, on the other side, I greet you today with more optimism and more hope for the future than ever before. Not a blind optimism, but one that is informed by a tested leader who knows where we are strong and who knows where we must be stronger. I'm optimistic about our future because I know our past. I know about the leaders, some you know well, and others you've never met. And I know our story. Everybody loves a winner and a good comeback. And that's DC's story, isn't it? Walter Washington, for whom this building is named, showed us how to win when he proved to the Congress what Washingtonians already knew, that we could govern ourselves. Business owners like Ben and Virginia Ali refused to be beat by the riots, the Green Line construction, and the crack epidemic, and they've been winning on U Street for 60 years. The mayor for life, Marion Barry, won for the downtown when he enticed the wizards to come to downtown DC and brought with it new employers and residents and an economic revival that reverberates today. We celebrate the culture of DC and Chuck Brown, the godfather of go-go, who has been emulated by countless artists. Go-go is now our official music, and Ron Moulton is winning for the culture by bringing the new Go-Go Museum to Anacostia. Sharon Pratt won for women leaders when she blazed the trail by becoming the first black female elected in a major American city. Mayor Williams set the bold goal of growing our city by 100,000 new residents in a decade, a goal that ignited a renaissance. Doug Williams, the first black quarterback to both start and win in a Super Bowl, showed us that no stage is too big. Mayor Fenty won when he demanded an educational system that gives every student, no matter zip code, a high-performing school, and he led us through the last Great Recession. Students and families continue to win when Mayor Gray created free pre-K for all. And in the last 8 years, we've taken big swings for DC too. Our population crested 700,000. We created an 800,000 job economy. We had a record number of visitors coming to DC each and every year. We drove down unemployment in Wards 7 and 8. We closed DC General, and now we see our new Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center taking shape in Ward 8. Our bond rating is a AAA, and our finances and reserves were and are the envy of mayors and governors across this country. We built a team of the best and brightest in DC government, 37,000 public servants who make us strong and help us win. And this is the team that got us through the darkest days in 2020. And we stuck with them too. We didn't have a single layoff or miss one paycheck during this pandemic. And now I'm proud to say DC is hiring. We remember when Vince Lombardi said that winning is not a sometime thing, it's an all the time thing. That's what he said. This is what I say. You win by winning. Every day, every project, every initiative, which for us has added up to 96 months of progress. But we know we can't rest on our laurels. We have convened a transition team to talk to our residents about our opportunities and challenges and to hear their big ideas. And I promise you this, we will make the best of the next 4 years, focusing on 6 big areas. We must and we will win back our downtown because it is the economic engine that allows us to invest in our schools, our safety net, and our public works. It is the proverbial goose that lays the golden egg. We've modernized our schools because of our growing downtown. We've built the largest housing production trust fund in the nation because of our growing downtown. We've created new and better social programs because of our growing downtown. And all of that is at risk if we can't change the space, fill the space, and bring the people back to our downtown. The good news is that we are already taking on pandemic-related challenges like population loss, revenue loss, and tourism recovery. But we know we need more and bolder action. We will reach for new heights, not just with our buildings, but with a renewed commitment and resources to attract great employers and good-paying jobs. Tools like our Vitality Fund, which attracts employers to our downtown, are just the start. Efforts like the Penn West Equity Initiative and Innovation District are a glimpse of what must happen. And of course, converting office space into housing is the key to unlocking the potential of a reimagined, more vibrant downtown. Right now, 25,000 people call downtown home. Here's our goal. We will add 15,000 residents over the next 5 years and 87,000 more before it's all said and done. So that's right, we have a new 100,000 resident goal. That's a bold goal, but the fact is, no matter what we do, it won't be fast enough without the help of the White House. The federal government represents 1/4 of DC's pre-pandemic jobs and owns or leases 1/3 of our office space. We need decisive action by the White House to either get most federal workers back to the office most of the time or to realign their vast property holdings for use by the local government, by nonprofits, by businesses, and by any user willing to revitalize it. America wins when the place where people come to join and change the world is buzzing. Buzzing with new graduates and interns, with the startup that has the big idea to meet with its federal partners, or business travelers who are coming to Washington to get work done, and of course, with the lobbyists on Capitol Hill. We partnered with the White House successfully many times, and I know we can do it again for what matters the most. The fight for our kids is the most pressing. We will win for students, teachers, and our schools. We were the first in the region to get our public schools open for in-person learning during the pandemic. And now the only district in the region who is experiencing enrollment growth. I'm proud that last month I made good on my promise to teachers with our historic teachers contract. We doubled the number of summer camps for our kids, and we have enriching activities during the summer months with paid internships. Years ago, we made the district the fastest improving urban school district in the country. And now it's our time to make it the best urban school district in the country. The best place for students and the best place for families. We already built the best free pre-K in the nation. Now we will build the most robust free before and after school programs in the nation. I told you 4 years ago that what I want to be remembered for is that we had a relentless commitment to every Washingtonian getting a fair shot. That means that we provide a hand up to those who are struggling, and we find ways to make the journey smoother for those who have made it to the middle class. We know that this is worth fighting for, and we're making progress. We made historic investments in affordable housing, over $1.4 billion in the Housing Production Trust Fund alone. We have a new target, 20,000 new black homeowners by 2030. We raised the down payment amount for the home purchase program from $86,000 with Anita Bonds to $202,000. We provided property tax relief for our seniors with Anita Bonds, and then made it possible for you to stay in your homes with the Safe at Home program. But we must commit to grow the middle in DC, and that includes helping the new graduate, whether a millennial or Gen Z, saddled with student debt, but with the dream to buy a starter home. We must help the single woman with a good income, but who's using most of it for housing. We must help the single mom making a great life for her kids on her own. We must help the double retirees trying to age in place. This is their DC too. And I know their story because that's my story. In part, what we are doing is promising to make sure that the city is a place where people with middle incomes choose to live. And in part, we're making that promise by saying we will not touch the residential property tax, and we will find ways to provide more free activities for families. And second, as we keep fighting for those who are already in the middle class, we have to expand it. So over the next 5 years, we will add 35,000 new jobs in high growth industries. And we will make sure that through the work of reimagining our high schools, that we will focus on these high growth industries, dual enrollment programs, and earn and learn opportunities in DC. Now, it's been said already today, we've been fighting for over 200 years for access to our nation's democracy, and we have wins to show for it. In 2020, we went toe-to-toe with a bully in the White House. When our nation was attacked, we fought back, and we advanced the cause of statehood further than ever before. But let me be clear, we will explore every strategy to get more control over our affairs. But we will not stop until we achieve full democracy, 2 senators, and admission as the 51st state. We know we have a friend in President Biden, and as this new Congress starts, I promise to keep fighting for control over everything that we need in the district, protecting our bodily autonomy, the ability to tax and regulate our businesses, and to provide services to our justice-involved youth. The fight for a sustainable and resilient DC is another fight that we fight for our kids. We partnered with the U.S. Department of Transportation to make generational projects come to fruition. The Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, which was a win for DC workers, local businesses, and it better connects our city and region. I want to acknowledge and thank our Congresswoman who got the money, who persevered until we delivered the most beautiful bridge in the world. Now, with $3 billion coming to us from the bipartisan infrastructure law, we will replicate that success across DC. We also know that a focus on climate change and the uncertainty that it poses is one of our biggest challenges. And as a C40 cities mayor, I have joined with mayors from around the world to develop innovative solutions that move DC closer to our goal of becoming a carbon neutral city by 2025. And when we plan for a more resilient future, we also have to challenge ourselves to think about our streets. We have made a big down payment in addressing dangerous roadways and intersections. But we also have to think bigger about how we use our streets to create more public space for our residents and businesses to come together to celebrate our city and to support our culture. Finally, and most importantly, as we look over the next 4 years, there's nothing more important than the safety of our residents. Nothing more. Behind every act of violence in our community and behind all of the data that is tracked feverishly, we know that there are real people. Behind every murder statistic, there is a devastated family. Behind every violent robbery or carjacking, there is a ripple of trauma. Every time a child picks up a gun, a group of friends loses its innocence. And we know that we have made progress, but we also recognize that that progress has been incremental.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was a little bit of the D.C. Mayor Bowser sworn in once again for a 3rd term. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here as we are celebrating the first Monday of the new year, bringing you always breaking news when it happens. But we want to go out right now to our team with Fox Weather as they're breaking down some Midwest Midwest and South. Strong storms that are pushing through right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Not going to be isolated at this point. They are now widespread. That means more people are going to be impacted. Initially, it looked like about 25 million Americans. I think that number is going to continue to grow. Here's what we're looking at with that storm energy, right? The instability in the atmosphere stretches from East Texas to the Mississippi Delta all the way up through the Ozarks. This is by 4 p.m. If you are traveling back from the holidays, you need to stay weather aware. If you are already back home, you can't be on autopilot. I know you're like, oh, I'm familiar with this region. This is something that's going to play an impact for your day today and into tomorrow. Storms starting to brew, and these are more of those isolated supercells in East Texas. But as you get into the natural state, it is widespread, and there is no defined line. It is a cluster that starts to form. And again, you can't overlook the rain aspect of this, right? We talk about the severe potential, but flash flooding becomes a major concern. And when you look at this region, it's a big farming area, too. And so the crops are dormant at this time. The ground is frozen. That increases the storm runoff. Flash flooding becomes a concern. On top of all of this, we've now entered a new day. It's Tuesday. Storm still kicking through. Little Rock marching its way towards the Mississippi River and now getting into the Mississippi Delta. By 4 a.m., maybe now you're starting the work week or kids are going back to school on Tuesday. This line stretches all the way back into East Texas, and the concerns still remain. Along with everything that we had mentioned, damaging winds could get north of 70 miles per hour. Kiana?
Well, we're taking a look out towards Nashville right now, a live look in Tennessee where we do have raindrops already on the camera. You'll notice the temperatures in the upper 60s. This all as the storm system is going to continue to sweep across the southeast. Fox Weather's Will Nunley joins us live from Nashville, where, Will, you are now. It looks like there's still a little bit of sunshine, but there are areas that are getting in on some of the early part of the storm system.
Absolutely. It's already down there brewing, Kiana. And anytime you have 70 degrees in Tennessee in January, you have to ask what's the catch. And we are finding out now what that catch is, and that is a wide area of severe weather. So everybody watching us this afternoon from Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, parts of Texas as well, really pay attention because this is also a nighttime event. And that's a big concern for emergency planners at this hour. We are hearing from the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency encouraging people to have multiple ways of receiving those warnings. Let's also not discount the power that these storms can bring. It's no longer just the spring storm season where you're going to see these types of powerful storms. Here we are in January talking about very possible some strong F2 or greater tornadoes in some of these areas. So absolutely want to have multiple ways, including your NOAA weather radio, your alerts here on the Fox Weather app for receiving notifications. And the timing of this really starts now through tomorrow and tomorrow night as well. So we have a large area of the South that is just now recovering, by the way, from the sub-freezing temperatures that have created all kinds of havoc across so many areas of the South. As a matter of fact, a lot of folks here in my hometown have spent the weekend trying to, build back the pipes that have been bursting over the past few days because of the weather we've had here. So we're just kind of moving from one difficult weather situation into another. But certainly, I know some of you may be exhausted, especially after everything we just went through with this cold snap. But now's not the time to let down your guard, especially if you're in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Arkansas, all those areas, even pushing into Tennessee late tonight into tomorrow. Certainly keep your guard up for these impending storms. Back to you, Kiana.
Well, so glad that you gave that little reminder. It's also important now to get that safety plan in place with this severe weather expected to last through the overnight hours. Will Nunley will be checking in with you again a little later in the show. Thanks so much for your report. And we head off towards Baton Rouge now, where this is another area that will be preparing for the dangerous situation that will begin to unfold a little later into the afternoon and even into tomorrow, impacting areas like Baton Rouge. We look at the cloud coverage there now. It's a bit dense, but as Will said, when you have temperatures in the 70s in the month of January, there is going to be a catch. And unfortunately, that greatest catch or that greatest risk is going to be the threat for severe storms. And we are going to likely see that into tomorrow. For areas like Baton Rouge, we see that threat continuing to spread off to the east. A very likely risk for Baton Rouge, Mobile out towards Montgomery, but again, that possibility stretching as far north as Kentucky for our Tuesday as well. There's a line of storms, and that is the prime reason why Tennessee is also under that possibility risk, because this line of storms is so expansive. It drifts all the way back towards Houston with a few thunderstorm cells as well into the early half of Tuesday. By the afternoon, we still see it pretty progressive through the afternoon hours, eventually falling apart as we head through the late evening and overnight hours for Wednesday, but there will be a secondary wave through the overnight hours for Wednesday that we'll have to watch too. On top of that, there is going to be a tornado threat that we've been talking about, possible in some of the same regions, but very likely in this hatched region because we have the potential for EF2 tornadoes or greater. So these are very strong tornadoes, potentially deadly tornadoes, and you definitely want to make sure you have that safety plan in place now, especially if you're in Baton Rouge, Hattiesburg, Meridian, up towards Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, wrapping back around towards Mobile. All of these storms are going to be progressing to the east. So again, you want to watch the forecast very closely for that into your Tuesday. Along with that tornado threat, there is going to be a threat for some flash flooding. There's a lot of moisture pumping in off of the Gulf. That's going to enhance the amount of rainfall rates that we have out of this system. And when we take a look at the opportunity for flash flooding, well, it's quite likely in those areas that are shaded in that darker green, especially as we head into the early hour mornings for Wednesday. So keep that in mind. Heading out the door, getting back to your everyday routine, you could be running into some flash flood concerns as we head into Wednesday as well. Steve?
Kiana, we're going to be talking about the northern side of this system, right? Because there's so much of the severe weather, major spots that are going to be impacted, but can be just as dangerous at times, the winter elements. And here's a visual from West Jordan, Utah, where the carport collapsed because of the weight of the wet snow. I think it's so important to note. If you've never lived out west, the snow typically when you're in northern Utah is dry. It's dry powder. It's great skiing for sure, but it's because it's over the Great Basin. This is a different atmospheric river, and that weight of the snow collapsed. Thankfully, no injuries. That energy is spilled out of the Rockies and is now here. North Platte, Nebraska. National Weather Service posted this about 2 hours ago. And since then, it's continued to snow, and it hasn't stopped. It's going to be a multi-day event for them, and they are not alone. Let's talk about where the active weather is. There is North Platte. It's kind of lifting just north of there and moving into South Dakota. Notice Sioux City, they've warmed up just above freezing, so hopefully they'll avoid this ice patch. But honestly, that's the worst thing that we could see out of this event is this ice storm warning for eastern Nebraska pushing into northern Iowa, southern Minnesota. And in those cities, you got Norfolk, you got Spencer up towards the southern aspect of Minneapolis and St. Paul. And then after that, the cold air kind of settles in and allows snow to blanket on top of that. So you may not even see the ice. Just a travel nightmare, whether you're traveling home for the holidays or just going to and from work at this point. We're going to time it out here on our Fox model by 9 p.m. tonight. The energy continues. Notice this, by the way, it's still snowing in Nebraska and South Dakota. Okay, so this is going to lead to some impressive snow totals during this event. As it lifts to the north, notice how warm this air is, by the way. You get to Tuesday evening, it's actually raining in Des Moines and out towards southern Wisconsin. Somebody check the calendar, it's January, and yes, you're still looking at that rain that's pushing through. So the areas where we are going to see that cold air really settle in and the snow is going to be a constant is that bullseye zone in purple. So just outside of Sioux Falls, western Minnesota, 1 to 1.5 foot of snow in those areas expected. But Kiana, when we look at this, the worst situation that's going to play out is from Sioux City to Mason City. That's where they could get about 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch of ice, which just makes it a nightmare on the roads.
That's right. And we actually need to take a close look at the specific timing, especially for some of these major metro areas, Steve, in the path of this winter storm. We start off with areas like Minneapolis. Right now, temperatures are sitting in the low 20s, but you'll notice that snow is slowly but surely approaching the metro area, where we'll see temperatures continue to be in the 20s and below freezing over the course of the next couple.
That was just some of the coverage from the great team there at Fox Weather, always tracking across from coast to coast what is happening with weather in our country. We are going to slide away for a first quick 2-minute break here of this hour. When we come back, we'll take you out to Connecticut, where Senator Blumenthal from earlier talking about the troubles with Southwest and trying to get some compensation for passengers that were left without a plane ride.
massive debacle. The Southwest debacle was hardly the first and hardly unforeseeable, because we've seen this picture again and again and again with airlines in America. Southwest itself experienced the same kind of massive failure in 2007. The cancellations and delays on Memorial Day, on other holidays just this year portended this disaster. It was not the first. It was not unforeseeable, because it was the result of bad management, airline malpractice. The airlines do it because they can. They have monopolies on routes that force travelers to their airlines, no matter how poor their performance, and no matter how they nickel and dime passengers with high charges and baggage fees and all kinds of painful and harmful charges and fees that cost more money. The kind of disaster that we saw with Southwest simply dramatizes an ongoing failure by the airlines to respect basic passenger rights, the minimum kind of performance that passengers need and deserve. And that's why we need an airline passenger Bill of Rights that would provide ironclad, enforceable rights to consumers. If a flight is canceled, money back, compensation, not some voucher, cash back in consumer pockets. If there are delays or cancellations and alternative flights are available, airlines should put their passengers on the flights of other airlines. Southwest refused to do it. If there are any kind of loss of bags or even partial delays in delivery of those bags, passengers should receive money for the costs, and in cases of delays or cancellations, rental cars, hotel, meals, no questions asked, money back. Right now, Southwest has an obligation to provide some refunds, but so far it has refused to declare unequivocally that it will compensate travelers fully and fairly. And the Department of Transportation ought to be compelling Southwest, but also any other airline that has these kinds of cancellations and delays, to do right by consumers. The airlines say that they're not to blame. It's weather. It's air traffic control. It's the lack of sufficient pilots or flight attendants or ground crews. Well, weather is no worse than it was pre-pandemic, but the numbers of cancellations and delays has risen by 63%. 1 out of every 4 flights in America in 2022, 1 out of every 4 was canceled or delayed. They are hitting rock bottom performance levels. And there are no excuses in weather or air traffic control, and they are to blame for the lack of pilots and flight attendants and ground crews, because taxpayers shelled out tens of billions of dollars during the pandemic so they could keep those people on payroll. They failed to do it. The airlines are giving travelers some of the worst performance in recent history, and they're charging more for it than ever. And that's why an airline passenger Bill of Rights is now more timely and necessary than ever before. It's basic rights, ironclad guarantees, cash back if they don't fulfill their end of the bargain, and refunds and compensation if they cause additional costs to air travelers. These basic rights ought to be enforceable by individuals through private rights of action, and individuals ought to be able to band together in class actions. State AGs should have the rights to go into court and protect their consumers, and the U.S. Department of Transportation ought to be watching like a hawk and enforcing these rights by imposing penalties, stiff penalties, when airlines fail to do their part. So an airline passenger bill of rights will be introduced in the beginning days of this session, as early as possibly tomorrow. I will be sworn in tomorrow for my third term, and if there's an opportunity to do so, we'll introduce it tomorrow. If not, then sometime in February. Happy to answer any questions.
Secretary Buttigieg has said what he plans to do, if anything?
I spoke to Secretary Buttigieg on Thursday at some length. I'm going to be hopefully seeing him as well on Wednesday. We had a long conversation about this issue, and he pledged that he would be imposing stiff penalties on Southwest and that he would require them to make full refunds and compensation for any money lost. Connecticut consumers ought to know they are entitled to these refunds and compensation under the orders that Secretary Buttigieg will be issuing to these airlines. And I think he will be taking additional steps. I'm not going to disclose exactly what they are.
Any insight to what went wrong with Southwest? Is there other changes we can make to kind of prevent that from happening other than stick with penalties?
Great question. You know, if I were a shareholder of Southwest, I'd be demanding an immediate house clean at the top. This mismanagement caused a failure to update IT systems. Its information technology was literally decades old. Its point-to-point scheduling, rather than using a hub, was in part responsible. But very simply, it failed to have enough people available to fly the airplanes, do the ground crew operations, and service flight attendants. So what Southwest did was really reprehensible in trying to penny pinch and save money on essential components of running an airline. Information technology, scheduling, personnel available. Southwest utterly and completely failed. And the kind of structural and performance issues that we saw were the result of trying to cut corners and save money.
Up until now, passengers have really been at the mercy of airline carriers. Do you expect this to kind of restore a little bit of the balance of power between customers and airlines?
Exactly right. Part of the reason that the balance of power has shifted in favor of the airlines is there have been repeated consolidations, mergers, acquisitions. There are fewer airlines now than ever before at the national level. There may be some smaller airlines that compete with the big guys, but overall, airline mergers and acquisitions have put consumers at the mercy of fewer airlines. 5 of them now dominate more than 80% of the routes. And at certain hubs, they have a stranglehold on new airlines entering the market because there simply aren't enough slots there. It is an industry that's rife with monopolistic and predatory practices. And the reason they can do it is because they dominate, and the balance of power has shifted in favor of the airlines, with fewer and fewer of them controlling more of the routes, putting passengers more at their mercy. And that's why they can raise fares in an instant, literally. You've seen it when you go to the internet. You look at the flight price at 10:30 this morning, and it could be different an hour or two later. They can do it because they have that dominance.
Sounds like there's a second piece of legislation there.
There is a second piece of legislation or action by the Department of Justice to protect consumers against a seeming monopoly on certain routes, or the FAA taking action to compel more slots to open. I think the whole airline industry is due for a radical makeover using antitrust laws and consumer protection statutes, new legislation, as well as enforcement of existing laws to protect consumers. They need it and deserve it.
What can airlines do to increase staffing levels in which maybe some employees they lost during the pandemic from vaccine mandates and things like that?
The airlines knew, and they know now, that they are short-staffed. They have complained about it, attributing it to all kinds of extraneous causes, but they ought to look in the mirror, because taxpayers, you and I, provided them tens of billions of dollars to pay pilots, flight attendants, ground crews during the pandemic, even when they couldn't work because no one was flying. And their complaints now about insufficient staffing are completely incredulous.
Have you had any conversations with your colleagues in
That was Senator Blumenthal talking all about Southwest and really the problems that thousands and thousands of travelers had, the very busy holiday travel season there that was causing a lot of commotion. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to have an update for you regarding actor Jeremy Renner being hospitalized in critical condition. We'll have the latest coming up next year on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everyone, getting an update for you on actor Jeremy Renner, who was hospitalized in critical but stable condition following a freak snowplowing accident. As a spokesperson for Renner told Deadline that the actor was listed in critical but stable condition with injuries suffered after experiencing a weather-related accident while plowing snow. The spokesperson said that he is with his family and receiving excellent care, according to Deadline. The actor has a home in Nevada. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office said in a news release that Renner was injured in Reno and was flown to a hospital. He was the only person involved, and the Sheriff's Office is investigating, according to the release. Upon arrival, deputies coordinated with the Meadows Fire Protection District and health agencies to arrange for medical transport of Mr. Jeremy Renner via care flight to a local area hospital. The release continued. Mr. Renner was the only involved party in the incident. Renner has a home near Mount Rose Ski Tahoe, an area that was hit on New Year's Eve by a winter storm that saw 35,000 homes lose power. Renner, best known for playing the superhero Clint Barton or Hawkeye in multiple Marvel movies and Disney Plus television shows, was airlifted to the hospital there. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on that story there for you right here on Live Now from Fox, always bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. All right, everyone, coming up right here, live look right now. St. Croix, Virgin Islands. You can see President Biden. He is going to be heading back as his vacation has ended, like so many of Americans across the country, heading back to the White House. And we'll have coverage of his landing a little bit later this afternoon right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Just want to show you just some of the early from yesterday and today, just some of the swearing-in ceremonies that we have. This one in New York, as we were going to hear from Governor Kathy Hochul and other state dignitaries. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
I thank her. And all the other elected officials who serve our communities, the great New York State Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart Cousins, the great Speaker of the New York State Assembly, Carl Hastie, members of Congress and members of the legislature and local mayors. I believe my mayor, Mayor Adams, is here, or even though all of you are my mayor. Local elected officials, both borough presidents and citywide offices, and of course, my family, my brothers, my sisters, my nieces, my nephews, Sharani Perry, Bishop Chantel, Renee Gregory, all of my good friends who provide a wedge of protection around me and who pray for me each and every day. I thank them. 4 years ago, I made a commitment to use this office as a force for justice. I promised to fight for all New Yorkers, regardless of your political affiliation. I promised that I would never be afraid to take on those forces that violated the law. We took on giants, no matter how powerful, influential, or wealthy. We held those accountable who engaged in false and deceptive business practices and dedicated every waking minute to improving the lives of New Yorkers. And the proof is in all that we accomplished together. During my first term, the Office of the Attorney General secured more than $7.5 billion for New York from those who tried to take advantage of our residents and to skirt our laws. And that includes more than $2.5 billion from the companies responsible for the scourge of the opioid crisis. Because of our work with the legislature, that money has already started flowing directly to communities for treatment and prevention and education. We stood up to big tech and predatory landlords and gun traffickers and rooted out corruption. We took down dangerous drug and gun trafficking rings. We removed more than 4,000 guns off of the streets of New York State. We've cracked down on companies illegally selling ghost guns. We protected access to reproductive health care because, ladies, it's our bodies and our choice. We defended the rights of the LGBTQ community and immigrant communities who are under attack. Going all the way to the United States Supreme Court to block a question about citizenship from the census and to protect DACA citizens, residents, and the lives of so many dreamers who simply want to dream and live in the great country called the United States of America. We took on landlords that harassed tenants and exposed children to dangerous lead paint. We cracked down on businesses that took advantage of people in crisis and price gouged essential goods, including businesses in Buffalo who unfortunately engaged in price gouging during this recent storm. We protected millions of dollars in settlement funds, and we used those settlement funds to build and stabilize affordable housing all throughout the state of New York. But these past few years have presented also historic challenges: COVID, economic uncertainty, and a moral crisis that has ignited the flames of hatred and division that have always simmered just below the surface of our society. Vulnerable populations are becoming more afraid every day because of the vitriol. And the divide, unfortunately, my friends, only grows. As opposed to bringing us together, what we need is a voice, a moral voice, to say that we, all of us, should be united as one in this great country. And that which separates us are nothing more than artificial constructs. And the reality is that we all bleed red, and we should be united as one. Civility, respect, and a basic human understanding of our differences, unfortunately, has dissipated. The social contracts that we have worked so hard to build are starting to unravel. And in the face of such challenges, New Yorkers are calling out to all of us and for government to step up and to rise to the occasion. And that's exactly what I pledge to do over the next 4 years as your Attorney General. So we start in our new term. We will continue to hold those accountable to abuse their power and tackle the greatest issues impacting New Yorkers. And that means bringing New Yorkers from every corner of this state to face head-on the divisions caused by politics and hate and fear, addressing the lack of access to resources for housing, and putting more of our settlement funds to build housing and preserve affordable housing, to stop fraudsters who are stealing the homes of senior citizens, this deed theft, and who scam our communities, strengthening laws to protect homeowners and to prosecute those who hurt them, and addressing the systemic disparities that exist in our healthcare system through greater transparency and oversight, providing resources from settlement funds for the mental health crisis that we see every day all throughout the state of New York, that too many are struggling with. And let's be honest, they're our neighbors, they're members of our family, they're part of our community, and we have a responsibility to assist them because, again, no one, unfortunately, should be living on the grates of New York City, and no one should be living in the subway in New York City. We need to offer them help with professionals that can do the job. And we should overcome the barriers that have been a dangerous roadblock to them getting care. We need to work with local governments to prevent crime and gun violence that is plaguing our streets, and stopping nursing home abuses that have endangered our most vulnerable, and working with the opioid task force to distribute billions of dollars to communities to stop the harm caused by the opioid crisis, because I've heard from so many that the fentanyl crisis is claiming so many lives in New York State. And we need to join together to make sure that the opioid funds are distributed evenly and fairly all throughout the state of New York. And while the underlying inequalities in our society are much the same as they have been for generations, they are manifesting in new and unchecked ways, fueled by new technology that has led to great advancement, but when left unregulated, also lead to great harm. And we must step up to meet these new challenges, and that means regulating cryptocurrency and other risky financial products that threaten the stability of our markets and the life-saving of working people in the great state of New York. They can no longer go unregulated. There have been too many abuses, and too many seniors and working people have lost their pensions and their hard-saved monies as a result of these risky products. Stopping companies that try to evade our common-sense gun laws by selling ghost guns and weapons that pose one of the greatest threats to public safety, and taking on social media platforms and shining a spotlight on the corners of the internet to root out the hatred and violence that is eroding the very foundation of our society. And more importantly, protecting young people from the dangers and harms posed by big tech. These challenges may feel great, but so are the solutions. It is our responsibility to answer the call and to take on those who seek to move us backwards. And that's what I pledge to do. I pledge to continue to stand up for all New Yorkers, especially those who have been left out of the sunshine of progress. Because the law, my friends, is the great equalizer. And it is the office of the New York State Attorney General that serves both as a sword and as a shield. And over the past 4 years, we have proven to be fearless in our pursuit of simple justice. But much work remains ahead, because justice and equality are never absolute. We will always face challenges. We will always be under attack. We will always have people outside of our home trying to take pictures of us. But ambush won't work. Our faith will continue to be tested and our strength tried again and again. But I took an oath today. I made a commitment to all of you as your Attorney General to never waver in my responsibility to you and the pursuit of justice. And as my pastor teaches me, your arms are too short to box with God. So, I'm here to promote meaningful change, to keep our families safe, to defend the laws of this great state, and to move our communities forward. Thank you so much for this great opportunity and for this honor to continue to serve every New Yorker. May God continue to bless America, and may God bless this great state of New York, and of course, may God bless all of you. Thank you.
Please welcome Harlem's own Caden Hearn, the Poet Laureate of the 2023 inaugural ceremonies.
In my mind, I used to be a child of poverty, not knowing that hopes and dreams can become reality. In my mind, I thought it was fine to sit in the back of the classroom because my teacher never asked me to read or write. But little did she know I was ever so bright. In my mind, I could never used to understand why they used to call me ashy and black. I always heard being black, living near a railroad track, those are the things that would hold you back. But now I understand why being called ashy and black. Black is the color of my skin, so soft, beautiful, silky, and smooth. In my mind, I used to hear my grandma cry, on her knees, bowing down, shouting, thank you, Lord, for blessing this house. Her cries brought tears to my eyes. Grandma's cries was thanking God for all his blessings. Now I understand why. In my mind, I heard my ancestor cry. They helped clear the path so others do not have to die. Justice and peace, oh Father, please help me. And that's what I heard in my mind.
May we now have Congressman Richie Torres step forward and administer the oath of office to Antonio Delgado as Lieutenant Governor of the State of New York.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Antonio Ramon Delgado, do solemnly swear
I, Antonio Ramon Delgado, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties.
And some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Office of Lieutenant Governor of the State of New York,
According to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Happy New Year. Let me just start off by saying I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I want to thank my family and the community that raised me, my parents, my church, my teachers, my coaches. I want to thank my soulmate, Lacey. Yeah. For always grounding me and for the extraordinary colors that you bring to the vision that is ours. To my sons, Maxwell and Coltrane, or Maxie and Coley, thank you for inspiring me every single day. To my friend and former colleague, Richie Torres, thank you for your dynamic and forward-thinking leadership. to our amazing Attorney General, Tiss James, and to our Controller, DiNapoli, and of course to our Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, and the Speaker, Speaker Hasty, and the Majority Leader Schumer, and to all the elected officials gathered here today. A lot of history is being made today. You can clap it up for that. I stand up here, a black man with Cape Verdean and Latino roots, the first for the state, set to serve alongside the first woman ever elected to governor of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul. Governor Hochul, you are a trailblazer. It is profoundly meaningful for children all across this state to look up and see a woman leading New York into the future. And I am humbled by the opportunity to serve alongside of you. So let me just say right from the start, thank you. Thank you. Yes, history is indeed being made today. But what does it mean? What does it mean to make history if it doesn't lead to real change in the present? And change doesn't happen unless you get things done. Now that happens when you foster cooperation rather than conflict. Change happens when you work together, all of us. And I believe that it is this day-to-day practical work, born of a commitment to excellence, responsiveness, and effectiveness, that in fact leads to a world of possibilities. Another way to put it, what good is it to dream of what's possible if you're not willing to do the work? When I look back at my time in Congress as the first person of color to represent upstate New York, I don't recall too many of my constituents making note of my history-making achievement. And to be clear, I got around quite a bit. You know, my old district stretched nearly 8,000 square miles, was bigger than Connecticut and Rhode Island combined, made up of 11 counties. 11. And the 8th most rural congressional seat in the entire country out of 435. A lot of farms, a lot of small businesses. But like I said, I got around. Over 65 town halls during my 2 terms, with multiple town halls in all 11 counties. And on top of that, I made sure to visit every farm I can get to, every small business, every school, every hospital, to connect with people. Because to do the work, you have to listen. And not just to those who agree with you, but to everyone. And as I made the rounds, connected with folks and tried to find common ground, what I heard more often than not was a deep desire for me to deliver results. Folks appreciated that I showed up because it demonstrated that I actually cared enough to show up and listen. But that's only half the battle. The other half is what you do with that information to better the lives of people. And over time, I went about the business of trying to do that. 18 bills while I was in Congress were signed into law. 10 under President Trump, 8 under President Biden. Bills that support our veterans, our farmers, our small businesses. Bills that support workers who want to continue their education. Bills that make sure our children can drink clean water. Bills that empower American-based manufacturing. And bills that got federal dollars directly to our counties and towns, like my Direct Support for Communities Act, which secured over $10 billion to New York counties, cities, towns, and villages for economic relief in the face of COVID. New Yorkers communicated with me regularly about these results. And while folks were certainly excited about the history I made by virtue of my election, what they had the most to say about was the work. Now, I share all of this because I want you all to know that the work we do is ultimately what matters. If our government is to truly be for the people, it must produce for the people, which includes all people, the underserved, the overlooked, the communities that don't have the resources to hire lobbyists or pursue special interests. These are real people in real communities that truly feel the impact when government fails to be effective and inclusive. As I've said before, New York deserves a lieutenant governor who's working day and night to make lives better for working people and their families. Upstate, downstate, it doesn't matter. We all want the same things: security, family, and opportunity. The key is to listen to New Yorkers from all walks of life and then do the work to get the job done. And to that end, I'm excited to focus on economic development in my role as chair of the Regional Economic Development Councils. It is certainly a priority of mine to partner with the council members to establish pathways to prosperity for all communities. I come into this role already having done work on infrastructure, economic development, and job creation all throughout New York. I will continue to focus on making sure local communities have economic development resources and, importantly, can decide what to do with economic development funds. This work includes a focus on the nexus between agricultural development upstate and critical markets downstate. I will continue with these efforts and more, and I will do it from a place of love. Love, yes, love. Yes, the work certainly matters, but how we do the work is just as important, and it must be done from a place of love. As New Yorkers, we have grown distant from each other, more isolated and separated as inequities continue to deepen. This has made us less compassionate and less understanding of one another. Instead, we are growing more rigid and hardened in our respective points of view. Essential democratic norms like mutual tolerance and self-restraint have withered away. We need to reconnect and strengthen our collective bond as New Yorkers. We need to heal together and put humanity back into our interactions with one another. And I want to be a part of that healing. I want to be a part of that healing process. I do. I understand what the process needs. It needs love. It needs compassion. It needs responsibility. It needs accountability. It needs capacity, a capacity to care. And it needs the willingness to hope. This is why I'm grateful that Governor Hochul has asked me to chair the newly established Hate and Bias Prevention Unit within the state's Division of Human Rights. The unit is charged with leading public education and outreach efforts to promote acceptance, inclusion, tolerance, and understanding of diversity. We cannot allow ignorance, fear, and hatred to damage the enormous amount of work we've done to move our state forward. The partnerships that we're building within communities and across the state will ensure that what we know to be true will prevail, which is that love always prevails over hate. This is my commitment. This is my commitment to all of you, to do the work, to do it on behalf of all New Yorkers in an effective and inclusive manner, and to do it with love and compassion. And how fortunate am I to be able to do it, this incredible work, alongside the first woman to sit in the state's highest office. I just want to say in closing, I am so fortunate. I said at the very top that I was grateful, and I really am. Looking out at all of you today, you realize how much this really matters and how much leadership really matters. And to be able to serve alongside somebody who is not just a great example for little girls and little boys all across our state and country, but also someone who's a true public servant, someone who leads from the heart with empathy and compassion and great strength. It means the world to me. And I cannot wait. I tell you, I can't to really get down to the business of good, thoughtful, caring, effective, compassionate, transparent, accountable government alongside and I'll just tell you, we're going to do all we can as we step into this history-making moment to make the absolute best of this moment together for the betterment of our great state, the Empire State, New York. God bless you, God bless New York, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Go for this governor, the first woman governor of the state of New York. All of us, as Chiss James said, we are together, as the lieutenant governor said. We all bleed red. But for you, I know the passion. I know the love. I understand the late calls we've had at night, early morning. And so, my dear, would you stand, raise your right hand, and put your hand on this Bible, and repeat after me. I, state your name.
I, Kathy Hochul,
do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support.
That I will support.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution.
And the Constitution.
Of the State of New York.
Of the State of New York.
I will faithfully.
I will faithfully.
Discharge.
The
duties.
The duties.
Of the office.
Of the office.
Of governor.
Of governor.
Of the state.
Of the state.
Of New York.
Of New York.
According.
To
the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Welcome.
Love you too. Love you too. Wow. This is extraordinary. So extraordinary. I'm almost speechless, but I'm really not, because I've got to sit down and relax. We're going to be here for a few minutes because it took us a long time to get here. And I'm still touched by the words of young Caden Hearn. You wonder how we found a poet laureate. Well, to find a poet laureate, you have to walk the streets of Harlem. I was outside the Apollo Theater. It was amateur night. I was checking it out. We had just given them some money. And there's a long line around the block. And I saw this young man standing there. I said, "You going in to watch somebody?" He goes, "No, I'm a poet. I'm going to go recite." Okay. So I said, "What's your poem?" I figured he'd whip out a piece of paper and read it to me. He had memorized it. And he gave me a poem, and I stood there on the spot, and I said, "If I win this election, you are my poet laureate, and I want you here." Okay. I want to recognize all the clergy for reminding us the presence of God in our lives, and I listened closely to all their words, knowing that in my heart I am stronger because of the influence of God in my life and will continue to seek his counsel through the Bible as I guide the people of the state. I also want to recognize the extraordinary leaders, and you heard many of them speak here. My God, we're blessed in this state. We have the finest. To have, first of all, the majority leader of the United States Senate as our own Senator Chuck Schumer. I thought maybe he was the Postmaster General. He delivers so much. Thank you. Thank you, Chuck. We have a former governor with us, David Patterson. Thank you for being a source of great counsel to me. As only a few number know the struggles of this position, but you inspire me, David Patterson. The members of the New York congressional delegation, my former colleagues, Joe Morelli, Paul Tonko, Richie Torres, and my former roommate, Carolyn Maloney. What can one say about Tish James? Well, Mama Dukes is our mother. We're clearly sisters. And we are kindred sisters in the fight for justice. So proud to serve with you, my friend, Attorney General Tish James. And a great person who embodies what a public servant really means, our great Comptroller, Tom DiNapoli. Thank you for many years of service. Our leaders in the legislature, Speaker Kyle Hasty, thank you, my friend. Majority Leader, Andre Stewart Cousins, thank you for all you do for our state. The members of the state legislature, got a lot of work to do. Looking forward to it, I really am. I'm energized, and I thank all of you for answering the call to service as well. But I come out of local government, so I have to recognize some of my locals. I didn't have a place as big as this when I was in local government, but Mayor of New York is here. Mayor Eric Adams has joined us, and I thank you. Thank you for traveling here and being with us. Our district attorneys, our council members, Mayor Adams, Mayor Walsh, Mayor Spano, Mayor Sheehan, and county executives and elected officials from all over the state. I have to say I spoke to two of my leaders back home in Buffalo. Spoke as I have every single day many times for the last week or so. Mayor Byron Brown and County Executive Mark Polenkars truly wanted to be here. But they've endured a lot as well, and I want to thank them for being in the trenches together as we battle the deadly storm. Also, to the members of the judiciary, we look to you for leading our way, making the right decisions, and I'm proud of every one of you. To the Girl Scouts, 4-H students, young students we saw in the video, thank you. And to the men and women of labor who are with us here today. People often ask how I get through this. You know, it's kind of a rough and tumble job for a woman, isn't it? I said, I got steel running through my veins. My daddy was a steel worker. My grandpa was a steel worker. My uncles were steel workers. So I can handle this. Don't worry about me. But I know how hard the men and women of labor work every single day, and you make us proud. But let me get to the people I spend the most time with, although not as often as I'd like these days. The love of my life, New York's first gentleman, Bill Holcomb. He has endured my absences and the stress, and I told stop reading the social media, don't read the blogs, don't read the news anymore. Because as a family member, you feel it deeply, right? All of us, your family feels it almost deeper than we do because we asked for this. So to my husband, who's been with me since we were both assembly interns. To my parents, who could not be here. We lost my mom a few years ago. She departed literally 2 months before I was nominated to be lieutenant governor 8 years ago, but I think of her every single day. And my father, who couldn't travel here, but I know he's with us in spirit, and my entire family, sister Sheila, brothers who are here, nieces and nephews, and my Aunt Patricia, who's been working on campaigns with me since I was a kid. So to them, I'm grateful. But two who've endured the most absence from their mother, would be my children, Will and Katie, who grew up with a mother who ran for office when they were preschoolers. Most mothers were not doing that at the time. And I dragged them knocking on doors. And sometimes when they had to go to the bathroom, we'd ask strangers if my kids could come in. And we got a lot of stories. So thank you for all the absences, but still supporting your mom no matter what. And to your wonderful spouses, my own children, Christine and Matt, who've encouraged me also from the very beginning. And I think you all had a chance to hear from my granddaughter, Sophia. She thinks I'm really small because all I can do was see her on FaceTime every day. So I think she was rather shocked to see that Grandma was bigger than this. But she reminds me of our obligation to the next generation. When we think about time, I think about 2.5 centuries ago, George Clinton took this oath of office, the one that my husband just administered me on a Bible that was the family Bible of the Roosevelt family that went back to the 1600s. So we always reflect about history. But when Clinton was sworn in as governor, I can tell you right now, not a soul in that place would have ever dreamed that a woman would take that same oath in this state. And it's been a journey. And after that, 70 years later, a group of bold and really audacious women and a few enlightened men, there's a lot of them around, like Frederick Douglass at the time, they gathered in Seneca Falls. Where's Seneca Falls? How do you find it without GPS? This was hundreds of years ago. But people found their way to this place, the crossroads of New York. And they stood up and they fought and they said, we're sick and tired of this existence. And they declared that all men and women are created equal. And they pursued the right to vote. Radical concept at the time, the right to vote. Women can't vote. If you read all the arguments, they're absurd. But since then, New York women have been the trailblazers for the rest of our nation, for they overcame every barrier to push forward despite all the odds. Names like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, whose statue is in my office, Harriet Tubman, whose life story I read when I was 8 years old and I treasured it, the struggles this young woman did and ended up living in Auburn, New York for the last 50 years of her life. Susan B. Anthony, against the tides of her time from Rochester, going around the country, friends with Frederick Douglass. And you heard Mama Dukes mention Shirley Chisholm. I was a young staffer on Capitol Hill. I knew Shirley Chisholm because she was actually buried in Buffalo. She fell in love with a man from Buffalo. I used to see her all the time. What an inspiration, standing up. Who would have thought a woman of color could run for president of the United States? But then we have Hillary Clinton, another New Yorker. She has been an inspiration to me from the very beginning. And then we think about the women who transformed the Supreme Court before it went in this direction. Justices Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Elena Kagan, and Sonia Sotomayor. And as I mentioned, we live among legends like Dr. Hazel Dukes, who is still to this day at 91 saying we still have that march toward justice. It's not finished yet. We're still working together. Each of the women I mentioned redefined leadership in their own way, and they paved the way for others to follow. And to be clear, it wasn't just because they're women that they made their mark. They embodied the courage and the character that still defines New Yorkers to this day. And above all, they were fighters. And now as I stand before you, humbled by this honor, I'm ready to take on the fight. To paraphrase one of our former governors, Teddy Roosevelt, the people have now chosen a woman to be in the arena. You've heard of the man in the arena. There's now a woman in the arena. And that man and that woman are willing to be marred by dust and sweat and blood to strive valiantly and spend herself in a worthy cause. The sign says, I didn't come here to make history. I came here to make a difference. and to pursue the worthy causes. Pursue them together. And as your governor, I'll keep fighting for you every single day. And this is what I know about New Yorkers. Just like the lieutenant governor. Lieutenant governors do a lot of traveling. I know every corner of this state. New Yorkers are tough. They're undeterred. They're unafraid. We're also innovators and creators. We can be optimists and realists, dreamers and doers. But above all, when we are united, there's no stopping us. And there is no fight for what is right that we will ever back down from. Now, those of you who will gather with us in a little over a week, I'll be presenting an ambitious state of the state, so I won't go into policy today. Save up for that one, it'll even be longer. But right now, there's some fights we just have to take on. The affordability crisis in housing and energy and everything. It's making life just too damn hard for New Yorkers. And the gun violence epidemic, my gosh. The loss of lives goes on and on. The rise in hate crimes. What happened here? Especially anti-Semitism, Asian hate, anti-LGBTQ hate, and the systemic racism that still persists to this day. Those are the fights we are called to take on. We must. And we're still dealing with the lingering effects of the pandemic that disrupted every aspect of our lives, from the loss of learning for our children, the loss of jobs for our workers, the tear in the social fabric that led to mental health challenges and increases in crime. We're still reeling from all this. And while we're doing it, we still have to fight back against the Supreme Court's hostile assault on basic rights, such as a woman to make decisions about her own body. We are in this fight. We're in this fight to the end. And just as we are reflecting on history today, when history looks back on our time, the question will be to all of us in the present. The question is whether we rose up to meet these challenges today and challenges yet unknown. Whether we took the torch that was passed to us from those trailblazers and made it burn even brighter before we passed it off to the next generation. They'll ask whether we advanced the causes of social justice and the progressive values that have set us apart from all the rest. Standing before you, I know the answer is yes, because obstacles don't define us. Rather, it is the unparalleled courage and character of us that defines us as a people. So my confidence in the future is steeped in our glorious past. In the face of adversity, we always persist, we persevere, we prevail. Think back when our young state needed to open up new markets. What'd they do? They achieved the most ambitious engineering feat in the history of our country by building the Erie Canal, creating upstate and transforming New York City from a little village to an economic powerhouse. And think about other challenges. When women around this country, as I said, faced oppression, the national women's suffrage movement was born right here, nowhere else but our state. And when events happened like at Stonewall and the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire and the fight for civil rights came here, we took on those fights. We fought for those rights, LGBTQ rights, workers' rights, civil rights. All of those causes found their national champions in one state, our state. No other state has that legacy. You know, it was 20 years ago, the unspeakable terrorist attack, 9/11. They thought to divide us, take us down. You know what? New York rose up. We came even stronger instead. And just this year, we prayed for their souls. We experienced twin tragedies in my hometown of Buffalo. I see Senator Kennedy here. He knows what I'm talking about. Crystal Peoples-Stokes would have joined us, but she's dealing with the aftermath as well. First of all, we had a hate-filled domestic terrorist attack on my neighbors in Buffalo, simply out grocery shopping on a beautiful day. Afterward, we came together, the legislature, our leadership, and we passed the toughest gun laws in our country to say no more. And just over the Christmas weekend, with the blizzard of the century, and we pray for their families, the souls we lost. But oh my gosh, we had heroic people. It was dangerous. It was so dangerous to be out there. I want to recognize the heroic first responders, law enforcement, and the ordinary citizens who helped the strangers in their time of need. And we are so honored to have some of the men and women who fought that blizzard here with us today. And one...
Those were just some of the remarks there of Governor Kathy Hochul there, sworn in for another 4-year term here. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Chicago, where family members and friends of a man, Roger Solis, are asking for answers and demanding justice from a Cook County hospital after Roger Solis suffered an accidental gunshot wound to the head. Family members say from the moment he arrived, they felt like he was being stereotyped as a gang member. Let's listen right here to family and friends right outside of the hospital.
If in fact his brain no longer was alive, we are now talking about a wife and a family that are devout Christians and Catholics, that believe in the Holy Spirit, that believe in the miracles that God can provide, that know and believe that before they can consider removing a machine that would maintain him in life until he healed, God willing, testing that can accurately show them, again, Roger Solis is only guilty of being Mexican today and not being treated with respect and dignity at this hospital. Last night, I heard the voice, the shaking voice of Jasmine, his wife, as she advised us that she was being kicked out by police from his bedroom. I don't think there's a wife, Latina wife or mother that can even conceive that if my child was in a critical state like Roger, that I would be physically removed from the hospital. Yet that wife was being continuously called through the night about procedures to prepare his body for harvesting of the organs that she has distinctly said to the Gift of Hope is not a consideration that she will be entertaining currently until she knows the factual information medically of her husband, because there's been no diagnosis, no prognosis, no medical team, doctors, nurses, neurologists, the people that are respiratory, no one has sat on a table with this wife to give information. The only thing this wife knows is the badgering and harassment of an organ donation organization. This is unacceptable. Latino patients have rights. All patients have rights for second opinions and an EEG to know scientific evidence, to know if in fact his brain is dead or not. Right now, the testing done is not a conclusive testing, and it's not enough for the family. The family has the right, his wife, to exercise the patient's rights. And what the wife wants is a second opinion from a neurologist outside of the Cook County network and an EEG, simple 30-minute test that can be done to Roger to satisfy his wife before she moves forward with any medical decisions on her husband. As his wife said, it should not be this difficult when it comes to the life of a human being. I want to bring forward now Roger's wife, who has been by his side until last night when she was removed by police from the hospital, who has been his torch and his voice when he is not well. Jasmine, if you want to give your whole name.
My name's Jasmine Hernandez. I'm the wife of Roger Solis. My husband arrived to the hospital with no voice, no ears, and no form of communication. I have been his voice since I got here with him. I have not been able to get in communication with any doctors with any conclusion of what they have made. They have just told me that they will let me know who was in charge, but I have no answers since Friday. This situation has been very, very devastating to all of us. He is a great member of the Chicago community. He loves his city. He has tattoos of his city. He supports the sports. He loves this city, and he deserves an opportunity just like everyone else that is part of this city. My husband is going to continue to fight, and we are going to continue to fight for him until we receive clear answers so that we can make a good and educated decision on his behalf, since he has no form of communication. This is how my husband would have wanted. He wanted us to continue to fight for him and be the voice of him and show how much of an injustice has been made here. I just want to thank everyone that has been here and support the activists, the media. We need to show that we are not alone, that my husband, although is alone in that room because they did not let me stay by his side, he knows that everybody is here supporting him and showing him how much they love him. Thank you.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
My name is Johnny Solis. I'm Roger's brother. He was a great kid, a stand-up person in the community. and like they're saying, he does deserve, be treated with some respect, and not like just a piece of cattle. Just, yeah.
Señora. En español, sí.
También pedimos.
Violated because Roger's name has been all over this hospital. Everyone knows about him, and I can swear that whenever we say we are here for Roger Solis, they give us a dirty look. They're like, oh, okay, there are too many people present right now. We can't do this right now. So I really ask that our voices are heard and that we receive the support from the community and to transfer Roger out of this hospital, because not only is he not receiving the medical care that he needs, we are also not being respected. Thank you.
Say your name.
Mi nombre es Manuel Bárcenas, soy el pastor de la iglesia LSC Chicago. Roger es mi primo. Y nosotros no estamos esperando, pidiendo que nos traten de una manera diferente. No queremos trato preferencial. Simplemente pedimos que se le hagan los exámenes necesarios para que su esposa pueda decidir qué hacer. No estamos pidiendo que nos traten de otra manera. No estamos diciendo que somos más importantes.
The trauma ICU room. There is when we met the doctor that was seeing him, who's he has no heart. He basically told me, my mother-in-law and my father-in-law, who was present, who don't speak English, that there's no hope for my husband and that he's not going to be able to live with this injury. How does he know that? I wanted answers from that, and he could not provide them to me. Shortly after that, he left, and he was then seen by another one, which is a resident here. It's not even an attending physician. It wasn't a neurologist. He got an apnea test done. They told me that I could not be in the room because it's a sterile procedure. After talking to people that we have in our medical network, they said this is not a sterile procedure and I should have been there. He was taken off the ventilator and put on a smaller machine to see if he can breathe on his own. And they themselves determined that that was enough, that he has no life and that he can no longer continue, even though I was not present. When they came in to tell this to us, they told us in a waiting area that is public, that has other people coming in. I told the resident, I gave him a look, and he told me if I wanted to discuss this, that telling us that my husband was brain dead in a separate area, I should have a right to have a private area. His brother should have been there with me. I should not be able to have to deal with these consequences, that they have a lack of professionalism, they have a lack of heart, and they have no respect for my husband. And this is why we are here to fight for him and to show you guys how much respect and dignity they have lacked to provide to him.
Jasmine, could I just ask you one more question? So at this point, are you guys looking for a neurologist that will look at your husband? So I guess he has to go to another hospital.
I'm going to answer that, Julian, as a patient advocate. So when Jasmine and her family and her husband enter into a hospital facility like this is one of the best trauma centers in our city. There should have been a team of individuals to work with them. This is something a social worker currently should be working. When the family identifies that they want a legal second opinion and a testing done, that is something that the team and the social worker should be working with them on. This has not been done. Hence, that's why the wife is left to assume, and the patient has rights. As of today, they have no social worker that has communicated with them. They were badgered from the moment the ambulance came to the home to acquire him with medical insurance. Roger's one of those American citizens who has a job and makes too much money to have Medicaid, but your job doesn't offer you medical insurance. Hence, their social worker team should have came in to assist with that so he could apply because of his condition, but also the hospital should be assisting to find the second opinion, not the family. The hospital. I've been to thousands of hospitals. When we ask for a second opinion, the social worker, the charge nurse sit down and give the options. We've done them video television with families so that they can look at the records, and that takes time. But in this instance, that's being denied, and also the EEG. That makes no sense that the EEG is being denied. Any other questions? We have Pastor Davina Ronkowski. That just.
We're listening in there from Chicago, their family demanding answers from the hospital and hospital staff there. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you out to Texas, where we do have attorney Ben Crump. He is speaking right now on behalf of a family that is demanding answers as well for a man that was shot and killed by a corrections officer. And that all happening in San Marcos, Texas. We'll have it for you on the other side of this break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Justice for Josh.
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 You know, it's the first Monday of the new year. Pastor, it's a new year, but it seemed like the same old struggle. I mean, Miss Beverly Wright, Joshua's mother, never would have thought that she would be starting off 2023 with this tragedy. And so that's why it's so important that all of us are standing here together, the whole community, saying that we want the truth. Yes. We want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help us, God. This case is about trust. Trust here in St. Marcos community. It's about transparency leading to truth, accountability, and then we can have trust that no matter who we are, black, white, brown, red, that we get equal justice under the law. These basic concepts of American justice, equal justice. And so when I think about this matter, I think about why I'm here. I'm Attorney Crump, and I'm very honored to be here working with my brother, Attorney Chavo Pastrano, and his beautiful wife, Attorney Jenna Pastrano. They deserve a round of applause for standing up for truth and justice, no matter where it leads. It's not very easy. You know, I don't live here in San Marcos. Judge John Martinez, who's working with our legal team, doesn't live here. Attorney Chris O'Neill don't live here. And so we're going to be able to leave tomorrow and go back to our homes. But Attorney Pastrano, his family are going to be here. And they're standing up saying, no matter what may come, we're going to stand on truth. We're going to stand with this family, because had it been someone in my family, I would want people to stand up and help us get to the truth too. So that's why I'm so honored to be with you, Attorney Pastrano, in this matter, because I know how easy it would have been to turn the other way. Yes. And we can't turn the other way. None of us can turn away. You know, Dr. King often talked about we have to be moral if we say we're good people. And we can't look away when we see evil, when we see injustice. We have to speak truth to power to it. And so, Pastor Lockhart, we are going to speak truth to power today. We have his mother, Miss Beverly Wright. We have Joshua's daughter, Zarina Wright, his 13-year-old daughter. And we have his brother, Christopher Clark, who's going to speak to you all about this tragedy after Attorney Chavo makes the case. I will say this. It's important to know that these injustices aren't just isolated for St. Marcos. It's not just isolated here in the state of Texas. I mean, police officers shooting black people in the back running away is like a cliche in America. I mean, it happens so often. But very rarely do you hear about them shooting a white person in the back running away. And so we have to be courageous enough when they shoot our brothers and sisters in the back to say, that's not right. Why is it okay to shoot black and brown people in the back, but you can pause and use your training and de-escalation when it's a white person running away? You don't shoot them in the back, even when they storm in the Capitol. But when it's a black person, you feel so free to shoot first.
It's not right.
And ask questions later. It is not right, brothers and sisters. And we have to speak truth to power. I think about how when we look across the landscape of America, we've had so many of these tragedies that we've come to know their names. I mean, you think about when Walter Scott, you all remember that brother in North Charleston, South Carolina, running away, and the police officer shot him in the back. I mean, you remember he posed when you saw that video that was captured by a bystander. And had it not been for that video, they would have got away with the murder. I mean, they had already lied about it. Talked about he stole the police officer's taser. And then you see on the video the police officer planting the taser. Because when they can't justify it, then they lie about it. And then we saw in Chicago, Illinois, Laquan McDonald, this 17-year-old teenager running away from the police. And you saw the police officer shoot him at least 15 times in the back. And that officer, Van Dyke, and all the other officers that day lied. But Thank God there was a surveillance video that captured it all. And had there not been a video, they would have got away with murder.
Yeah.
And then you think about Terrence Crutcher in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I mean, he wasn't even running away, Attorney Pastrano. He was walking away with his hands up. And the policewoman shot him in the back. And then you think about Corey Jones in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Just like Terrence Crutcher, he was on the side of I-95, car trouble. Police come up in an unmarked van in plain clothes, never identified himself as a police officer. Corey, who was a law-abiding citizen, had a gun permit, had a gun but never used it, runs away, and the police officer shoots him multiple times in the back, and then they lie about it.
Yes.
And just like the other cases, had they not had video, he would have got away with murder.
Yes.
And so I say that, Miss Beverly, because in 3 of those 4 cases, the police officers were charged and convicted of killing those black men running away. And if it happened in those other places, if we get the evidence that he shot Joshua Wright unjustifiably, then shouldn't this police officer be charged and convicted here in San Marcos, Texas? Because we're not asking for anything special. We're not asking for anything extra. All Miss Beverly, all Chris and Zarina are asking for is equal justice. If this would have been your son, your father, whatever you would want to happen, that's what these black people want to happen. I mean, black pain is no less important than white pain. It's about all of us as God's children. And all of us deserve justice. All of us deserve the right to live and breathe on this earth as any other person. And this police officer, we believe, used unnecessary, unjustifiable, excessive force and shooting Joshua Wright multiple times in the back while he was going away from him. Shackled. They say running away. He's 300 pounds shackled with his pants falling down. He ain't running nowhere. I mean, you, in your mind's eye, think about that. He is shackled, his pants falling down, he's 300 pounds, moving away. And this police officer says, the only thing I can do is shoot him multiple times in the back. Not try to taser him, not try to call for people to corner him. No, I'm just going to shoot first. I'm going to use the deadliest force I can. Shot him multiple times in the back. Attorney Pastrano is going to talk about that in just a moment. But if you wouldn't shoot a white citizen doing that, why is it okay to shoot a black citizen doing that?
Right.
And I think about the fact, and we'll share these with the media. They haven't released the video yet, and you scratch your head and say, why are the taxpayers paying all this money for these police body cam videos when they have a police shooting? They won't release the video. That don't make sense at all, does it? I mean, wasn't the video about transparency? Isn't that the reason we have police body camera video? So we don't have to hypothesize about what happened. No, we can sit with our own eyes. We don't need anybody to interpret anything for us. We're intelligent enough to look at a video and determine whether it was justified or not. So why hasn't the Sheriff's Department released this video? They don't need to say no more, just release the video.
Release the video.
Don't say no more, release the video. Don't say no more, release the video. Don't say no more. Release the video. And then we will see if everything they're saying is true. Because remember, Cleet, who's been quoted by a lot of the media, put out, was it the day when it happened? The day of Attorney Pastrano, they put out the tweet that said, critical incident, Hayes County Sheriff's Office suspect in custody at hospital attacked a deputy and grabbed a sharp medical instrument and began running towards hospital staff and civilians.
Wow. Lies. Lies. Those are lies. Release the video. Release the video. Release the video. Release the video. Release the video.
So when they release this video, either they're going to shut us up and show us that he had a sharp medical instrument, not just an instrument, a sharp medical instrument in his hand. And if they are lying about this, then you got to ask, what else are they lying about? And if they got to lie, you know it's not justified. So we are challenging Cleet to release the video showing that Joshua Wright had a sharp medical device in his hand. And if he did not have that sharp medical device in his hand, then we as a community have to challenge them on why you lying. Why you lying?
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 Because people only lie when they know it's not justifiable. And so on January 2nd, 2023, the beginning of a new year, let's start the new year off not with lies and deception. Let's start the new year off with truth and integrity.
Yes.
That's all Miss Beverly's asking for. That's all Chris and Zariah are asking for. That's all the citizens of St. Marcos are asking for. Attorney Pastrano and I, we have told her, we are going to help you get to the truth. That's our goal. And the truth will be the only thing that can help us get justice for Josh.
Right.
And so, even when all the cameras go away, y'all stand here with this family. And let's all together, as the beloved community, get to the truth so we can get justice for Josh. Justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh.
Thank you. And thank you on behalf of this brokenhearted mother and this confused 13-year-old daughter. At this time, I have the honor of, present to you the case. A great lawyer, but not just a great lawyer, a great human being. I and Judge Martinez and Attorney Bob here, we have the chance to work together on a historic case when a Coca-Cola truck hit and killed a Mexican immigrant. And it was almost as if they said his life don't matter. But it mattered to Attorney Pastrano.
Yes.
And we went in the court of law and made them recognize the humanity in that young man, that father, that husband. Because oftentimes, all it takes is for one good man to stand up to be able to find justice. And so I'm so proud of this great lawyer, this great human being, always standing up for right, no matter what people will say. He said, I have chosen to be an example for my son Gino, that we stand on principle, we stand on truth, we stand on justice. So I'm proud to stand with attorney Chavo Pastrano.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Love you, bro.
Thank you, Chavo.
Thank you, Chavo.
Good afternoon. My name is Chavo Pastrano, and my wife is not only my life partner, but she's also my law partner. Her name is Jenna Pastrano. She's an attorney as well. I'm going to go through what the facts of the case are from our perspective, from our investigation up to this point. Understanding that our investigation is limited by the inability to view the videotape that we all want to view. The information that we have up to this point is that on December the 12th, 2022, in the early morning hours, Joshua Leon Wright suffered a medical emergency at the Hays County Jail. It required his transport to Seton in Kyle, Texas. He was transported by 2 officers. We're unaware of whether they were peace officers or whether they were jailers, but he was initially transported by 2 officers in the early morning hours. At that time, they placed some shackles on him. These shackles are made to prevent escape. These shackles are made to make it almost impossible to run. These shackles are made to cause somebody to not want to run. Nonetheless, equipped with shackles in the early morning hours of December the 12th, 2022, Joshua Wright was transported to the emergency room. He was there for several hours, and later in the morning, he was the 2 officers that were originally in custody of Mr. Wright were then relieved of duty by another officer whose name is Isaiah Garcia. Isaiah Garcia was the sole jailer, not a peace officer. He was a jailer who was in custody of Mr. Wright. At some point in time during the stay, Mr. Wright needed to go use the bathroom. His handcuffs were removed, and while in the bathroom, Mr. Garcia approaches Mr. Wright while he's washing his hands. There's a period of time where Mr. Wright turns around, there's a short scuffle and a push, and then Mr. Wright attempts to leave the emergency room. As he's leaving the emergency room, in these shackles, or in shackles similar to these, he is shot from behind multiple times by Officer Garcia. He suffered one particular shot that went through the spinal cord and would have been a paralyzing shot. That shot put him to the ground. And only at that point did it come to the very disgusting realization that Officer Garcia continued to fire upon Joshua Wright. There is one shot that goes in his lower chest and through his torso and ends up in the base of his neck. After we've learned some of these facts, and I'm very sorry to the Wright family, but after we learned some of these facts, we insisted upon a second autopsy of our own. That autopsy has revealed a couple of things that are very important to the situation. One, there are 6 entrance wounds that we know of in Joshua Wright's body. There are 4 exit wounds. And so that means that there were 2 projectiles that we anticipate that were removed from his body at the time of the first autopsy. We stand here because there is no excuse, there's no reasonable explanation why a man in shackles should ever be fired upon, even once. There are all kinds of less than lethal ways to stop a man from walking away from, or shuffling away from, or even attempting to run away from in shackles, rather than shooting upon him. We are here because we want to discover the truth. We want to get justice for Joshua. And the only way that we will be able to do that is by being able to view that videotape that everybody so desperately wants to view. I'll turn this back over to Mr. Crump.
Thank you for making the case, Attorney Pastrano, and especially showing those shackles. I mean, the visual of him in the shackles, 300 pounds, pants falling down. Was there a least intrusive measure that this officer could have use versus doing the most, using deadly force. And so we continue to ask for transparency. Now we're going to have you hear from some of the people who knew Joshua best. First, you're going to hear from his brother, Christopher. I'm sorry. Yeah, Christopher Clark. I knew that. Christopher Clark, who I was going to point out the fact that knew his little brother all his life, and he'll explain that to you. And worked with his brother and how he really feels about this whole thing. And there are several family members. The Wright family is here. They were a big, loving family. And then finally, you're going to hear from his mother, Beverly. I'll come and introduce her after Chris, and you'll get to see his daughter, Serena, who's going to be standing with her grandmother, confused, still asking, why did the police do this to my father? Very emotional. The family, you know, nobody expects to be here, and so they're just doing their best. They're not like Attorney Pastrano or Judge Martinez or any of us who, you know, are trained and educated on how to articulate and make a case. They just come in to bear their heart because they had to bury their loved one right around the Christmas holidays. And this is painful. So Chris is going to try to stand up strong, and then we're going to bring up his mother, Mr. Chris Clark.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming out and supporting my brother. Josh was my younger brother. He was everything to me. He was the type of guy that'll give you the shirt off his back. He was always helpful. He worked with me on doing my plumbing projects. He was right there with me, and they took something from me that can't be replaced. And I just want to know why. Why did you do this to him? You did not have to do this. There's less lethal ways you could have handled the situation. And I you know, it's so overwhelming that I'm very angry, and these people need to be held accountable for what they've done. Accountability is big, and the crime's in the cover-up. Thank you.
Wow.
You know, my mother, you know, you shouldn't have to bury your kids. Nobody wants to bury their kids. My sister Adrian Wright, she was closer to Josh than all of us. And, you know, we love him and we want justice for him. Thank you.
Justice.
Justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh. For Josh.
Thank you, Chris.
Justice for Josh. Justice for Josh.
Thank you, Chris. And now we're going to hear from his mother, Miss Beverly Wright, and she's with his daughter, Serena.
He got it, baby.
And so Miss Beverly is going to talk about her son.
Thank you all for coming out today. My name is Beverly Wright. I'm Joshua Wright's mother. Joshua was my youngest son. This is his 13-year-old daughter, Serena. And we love him very much. Joshua was a happy-go-lucky fellow. He was a gentle giant. He helpful to a lot of people. He struggled with a lot of things. He wasn't perfect, but he was my son.
Yes, ma'am.
He was my son.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Why did they have to kill my baby boy is what I want to know.
Amen.
I want to know why.
Why?
If it was his fault, I can't accept it. But show us the video.
Show us the video. Show us the video.
I have not heard from them, from the law enforcement, Hayes County Sheriff's Department, since the night they came to my home and told me they had murdered my son. I asked them, why? I found out Joshua was incarcerated. I took a deep breath of relief, thinking, okay, he'll do his time, he'll get out, he'll be okay. Then I get this news that they gunned down my son, shot him in the back. No. I want justice for Josh.
Justice for Josh. Justice for Josh. Justice for Josh. Justice for Josh. Justice for Josh. Justice for Josh. Justice for Josh. Thank you so much, Miss Beverly. Zarina, we're going to fight to get to the truth of what happened to your father.
Yes, sir, Mr. Trump. Yes, sir.
Any other family members? Everybody good? You want to say something else?
Yes.
Go around me, baby.
I just would like to reiterate one more thing, Mr. Crump. You know, when you're running around playing cops and robbers, you know, it was kind of shameful to shoot somebody in the back.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, that's a cowardly way to go about doing things.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't look a man in the eye, if you're going to kill him, then I'd say you're a coward.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir.
Accountability.
Accountability. Hey, again, it underscores what Chris said. Why so many times they shoot black people in the back running away? Right. I mean,
Cowards.
It's just a phenomenon in America that we have to keep addressing, because if we don't address it, it could be your loved one next. Right. And that's why we're here. So at this time, we're going to try to take some of your questions, if you have any, and then we're going to continue to ask for truth and transparency. We're going to continue to ask, where's this video?
Where's the video?
Where's the video?
With him with a sharp medical instrument charging at patients.
Lies.
And if they lying about this, what else they lying about?
What else they lying about?
What questions? Any questions? Attorney Pastrello, if you would join us.
I will.
Are there any questions?
Did you give him a time frame to turn in the video?
Well, the judge gave him a time frame, correct?
I think Judge Becerra, our county judge, actually asked for them to release it within 10 days. They have not complied with that. That would have been roughly around December the 22nd. It was not released. It still has not been released up to this point.
Mr. Crump?
And there's a reason we believe they ain't released that video yet. Yes.
The executive director of Fleet, shortly after he made that tweet, and he didn't make that tweet, the agency did, came back and backed off that and said he didn't have it in his hand. He told me.
So what they put the lie out there to try to frame the narrative to justify killing the black man. That's what you're telling me? That's what you're asking me?
No, sir.
That sounds like that's what you're asking me.
My question is that Fleet came back shortly after and said that he didn't have a weapon in his hand.
So they lied. So they lied. That's what they'll say about a black person.
Liars!
They lied.
We knew that already.
We want to see the video.
My question is that if the video shows him charging, does that change anything?
I think the video is going to show what it shows, and we want to see the video. And we don't want to, they already saw the video. So why is it they get to see it and the family and the community don't get to see it? They get to see the video and try to come up with the right things to say. How's that fair? How's that fair? They get to study the video over and over again, slow it down, come up with a narrative to try to justify shooting the black man in the back. When Cleek has, you don't think the law enforcement looked at the video?
Not Cleek.
No, you don't think law enforcement looked at the video? And another law enforcement and Cleek go hand in hand?
Absolutely.
Show us the video! Show us the video! Show that video!
I'll actually further that conversation is that many of the members of CLEAT are actually members of law enforcement. They actually come from the department where this occurred at, and then they go back to their CLEAT representatives and probably are reporting that. I can't prove that, but they go hand in hand exactly like Mr. Crump is saying.
Yeah. We were born that night, but we weren't born last night. What else we got?
All right, Mr. Crump.
Yes.
And first of all, thank you for the work you do all over the country. I get to see you at so many things, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you,
and
Queen.
the attorney, and thank you all. There's a young man that's standing here. His name is Cyrus Gray, and he has a statement that he'd like to share with you all.
Okay.
About the officer.
Please. You are.
Be courageous. Speak your peace.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Thank you.
His parents just went through the same thing.
Sorry, I'm nervous. In jail for a couple of years. I'm Cyrus Gray.
Okay.
I've had experiences with Officer Garcia. I just recently was released from Hayes County Jail. I've been incarcerated for 5 years wrongfully, and I'm still fighting my case currently. But while I was in jail, I had multiple incidents with Garcia, and Garcia is quick to deal with African Americans very aggressively. One incident, Garcia got me moved to another pod that was known for jumping African Americans willfully, and got me jumped by a gang in that pod. There's another incident where there's a very autistic young black kid who was sitting at a table eating. This is lunchtime. And a Caucasian kid was sitting across the room and started an altercation with this autistic black kid. He cursed at him from across the room, got up, ran across the room. The autistic kid gets up to defend himself. He was minding his own business. He gets up to defend himself, and they get into a fight. Officer Garcia's decision was to run from the picket, grab the autistic kid, and slam him on his head while he was still getting punched by the other kid.
Wow.
So, sitting here hearing, sitting here hearing that it was Garcia who was involved in this, for me, is not surprising, it's not shocking, but it's very disgusting and unfortunate because, I mean, I've been transferred to the hospital before. You're like this. And I'm not 300 pounds. I can't run. I mean,
thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you all. If there are no other questions from the press, we will talk as a community. Yes, ma'am.
I am wondering, Mr. Attorney Sheldon here with the timeline, say that Mr. Bright, his shackles were removed from the bathroom.
No, his handcuffs.
Handcuffs.
Shackles stayed on the whole time.
So the feet shackles are what were on when he was shot?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. We'll continue to update you. Hopefully, the community will demand the video be released, and we will see what's on the video. And we don't need them to interpret it for us. We can see it for ourselves. Say no more. Just release the video. Say no more.
It was Attorney Ben Crump, as well as other attorneys there on behalf of this inmate who died after trying to flee from a hospital that he was being held at for a time being. That all happening in mid-December there, all happening to inmate Joshua Wright, who was shot and killed by that officer as they say he tried to escape the Kyle, Texas hospital. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We will continue to update you on this story, especially when a video is released there of the incident. We will take our first quick 2-minute break here of this hour right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here as we bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, tomorrow it's going to be a big day for Congress as new Congress members coming to the Capitol there for the next session of congressional action there with senators and House members. And the big storyline there is will Kevin McCarthy get the votes needed to become Speaker of the House here? Lucas Tomlinson has a little bit more from Fox News.
When the 118th Congress convenes Tuesday, the first order of business in the new Republican-controlled House will be electing a new Speaker. Outgoing House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy won an initial leadership vote among House Republicans back in November, but the party is far from united behind him. 218 votes are required to become Speaker, and some Republicans say McCarthy remains dozens of votes short.
So he recognizes that he doesn't have the 218.
Others are more optimistic.
I think he absolutely gets the 218.
Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs says he plans to challenge McCarthy.
Right now, nobody has 218 votes, which is the magic number, and I don't believe we're going to see that until January 3rd, and it'll take maybe even take a few ballots to shake that out.
If there's no majority winner after the first ballot, the House will continue voting until a clear leader is declared. No Speaker vote has gone to a second ballot in 100 years. McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 votes. That means even embattled newly elected Congressman George Santos, accused of falsifying his resume, is needed by McCarthy.
They need George Santos's vote. Kevin McCarthy needs his vote in particular to become Speaker. It's a very narrow Republican majority.
When asked, outgoing House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she hopes Republican infighting will not slow down the voting process.
I'm just hoping that on January 3rd that they'll be expeditiously able to elect a Speaker so that we can get on with the work of the Congress.
Some might be surprised to know the Constitution does not require the House Speaker to be a member of Congress. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Thanks, Lucas, there, and we'll have full coverage of the 118th Congress starting up tomorrow right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here today. We're going to go out to Connecticut, where the Connecticut Senator Blumenthal coming together today to talk a little bit more about Southwest flights and all the fiascos that happened during the holiday season and trying to get passengers compensation if they already didn't receive it there. So let's go to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Debacle. The Southwest debacle was hardly the first and hardly unforeseeable, because we've seen this picture again and again and again with airlines in America. Southwest itself experienced the same kind of massive failure in 2007. The cancellations and delays on Memorial Day, on other holidays just this year portended this disaster. It was not the first. It was not unforeseeable, because it was the result of bad management, airline malpractice. The airlines do it because they can. They have monopolies on routes that force travelers to their airlines, no matter how poor their performance, and no matter how they nickel and dime passengers with high charges and baggage fees and all kinds of painful and harmful charges and fees that cost more money. The kind of disaster that we saw with Southwest simply dramatizes an ongoing failure by the airlines to respect basic passenger rights, the minimum kind of performance that passengers need and deserve. And that's why we need an airline passenger Bill of Rights that would provide ironclad, enforceable rights to consumers. If a flight is canceled, money back, compensation, not some voucher, cash back in consumer pockets. If there are delays or cancellations, and alternative flights are available, airlines should put their passengers on the flights of other airlines. Southwest refused to do it. If there are any kind of loss of bags or even partial delays in delivery of those bags, passengers should receive money for the costs, and in cases of delays or cancellations, rental cars, hotel, meals, no questions asked, money back. Right now, Southwest has an obligation to provide some refunds, but so far it has refused to declare unequivocally that it will compensate travelers fully and fairly. And the Department of Transportation ought to be compelling Southwest, but also any other airline that has these kinds of cancellations and delays to do right by consumers. The airlines say that they're not to blame. It's weather. It's air traffic control. It's the lack of sufficient pilots or flight attendants or ground crews. Well, weather is no worse than it was pre-pandemic, but the numbers of cancellations and delays has risen by 63%. 1 out of every 4 flights in America in 2022, 1 out of every 4 was canceled or delayed. They are hitting rock bottom performance levels. And there are no excuses in weather or air traffic control, and they are to blame for the lack of pilots and flight attendants and ground crews because taxpayers shelled out tens of billions of dollars during the pandemic so they could keep those people on payroll. They failed to do it. The airlines are giving travelers some of the worst performance in recent history, and they're charging more for it than ever. And that's why an airline passenger bill of rights is now more timely and necessary than ever before. It's basic rights, ironclad guarantees, cash back if they don't fulfill their end of the bargain, and refunds and compensation if they cause additional costs to air travelers. These basic rights ought to be enforceable by individuals through private rights of action, and individuals ought to be able to band together in class actions. State AGs should have the rights to go into court and protect their consumers, and the U.S. Department of Transportation ought to be watching like a hawk and enforcing these rights by imposing penalties, stiff penalties, when airlines fail to do their part. So an airline passenger bill of rights will be introduced in the beginning days of this session, as early as possibly tomorrow. I will be sworn in tomorrow for my 3rd term, and if there's an opportunity to do so, we'll introduce it tomorrow. If not then, sometime in February. Happy to answer any questions.
Secretary Buttigieg has said what he plans to do, if anything?
I spoke to Secretary Buttigieg on Thursday at some length. I'm going to be hopefully seeing him as well on Wednesday. We had a long conversation about this issue, and he pledged that he would be imposing stiff penalties on Southwest and that he would require them to make full refunds and compensation for any money lost. Connecticut consumers ought to know they are entitled to these refunds and compensation under the orders that Secretary Buttigieg will be issuing to these airlines. And I think he will be taking additional steps. I'm not going to disclose exactly what they are.
Any insight to what went wrong with Southwest? Is there other changes we can make to kind of prevent that from happening other than stiffer penalties?
Great question. You know, if I were a shareholder of Southwest, I'd be demanding an immediate house clean at the top. This mismanagement caused a failure to update IT systems. Its information technology was literally decades old. Its point-to-point scheduling, rather than using a hub, was in part responsible, but very simply, it failed to have enough people available to fly the airplanes, do the ground crew operations, and serve as flight attendants. So what Southwest did was really reprehensible in trying to penny pinch and save money on essential components of running an airline. Information technology, scheduling, personnel available. Southwest utterly and completely failed. And the kind of structural and performance issues that we saw were the result of trying to cut corners and save money.
Up until now, passengers have really been at the mercy of airline carriers. Do you expect this to kind of restore a little bit of the balance of power between customer and airlines?
Exactly right. Part of the reason that the balance of power has shifted in favor of the airlines is there have been repeated consolidations, mergers, acquisitions. There are fewer airlines now than ever before at the national level. There may be some smaller airlines that compete with the big guys, but overall, airline mergers and acquisitions have put consumers at the mercy of fewer airlines. 5 of them now dominate more than 80% of the routes. And at certain hubs, they have a stranglehold on new airlines entering the market because there simply aren't enough slots there. It is an industry that's rife with monopolistic and predatory practices. And the reason they can do it is because they dominate, and the balance of power has shifted in favor of the airlines, with fewer and fewer of them controlling more of the routes, putting passengers more at their mercy. And that's why they can raise fares in an instant, literally. You've seen it when you go to the internet. You look at the flight price at 10:30 this morning, and it could be different an hour or two later. They can do it because they have that dominance.
Sounds like there's a second piece of legislation there.
There is a second piece of legislation or action by the Department of Justice to protect consumers against a seeming monopoly on certain routes, or the FAA taking action to compel more slots to open. I think the whole airline industry is due for a radical makeover using antitrust laws and consumer protection statutes, new legislation, as well as enforcement of existing laws to protect consumers. They need it and deserve it.
What can airlines do to increase staffing levels in which maybe some employees they lost through the pandemic from vaccine mandates and things like that?
The airlines knew, and they know now, that they are short-staffed. They have complained about it, attributing it to all kinds of extraneous causes, but they ought to look in the mirror, because
And that was Senator Blumenthal from earlier today in Connecticut, talking about what he plans to do with the whole Southwest airline troubles that were really plaguing thousands and thousands of passengers this holiday season, and coming up maybe with some legislation as well. Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here, where we bring you top stories, breaking news when it happens, all right here on Live Now from Fox. But our next story here, we are going to be getting an update on actor Jeremy Renner, who had a very, very serious scare and is now in a hospital. So let's break it all down here with TMZ's Michael Babcock joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being here. And wow, what a scary situation here for this actor.
Hey, Mike, thank you for having me. Yeah, this is just scary stuff and really serious. So a Sunday morning about, 10 minutes or so before 10 o'clock, Mike, Jeremy Renner, who has this nice place near this resort town in Nevada, and they had just gotten this really big storm that had rolled through, and it had left a lot of snow. Well, Jeremy, obviously this week being the holidays, he had some family over, and he wanted to try and clear a path for them. So he has this big snowplow. It's called a snowcat, and it's big. It's not one of those little small ones that you push. I mean, this thing is significant, and somehow, some way, something went very wrong, and that's obviously what people are trying to figure out right now. But the vehicle, the snowplow, somehow ran over at least one of Jeremy's legs and actually got some of his body too, and caused catastrophic, I mean, very, very serious injuries. Now, he was losing a lot of blood. I mean, he's out there laying in the snow, and he is just chewed up. And thankfully, and who knows, maybe we find out that this ends up having saved his life. But there was a neighbor who was a doctor, Mike, who was able to rush over to Jeremy and apply a tourniquet. Now, that gave the medical people enough time to come out, and they actually airlifted him. So we posted some video on the on our website here of the helicopter taking off after they got Jeremy that morning. Thankfully got him to a hospital. Now they say he is in critical but thankfully in stable condition. So you know, barring something catastrophic now, it looks like he is he is going to make it. His life doesn't appear to be on the line anymore right now, but as far as physically what his condition might be, we just don't know that as of right now.
Yeah, very, very scary. And Michael, do we know as far as what projects Jeremy had maybe in the pipeline that might delay now because of this accident?
I mean, he had a couple other, he had just landed a big role. He had a couple of projects that were in production. So I think it's probably a little too early, Mike, to say that, this would hold it up or not, and not knowing the shooting schedule. But yeah, I mean, who knows what his condition's going to be, and even if he's going to be able to walk, might he need to go through rehab? That's just unclear now. So I think certainly that this could have a long-lasting effect on his career. You hope it doesn't, but I guess at the end of the day, the most important thing is that he, his quality of life and that he recovers as best as he can.
Yeah, absolutely. A very beloved actor there, and we hope to see on the screen very, very soon. Michael Babcock with TMZ, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us. We appreciate it, and Happy New Year.
Anytime, Mike. Thank you, and Happy New Year.
No problem. Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Mount Dora, Florida, where officials giving an update on an elderly couple that was found murdered inside of their home. And now there is a $10,000 reward for information to lead to a suspect or suspects. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Always keep in mind and think about the family and friends of the two fine citizens that we lost that are not able to be here at this community meeting. We need to have more of them. You need to see my face a little more often. I agree. For those that have not received the briefing from me, I'll start from the beginning and give you some facts. On December 31st at about 4:06 p.m., members of the Mount Dora Police Department responded to the Waterman Village in reference to a suspicious incident. At the residence, we found an 83-year-old male and an 80-year-old female. They were both deceased. They were husband and wife. The circumstances around the death were suspicious. In fact, this is an active homicide investigation. Members of the Lake County Sheriff's Office Forensic Unit, the Mount Dora Police Department Criminal Investigations Section, and the great Florida Department of Law Enforcement responded to the scene, and they're actively engaged as we speak. At this point in the investigation is active. It is an active homicide investigation. So there are things that, as yesterday, I'm not going to speak about. And the big question is why? Well, how many veterans do we have in here? We have a couple. There's this thing we call in the military security, operational security. There are things we just don't want folks to know what we're doing. And and if you've never been involved in that kind of operation, we do it so we can move freely and get our job done. So we're not going to release a good bit of information only because we're in the middle of an active homicide investigation. With that said, I always want to plug this. I want to plug Crime Line. Crime Line is involved. You'll probably start seeing them at some of our briefings. Hopefully we won't have many more. But remember, if anybody in here, anyone out there has any information, there is a reward. I'm going to hold on the amount, but I will tell you this. The mayor and the city manager have doubled the amount of award that through the city's contribution. So that will make a little more public as to the amount as we move on. But remember, 1-800-423-TIPS, 1-800-423-TIPS. If anyone has any information that may lead to a successful investigation and prosecution of this heinous crime, please let us know. With that said, I'm going to give, this is a law enforcement briefing. However, it is fair and reasonable and necessary for me to call the mayor up and let the mayor say a few things, and then we'll get to some questions. Mayor?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chrissy Stile, Mayor of the City of Mount Dora. I apologize for my throat. I do just want to reiterate, just like I said yesterday, really speaking to the residents mostly, that there really is no need to feel unsafe in our city. There is no need to feel like you have to watch your back. You're as safe as you were 2-3 days ago, 2 weeks ago. This is, as we met with the folks at Waterman Village this morning, this is something that doesn't normally happen in our city. So we are still safe. Our police department does a fantastic job protecting our citizens, working for our citizens day in and day out. And there is really no need for alarm. The other thing I will say is any of you that follow our police department's Facebook page, you see most times it's a crime of opportunity because we left our car door unlocked or we leave our homes unlocked. It's not these days. It's not something we can take for granted anymore. We need to be careful. We need to watch out for our neighbors, watch out for our friends, and continue to just be on top of things. Be aware. We're a small, wonderful, fantastic, quaint little city, but there are still bad people in the world, and they will take that opportunity to take advantage of all of us, particularly older people. So just use your head, be smart. Times are changing. If you see anything, as Chief said, to please call the 1-800-423-TIPS or reach out to our police department at 352-735-7130. Anything that you see or might know that could help with this case would be greatly appreciated. And I'm always available if you ever need anything. Reach out, or most of you know where to find me if you need me for anything at all. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, moving forward. So we have been very active through the night. Those that maybe don't have a real clear understanding of how law enforcement operates, we go into an all hands on deck. No one goes home. We maybe get a shower or two in between, and we eat a lot of hamburgers. So we are moving. This case is fast moving. I feel very confident that we're going to have a successful conclusion. With that said, I'm here to answer any questions you might have, but keep in mind, if we get into the details of the investigation, remember my opening, there are things that we're just not going to speak about. And hopefully, any amount of luck, Vashon will put out an email in the next few hours, and we'll be able to talk a little more. But for now, if anyone has any questions, I'm here for you. Ask away.
Chief, Jerry Axton.
Yeah.
Who are these people? You mentioned 83-year-old, 80-year-old.
Yeah.
Can you release their names? Are they from the community? Who are these people?
Okay, they're residents. I understand they're Mount Dora residents that were Mount Dora residents, and they've recently moved into Waterman. I'm meeting with the children of the victims at 1 o'clock, and out of just courtesy, out of pure courtesy, I'm going to meet with them, and at the next gathering that we have, I'll release their names.
What time would that be?
1 o'clock. We're meeting at 1 o'clock.
And you'll release their names at 1 o'clock?
Well, it may be a little after. It may be a little after, but that'll be a topic. I'll let them know that we're going to release the names. So, yes, sir.
Chief, you telling everybody to feel safe and all that sort of thing, but you don't have anybody arrested yet. You haven't told us anything about the circumstances. So how is it that you can feel safe if you don't let us know what's going on?
Fair question, but I got to stick by the guns and let you know that this is a fast-moving, fast-breaking investigation, and there are things that we just are not going to release. And as I said yesterday, those of you that have known me over the last nearly 35 years, you know it's all about the case. It's all about the investigation, and I'll hold things tight. And the very minute, I'm the most transparent person you'll meet, the very minute I can release information, I will. In terms of security, safety of the residents here in the city of Mount Dora, they should feel, and they are safe. They are safe. I can confidently say they are safe. They should have no fear. This is a terrible tragedy, no doubt. But it's a once in a lifetime for many of you. Sadly, we see it on a either through our friends and other agencies, or we have. I always point towards Kevin Brubaker, been in this business for 40 years locally, and big league stuff. So we've seen this stuff over and over and over again. But for many citizens, this is a once in a lifetime event, and you have my assurances that we got all hands on deck here at the Mount Dora Police Department, and you should and are safe.
Chief, without really trying to go too deeply into information you don't want to release, can you say whether or not you've developed any suspects in this?
It's a fast-moving with all hands on deck from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, all hands on deck from the Mount Dora Police Department, and it's a fast-moving.
Something that was obvious.
Or tomorrow.
Chief, there were reports of the neighbors saying that there were people, women knocking on the door, asking to use the restroom, all that kind of weird stuff. Have you guys checked that out? Is that valid, or is that just something that?
Well, without going into the details of the case, we're all hands on deck. If we have information, as I just mentioned, if you have any information, If we have any information about any activity over the past few days in particular, that has been looked into.
What credentials do you need to get access into that complex?
Say that one more time.
To gain entry into the complex, do you need a code? Do you need a key?
They have quite a few security personnel and with gates, so you're checking in and checking out.
Is that couple live alone?
Husband and wife, yes, sir.
And out of all respect, we're just trying to get more information.
Absolutely.
When we're here yesterday, the community is here. I'm sure they have questions. Why can't you tell us what happened?
Right. It's an active criminal investigation. There's just details that we're just not going to talk about right now. Just not going to do it. And when we're done, and we will be done, then you'll understand.
Are you worried those details may point to the suspect or suspects involved?
Say that one more time.
Are you worried that those details you're talking about may point to the suspect or suspect involved?
Well, this is an active investigation. It's fast moving. I want to put no roadblocks up in front of the detectives that are out working this case. They're going to do their job, and they're not going to have me. I have to be your speaking person. I have to be the person that keeps you informed as much as I can inform you. And I'm not going to do anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Are you confident you'll find whoever did this?
I've said it yesterday. I've already said it today. We will get to a successful conclusion in this case.
And forgive me if it was answered a little bit earlier. Have you released the names yet? And if not,
Sure. Well, okay, we have not released the names yet. I'm meeting with the Sun at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Out of just courtesy and respect for them, I made the decision to not release the names until after I speak with them and let them know, here's the process, here's what's going to happen.
But the Sun was already notified, right?
I'm sorry? Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yes. And we spoke to a daughter also, a son and a daughter.
Did the son and daughter just not want to be here, or did they want to?
They live out. They do not live here.
What is the reward now?
Well, I didn't want to exactly put it out. At this moment, it's $10,000. At this moment, it's $10,000 reward for information that'll lead to the location, arrest, conviction of the perpetrators.
What's your message to the people sitting here?
Sure, absolutely. Mount Dora, and I told this story yesterday. I came from an area where I watched the news last night too, where after they played our events in Mount Dora, they started going through the stuff in our neighboring county and the number of bad things that are going on. So when I came on, and that's where I retired from originally. So when I came here, I was just amazed at the security and the safety of Mount Dora. Now, but things do happen. Things do happen. We do live in a world where things happen. But the city of Mount Dora is by far one of the safest, most secure communities I have ever seen anywhere in the whole United States. And I have been in about every major city in the country. Certainly any that would involve any kind of law enforcement, teaching, and so on. So the city of Mount Dora is a safe and secure community. Will it be perfect 100% of the time? Absolutely not. But we are a safe community that you can walk your dogs. There's no place here that I wouldn't feel comfortable living. And Mount Dora is safe. It is secure. You got a professional law enforcement agency. We have unparalleled support from the city staff. There has been not once have I gone to my city manager, not once have I had conversations with the city council where they have done anything other than full support of law enforcement and assets and anything we need. So we have the support from the community, we have the support from the city manager, and we absolutely have the support of the city council. I mean, what a wonderful place to live, to have that kind of relationship.
Chief, apologies if you addressed this earlier. Can you tell us, do you have any
Right. So I'll tell you this. No, I won't. No. This is a fast-moving, fast-breaking investigation. And we're now moving towards the 40th hour, and there's been very little sleep. Very little sleep. They're very active and very engaged, every detective. And there's 7 of them, 7 professional criminal investigators, along with the civilian staff, the analytical staff, and so on. Not to include the forensic staff that our great Lee Massey, the SAC of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, opened up today. They were closed, it's a holiday. Opened up, his fully staffed forensic team is in there working this case. We may have 20 people actively working right now as we speak.
We only have time for a few more questions, but I want to make sure that we get questions from our actual residents.
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple of questions, please. So at Waterman Village, there's multi-unit complex like assisted living and independent living. Was this in the assisted or was it in an independent living like individual unit?
It was the multi-family duplex, so independent living.
Okay, so were there staffing involved? Because having run assisted living, I mean, usually when there's a disruption, I haven't been involved with a murder, but when there's disruption with the residents, it's usually either domestic, be it family, or I guess homicide, suicide, or it's staffing. So I would imagine.
Well, so without into again any details of the investigation, I was shocked at the number of staff they had on duty. So they're fully staffed with not only management level folks, but they're security management folks. So they have plenty of staffing. In terms of the details leading to a suspect, it's just something that we're not going to discuss right now.
What about security cameras around the building?
They have done a good job. It's a brand new facility, so good for us. Good for us. When they build the new facility, they do include the security apparatus for the new facility.
And staff are being investigated, I would imagine.
Well, I wouldn't go there because but right now I'm not going to go into the details of the investigation. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Recognizing that you're not going to go into details of this one, can you share, and it might be something that we need to address with Waterman, what opportunities are they going to take to evaluate their current setup for security, and anything that is found to need to be improvement, what solutions are they going to have, and when are we as a community going to find out about this?
Sure. So two angles. I am aware that they're bringing in their private security folks to do a review tomorrow, and so that's one angle. Second angle, Lieutenant Starkowski runs our community relations outfit, and 2 of them are SEPTED certified. So Lieutenant Starkowski and his SEPTED personnel will be in that facility probably starting this afternoon, and we're going to go through with a fine-tooth comb, and we're going to identify any openings, anything that may need to be improved, and it's an invitation from them. So we're going to spend a good bit of time going through from the law enforcement angle, identifying any opportunities for improvement, and they're on board. As I talked to the CEO, I said, I don't want a person that can't make decisions. I need a person that can make a decision when they see something that can be improved. I make the decision, that they make the correction. So they're on board, and so from the private sector, they've got their security folks coming in, and then of course from the law enforcement side, we're all in. So all hands on deck on this one. Barry, help me with that one.
What is it?
SEPTED.
Oh, it's crime prevention through environmental design.
Crime protection by environmental design. I actually knew it, I just forgot it. So. I'm sorry? Absolutely.
Can you tell me, you are a long-time resident of Mount Dora? Can you tell me what is the ratio between the population of downtown area, which oversees by the officers of downtown? What is the ratio between the population of Mount Dora and police officers? 1 to 1,000, 1 to 2,000?
Oh, I got it. So we have 18,300 people, right? Something like that. And we have 45 police officers, but we're short, like every agency in the United States. We're in a crisis for hiring. So we have 36 sworn people on duty right now. So it's about 2 per 1,000, about 2 per 1,000 police officers. Without going into the old school of thought, there's the figuring out how many police officers you need for the population is not as simple as it was back in the 40s, 50s, and even 60s, whereas population lived and worked and shopped all in one town. There wasn't a lot of cross population. When you went to Orlando, you went there for a special day, for a special store, for a special reason. And so when you developed your plan for the number of police officers, you really followed a formula for your population. Way different now. We got folks that live in Mount Dora that work in Orlando, people that work in Orlando or live in Orlando that work in Mount Dora, and then you got same thing with Tavares and Eustis and Umatilla. You got all this cross-through population. In addition, we're Mount Dora. We're a destination city, not just local. We're a worldwide destination city. So those are things that we're already discussing. Not that we have a shortage, but it's something as your chief, I always have to keep the mayor and the city manager up to speed on where are we on the number of policemen. Do we need more? I'll never say less, but where are we? So it's an active conversation that I'm engaged in all the time. Yes, ma'am.
Is there closed circuit television or video monitoring in the common areas at Waterman Village, particularly in the area where this happened, but in general, is that something they have?
They do, inside the primary guard shack.
But I'm saying common areas of the community, as in anywhere on the street, anywhere on the hallways of the larger buildings or the access roads.
So you're asking about, well, they do have monitoring inside the guard shack.
And they're monitoring a series of cameras?
They're monitoring a series of cameras. They're monitoring a series of cameras. Yes, ma'am.
I do know that you had indicated 4 o'clock in the afternoon there was a suspicious activity or you were alerted. Do they have an idea? Did it happen during the night? Did it happen early in the afternoon? Just asking if there's any information on that.
The investigation has honed in on the time, but that, again, that's a detail that we're just not going to discuss at this moment.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah. Is there any sign of forced entry or how they were going to make their way into the home?
Again, that's a detail, hopefully soon, that we're just not going to discuss today, at this moment, I should say. So that's just an investigative detail that I'm not going to discuss.
So, Chief, usually when the media is called for these press conferences, we give them information. So how can we help you in this case? It's clearly not going to be anything right now.
Anybody, amazing about any kind of investigation. This is one that is really important, right? No doubt. But any investigation is important that if you have any information on any criminal activity that you notify your law enforcement. Having moved into this huge computer age, everything is maintained. So that stuff is all cross-referenced and can be seen, especially here in Lake County where we have Sheriff Grinnell. He has funded we all have the same common report writing software. So all this intelligence that's put in. So crime in general, call your local law enforcement so we can get it in because they may be looking for something. So to your point, any information, no matter how insignificant you think you may have, especially some over the period of the 30th and 31st that you may have, notify the Mount Dora Police Department so we can get it written down and we can look into it and see if that's something we're missing, because you'd be shocked how often it's the smallest detail, and that is the thing that pushes us over the edge.
Do you expect to release any additional details this afternoon after you meet with the Sun?
Well, originally I was hopeful to do this, you all showed up at this one, later this afternoon. Vashon will put out an email soon. He'll put out an email, and we'll, as the investigation progresses, I'll put out more information, and everyone will be satisfied. But I don't want to miss an opportunity. The residents and visitors of Mount Dora are safe and secure. You have nothing to fear. Mount Dora Police Department is on the job. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is on the job. The Lake County Sheriff's Office is on the job. You have nothing to fear.
Thank you all for coming.
Okay, thank you.
You were just listening in there to officials as they were talking about this murder investigation that is currently ongoing there. They want to reiterate that making sure people are aware and safe. We also want to continue our coverage here on Live and Now from Fox from all over the country as now severe weather is heading toward the southeast. I want to jump into some comments from our Fox weather team as they are following this story very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's tune in to our colleagues at Fox Weather as they're covering these severe storms and warnings now issued in the southeast.
The tornadoes that have the potential to develop might be on the stronger side, EF2 or greater. So keep that in mind. It's a pretty healthy and wide swath of states and an area, just real estate, that has that threat. When we talk about the potential, that sector that we have today is certainly favorable for the development. At the surface, those winds moving out of the south, and then at about 10,000 feet, we have those winds moving to the southwest. So that's one of the ingredients. Of course, we've got the wind shear, which is available. And meanwhile, one of the cities that we'll be watching for is Nashville. So come with me as we're talking about the possible threat of seeing some of these storms. That threat's going to be around throughout the afternoon and into the evening. It's the 2nd of January. It's a new year. It's a nice day right now in Nashville, Tennessee. So says Will Nunley and the folks enjoying it. But you're watching pretty carefully, Will, those storms out to the west development. I know it.
Yeah, we'd love to think, Stephen, that we could have a nice week here in the 70s and short sleeves in Nashville. But if you live in this area here in the South, you know that it's not going to last long. And normally there's trouble coming with it. And that's what we're seeing take place as you're indicating there live in front of the screen. And there are a lot of attention now being put on this area of the 4 states now under this tornado warning. That certainly got a lot of attention when that watch box was issued here last hour. So the messaging from a lot of the emergency managers in these areas are the concern moving into the night, making sure that we have a way to wake folks up if a tornado warning is issued in those areas. So if you're in this watch box, if you're adjacent to this tornado watch area, this 4-state large tornado watch box, make sure that you have, before you go to bed, not only your Fox Weather app turned on, the sound and notifications on, but maybe have a secondary way, something that will wake you up like a NOAA weather radio, ready at the hand to wake you up. Because as we've been indicating, the strength of these tornadoes, also the flooding risk, there are different types of hazards that are coming together to make this a very dangerous situation that's going to last through all evening and most of the night. So I want everybody watching us right now in Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, I'm naming all kinds of states here. You need to make sure that you have multiple ways to get those messages, those warnings, and understand that this is going to last for at least the next 24 to 48 hours. So we're talking about a significant risk here for quite some time. I want to get things back to you, though, Stephen, there in the studio, so you can continue to track this tornado warning out of Texas. Lots of eyes on that.
Yeah, that's the first one of the day, Will, and hopefully and thankfully it's far away from where you're at, but we'll be watching those storms as they move in your direction. Appreciate that report. Yeah, Kendall, let's send it over to you.
Yeah, Stephen, let's head down to a location now that is getting close to 80 degrees. Yes, you heard that right. New Orleans sitting at 70 78 degrees right now. And yes, it does feel nice, but you know, it's January after all, so we should not be dealing with temperatures this warm, well above average temperatures all across the region, the south, and that is what's leading to all of the severe weather. So this severe weather threat is going to persist overnight tonight into tomorrow and then all the way through Wednesday as well. So this multi-day severe weather event, it is going to be bringing all modes of severe weather, strong damaging winds upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour, large hail, and also flash flooding and the threat for the tornadoes. So for tomorrow, we're watching as the storm system, this closed low and associated front continues progressing eastward. And as it does so, we're still going to be moving into a very favorable environment. Lots of moisture streaming northward from the Gulf of Mexico, as well as lots of wind shear, strong winds aloft. And then that front is providing that lift. All of those ingredients will allow these thunderstorms to develop very quickly and quickly rotate as well. Notice here's that main line, that squall line, but then these discrete cells out front, these are the supercells that are going to have the best potential, I should say, to rotate. We have to watch these very closely. We could also even have some tornadoes embedded within the line, so this is going to be a concern of really for the next 24 to 48 hours for, unfortunately, some of the exact same locations. Notice you could see Will Nunley located in Nashville over to Chattanooga, Birmingham, Montgomery. We're not out of the woods just yet. We'll be watching as this very similar threat, a level 3 out of 5, persists for locations like Mobile as well as New Orleans for tomorrow. Then you can see also that hatched zone, the greatest potential to see EF2 or stronger tornadoes is going to be confined to Baton Rouge, Slidell, Hattiesburg, Grove Hill, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery. Lots of the southeast largest cities are located within this hatched region, and that's why it's imperative that you plan accordingly. You have some time. Make sure that you are taking down any loose objects, Christmas lights, Christmas decorations for that matter, because you don't want them blowing around in these really strong winds. Also, flash flooding will be a concern as we'll be watching some locations picking up several inches of rain. And now the concern is the fact that we'll be dealing with copious amounts of rain, and also that means that we could have some rain-wrapped tornadoes. So through Wednesday, these are the zones where we're watching for the highest totals to set up shop. Little Rock, Memphis, over to Panama City, Montgomery, even to the north of Atlanta. These are all locations, Stephen, where we could maybe even see upwards of 2 to 3, maybe even 3 to 5 inches of rain through midweek.
And they have seen a lot of rain the past couple of months, right? Snow is falling, though, where the temperatures are below freezing, but we also have that dangerous freezing rain that's beginning to grow in threat, especially in Nebraska. But Sundance, yeah, it looks nice. Got that snow. It'll continue to move through a winter storm warning for southeastern Wyoming, and that warning extends clear through Nebraska, South Dakota, all the way into Minnesota, and even a couple of counties in western Wisconsin. A swath of snow that could perhaps reach about a foot or so. Enjoy the winter weather. You live in the north probably for that reason. But we like to get away from the ice storm, and there is an ice storm warning. That threat is going to ramp up over the next few hours. In fact, in parts.
You're just listening into our Fox weather team as they were talking about some tornado warnings issued for Jasper and Tyler counties in Texas. Certainly a lot of severe weather with the warm temperatures throughout the southwest, bringing some volatile and unstable air in the atmosphere. Don't forget to obviously download their app. There you can see on the screen the QR code. Open your camera and scan now to download that app here for Fox Weather. Well, we just got this picture in here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on into the new year 2023. And well, we're just getting a live picture right now. President Biden on his way back from St. Croix in the U.S. Virgin Islands to get back to work in 2023. The new Congress set to be instilled over the next few days. They're expected a lot of new representatives and senators expected to be in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday, as they will potentially get sworn in and do all of those protocol things ahead of the new Congress that's set to take place. Of course, Democrats still hold the majority on the Senate side. The Republicans hold the majority on the House side. Well, that is something that the Democrats haven't had. Well, they had the senators and the House last time, so different things. But we're also hearing potentially from Kevin McCarthy, potential House Speaker, not officially official as of yet. But President Biden on his way back to the United States from St. Croix there, the U.S. Virgin Islands. You see him getting on Air Force One more time here on Live Now from Fox. That shot just jumps away from the Air Force One there. That might have been a look as he was on his way back. It might have been a replay from St. Croix from earlier today. We're not exactly sure, but live, raw, and unfiltered, that's kind of what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Monday as we get 2023 going here. Well, we're also seeing some swearing-ins of governors, of mayors from around the country. We saw Governor Whitmer in Michigan. We also saw Governor Hochul in New York over the weekend, and earlier today in Arizona. Katie Hobbs sworn in for the first time earlier today. She says in a tweet on social media, "Thank you, Arizona. As governor, I work toward finding common ground and embracing the challenges that stand before us as opportunities to create real progress. Time to get to work." Of course, she took the oath of office on Monday to become the 24th governor of Arizona and the first Democrat to hold the office since 2009. Hobbs was sworn in during a private ceremony at the state capitol as she formally took over from Republican Doug Ducey. Public inauguration for the governor and others will take statewide, scheduled for just a few days on January the 5th. Hobbs was surrounded by her parents, husband, and 2 children as she took the oath of office in the lobby of the governor's office on the 9th floor of this executive tower on Capitol grounds. It was not open to the public or media, and her mother's joyous tears distracted the incoming governor, who paused to joke, "Stop it, Mom," as you can see her family there behind her taking this oath of office as the new governor in Arizona. Well, we're seeing a bunch of different swearing-in ceremonies that will take place over the next week, over the next month, as new different senators, House of Representatives, Congress people elect will swear in, also mayors and governors. I want to take us out to the new mayor of Washington, D.C., Bowser, who is getting sworn in again as she won re-election. Let's take a look at this here on Live Now from Fox.
Mayor, as Secretary of State for the District of Columbia, I like to transfer the seal of the District of Columbia the 3rd time to you, Mayor Bowser.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, good morning, D.C.
I want to thank you, Chief Judge Blackburn Rigsby. I want to thank you for swearing me in today and swearing me in the first time in 2007. Congresswoman Norton, Chairman Mendelson, Attorney General Schwab, members of the council, family and friends from all 8 wards, friends from around our region and indeed from around our world, good morning. I am Muriel Bowser. I am Joan and Joe Bowser's daughter. I am Miranda Bowser's mother. I am an ANC commissioner, a ward council member, and I am your mayor. I am standing here today honored to have taken this oath of office for the 3rd time. And you know what they say about 3rd times. They're a charm. But truly, a 3rd time and a 3rd term is a special opportunity because we have a mandate. We have a mandate from the people to be bold, to think big, to push the envelope, and above all else, to win for Washington, D.C. Now is the time to be bold and to set a course to win the tough fights ahead. Since the last time we were here in 2019, a lot has happened. Our lives were upended by a pandemic that isolated us from our friends and family, shut down our schools, and created new levels of uncertainty that we've never experienced before about our health, our lives, and our future. In the midst of the COVID pandemic, a racial reckoning brought protest and demonstrations to our streets. Americans of all backgrounds and beliefs took to the streets to demand accountability and justice. Black Americans demanded that our humanity be recognized and that Black Lives Matter be more than a mantra, but a collective commitment to justice. Here in D.C., we embraced that movement. We made a mural, and we've turned it into a monument. We stood shoulder to shoulder in defense of our values, enduring one of the most dangerous attacks on American democracy. It was D.C. that took back the Capitol and ensured our democracy prevailed. From the pandemic to protests to an insurrection, we've stood together. We made it through together. And now, on the other side, I greet you today with more optimism and more hope for the future than ever before. Not a blind optimism, but one that is informed by a tested leader who knows where we are strong and who knows where we must be stronger. I'm optimistic about our future because I know our past. I know about the leaders, some you know well, and others you've never met. And I know our story. Everybody loves a winner and a good comeback. And that's DC's story, isn't it? Walter Washington, for whom this building is named, showed us how to win when he proved to the Congress what Washingtonians already knew, that we could govern ourselves. Business owners like Ben and Virginia Ali refused to be beat by the riots, the Green Line construction, and the crack epidemic, and they've been winning on U Street for 60 years. The mayor for life, Marion Barry, won for the downtown when he enticed the wizards to come to downtown DC and brought with it new employers and residents and an economic revival that reverberates today. We celebrate the culture of DC and Chuck Brown, the godfather of go-go, who has been emulated by countless artists. Go-go is now our official music, and Ron Moulton is winning for the culture by bringing the new Go-Go Museum to Anacostia. Sharon Pratt won for women leaders when she blazed the trail by becoming the first black female elected in a major American city. Mayor Williams set the bold goal of growing our city by 100,000 new residents in a decade, a goal that ignited a renaissance. Doug Williams, the first black quarterback to both start and win in a Super Bowl, showed us that no stage is too big. Mayor Fenty won when he demanded an educational system that gives every student, no matter zip code, a high-performing school, and he led us through the last Great Recession. Students and families continue to win when Mayor Gray created free pre-K for all. And in the last 8 years, we've taken big swings for DC too. Our population crested 700,000. We created an 800,000 job economy. We had a record number of visitors coming to DC each and every year. We drove down unemployment in Wards 7 and 8. We closed DC General, and now we see our new Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center taking shape in Ward 8. Our bond rating is a AAA, and our finances and reserves were and are the envy of mayors and governors across this country. We built a team of the best and brightest in DC government, 37,000 public servants who make us strong and help us win. And this is the team that got us through the darkest days in 2020. And we stuck with them too. We didn't have a single layoff or miss one paycheck during this pandemic. And now I'm proud to say DC is hiring. We remember when Vince Lombardi said that winning is not a sometime thing, it's an all the time thing. That's what he said. This is what I say. You win by winning. Every day, every project, every initiative, which for us has added up to 96 months of progress. But we know we can't rest on our laurels. We have convened a transition team to talk to our residents about our opportunities and challenges and to hear their big ideas. And I promise you this, we will make the best of the next 4 years, focusing on 6 big areas. We must and we will win back our downtown because it is the economic engine that allows us to invest in our schools, our safety net, and our public works. It is the proverbial goose that lays the golden egg. We've modernized our schools because of our growing downtown. We've built the largest housing production trust fund in the nation because of our growing downtown. We've created new and better social programs because of our growing downtown. And all of that is at risk if we can't change the space, fill the space, and bring the people back to our downtown. The good news is that we are already taking on pandemic-related challenges like population loss, revenue loss, and tourism recovery. But we know we need more and bolder action. We will reach for new heights, not just with our buildings, but with a renewed commitment and resources to attract great employers and good-paying jobs. Tools like our Vitality Fund, which attracts employers to our downtown, are just the start. Efforts like the Penn West Equity Initiative and Innovation District are a glimpse of what must happen. And of course, converting office space into housing is the key to unlocking the potential of a reimagined, more vibrant downtown. Right now, 25,000 people call downtown home. Here's our goal. We will add 15,000 residents over the next 5 years and 87,000 more before it's all said and done. So that's right, we have a new 100,000 resident goal. That's a bold goal, but the fact is, no matter what we do, it won't be fast enough without the help of the White House. The federal government represents 1/4 of DC's pre-pandemic jobs and owns or leases 1/3 of our office space. We need decisive action by the White House to either get most federal workers back to the office most of the time or to realign their vast property holdings for use by the local government, by nonprofits, by businesses, and by any user willing to revitalize it. America wins when the place where people come to join and change the world is buzzing. Buzzing with new graduates and interns, with the startup that has the big idea to meet with its federal partners, or business travelers who are coming to Washington to get work done, and of course, with the lobbyists on Capitol Hill. We partnered with the White House successfully many times, and I know we can do it again for what matters the most. The fight for our kids is the most pressing. We will win for students, teachers, and our schools. We were the first in the region to get our public schools open for in-person learning during the pandemic. And now the only district in the region who is experiencing enrollment growth. I'm proud that last month I made good on my promise to teachers with our historic teachers contract. We doubled the number of summer camps for our kids, and we have enriching activities during the summer months with paid internships. Years ago, we made the district the fastest improving urban school district in the country. And now it's our time to make it the best urban school district in the country. The best place for students and the best place for families. We already built the best free pre-K in the nation. Now we will build the most robust free before and after school programs in the nation. I told you 4 years ago that what I want to be remembered for is that we had a relentless commitment to every Washingtonian getting a fair shot. That means that we provide a hand up to those who are struggling, and we find ways to make the journey smoother for those who have made it to the middle class. We know that this is worth fighting for, and we're making progress. We made historic investments in affordable housing, over $1.4 billion in the Housing Production Trust Fund alone. We have a new target, 20,000 new black homeowners by 2030. We raised the down payment amount for the home purchase program from $86,000 with Anita Bonds to $202,000. We provided property tax relief for our seniors with Anita Bonds, and then made it possible for you to stay in your homes with the Safe at Home program. But we must commit to grow the middle in DC, and that includes helping the new graduate, whether a millennial or Gen Z, saddled with student debt, but with the dream to buy a starter home. We must help the single woman with a good income, but who's using most of it for housing. We must help the single mom making a great life for her kids on her own. We must help the double retirees trying to age in place. This is their DC too. And I know their story because that's my story. In part, what we are doing is promising to make sure that this city is a place where people with middle incomes choose to live. And in part, we're making that promise by saying we will not touch the residential property tax, and we will find ways to provide more free activities for families. And second, as we keep fighting for those who are already in the middle class, we have to expand it. So over the next 5 years, we will add 35,000 new jobs in high-growth industries. And we will make sure that through the work of reimagining our high schools, that we will focus on these high-growth industries, dual enrollment programs, and earn and learn opportunities in D.C. Now, it's been said already today, we've been fighting for over 200 years for access to our nation's democracy, and we have wins to show for it. In 2020, we went toe-to-toe with a bully in the White House. When our nation was attacked, we fought back, and we advanced the cause of statehood further than ever before. But let me be clear, we will explore every strategy to get more control over our affairs. But we will not stop until we achieve full democracy, 2 senators, and admission as the 51st state. We know we have a friend in President Biden, and as this new Congress starts, I promise to keep fighting for control over everything that we need in the district. Protecting our bodily autonomy, the ability to tax and regulate our businesses, and to provide services to our justice-involved youth. The fight for a sustainable and resilient D.C. is another fight that we fight for our kids. We partnered with the U.S. Department of Transportation to make generational projects come to fruition. The Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, which was a win for D.C. workers, local businesses, and it better connects our city and region. I want to acknowledge and thank our Congresswoman who got the money, who persevered until we delivered the most beautiful bridge in the world. Now, with $3 billion coming to us from the bipartisan infrastructure law, we will replicate that success across D.C. We also know that a focus on climate change and the uncertainty that it poses is one of our biggest challenges. And as a C40 cities mayor, I have joined with mayors from around the world to develop innovative solutions that move D.C. closer to our goal of becoming a carbon neutral city by 2025. And when we plan for a more resilient future, we also have to challenge ourselves to think about our streets. We have made a big down payment in addressing dangerous roadways and intersections. But we also have to think bigger about how we use our streets to create more public space for our residents and businesses to come together to celebrate our city and to support our culture. Finally, and most importantly, as we look over the next 4 years, there's nothing more important than the safety of our residents. Nothing more. Behind every act of violence in our community and behind all of the data that is tracked feverishly, we know that there are real people. Behind every murder statistic, there is a devastated family. Behind every violent robbery or carjacking, there is a ripple of trauma. Every time a child picks up a gun, a group of friends loses its innocence. And we know that we have made progress, but we also recognize that that progress has been incremental. We found programs that work, like Pathways, which provide some of our most at-risk men job training, subsidized employment, and long-term support. Already more than 200 black men completed this intensive 9-week training. And while we have had successes, we know we must do more immediately. If a child, for example, commits a violent offense or uses a gun in our city, too often there is no consequence. When we send that child back to the same environment without intense intervention, we have failed that child in our community. We know, especially for our young people, that sometimes accountability is not punishment. It's a lifeline. And so sometimes the best way to save a child and change his trajectory is to require that they get the help they need and that they understand the consequences of their actions. So I'm here to tell everybody, we have the facilities, we have the programs that work to get kids on a better path. So we want to work with them if they've been adjudicated, and we want to work with them before they get involved in serious crime. My promise to you is this, to our kids in our community, is that we will use every lifeline to save our children. We are in a race to save lives, and it is critical that we not work in silos, and I promise to work with all the stakeholders on the stage and in this room to achieve what we need. When we work together, there's nothing we can't take on. Success is ours to grab. So, in closing, I want to say thank you to the residents of this great city, the greatest city in the world, my hometown, for placing your trust in me for another 4 years. I want you to know that I believe as a city, we are only as strong as our ward that struggles the most. We are only as vibrant as our system of values and how it works to protect us and our rich diversity. And I want you to know that I believe that our political choices are only as sound as all of the voices that make them, not a narrow few. It demands that none of us is a slave to an ideology or popularity or too scared to make tough decisions. In recent years, our dialogue became increasingly political and erratic and too strident in our personal politics. That is our past. Our future is working together. And I will set the tone for my administration to work harder, smarter, and more engaged with all of our partners, those whose views we share and those with views we don't share. I'm honored to be your mayor. I'm committed, and mark my words, we will come back. We will win, and we will do it together. Thank you, DC. God bless you all, and God bless the District of Columbia.
You were just listening in there to Mayor Bowser as she's sworn in for her third term there, laying out some of the guidelines and protocols and goals of the administration there is in Washington, D.C., talking about trying to become the 51st state, something that Washington, D.C. and the district has been doing for quite some time. So that was just the swearing in of Mayor Bowser. We saw a variety of different topics, including Governor now in Arizona, Katie Hobbs. This was her tweet from earlier today. It says, "Thank you, Arizona. Governor, I'll work toward finding common ground and embracing challenges that stand before us as opportunities to create real progress." Time to get to work. A lot of different officials getting sworn in over the next few days. We saw Governor Whitmer in Michigan yesterday, also Governor Hochul in New York on Sunday as well. We're following all the biggest stories here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. I want to take you right out to a live scene unfolding in Los Angeles. You can see flames underway as the fire and also the hazmat squad are looking into this fire there in Los Angeles. Don't know a ton of details right now, but a fire is taking place on pallets just off the highway. Hazmat squad working to confirm the substance, possibly hand sanitizer, and making sure nothing else is present. That's why firefighters are keeping their distance. You also can see potentially some foam being used, not necessarily water, as they don't want to mix those two elements there. The Los Angeles County Department of Public Health Also noted that they want to keep it away from a watershed as well, but you can just see the flames going a little bit higher and higher now here on Live Now from Fox in Los Angeles as this fire on some pallets, potentially hand sanitizer, continues to burn. As you can see, it kind of right off the highway right there, right next to a warehouse. You can see just the fire engine there trying to take care of this fire and make sure everyone is safe, make sure there's they don't contain two different substances that could escalate this situation. But a fire still breaking out there in Los Angeles County as we watch live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.